thought, hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some
And just like a red, white, and blue phoenix rising from the ashes of political bipartisanship, we are back to Salt of the Streets podcast.
This is Saturday, June 11th, 2022, 12:04 p.m., episode 127.
Yeah, that's right. That's why I put it right back there.
127. We're back.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Salt of the Streets podcast, your one and only source for social and political commentary and all the weekly news, pop culture, and sports that you can handle. The best part about the whole deal, it's all built from the ground up for people like you and me, the everyday normal person. So come down and join us as we discuss life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and continue our endless endeavor to bridge the gap between people and information. As always, I am Colin.
And I am Donovan.
And I forgot to mention that we are your hosts.
We are the
I was
hosts.
so impressed with myself.
No, you
it's
killed
been
it.
over a month, dude, and I just
You
slayed that.
You crushed it.
And y'all should get used to that don't get used to that because this is the last time we're going to do that intro. We got a new intro in the works, and so it'll be really fun. So look forward to that next month.
Yep, this is our first show back. Ooh. We've been out a month or 6 weeks or something.
Something like that.
Celebrating the brand new baby. Welcome, Salt Baby number 2.
Salt Baby number 2.
Baby Reason.
Oh, man. So what are we talking about on today's episode, Donovan?
So, we have a great episode going on. We'll explain these things further in detail as we get deeper in the show. This was billed, as everyone remembers, as everyone will remember, as the Women and Children's Show. And it's still going to be that, right? I had a whole grand plan here that fell apart as the weeks went on.
It was like a last-minute deal.
Yes, we had initially planned to have 2 guests on here that both declined to be on for different reasons, and we'll kind of talk about those things as we go later on. But we're still going to talk about some of the stuff that we intended to talk about. So in part 1, of course, we have some local stories. I have some really funny things. I have one very random thing and then some good things that, of course, are very freedom-based that will, in fact, impact your liberty. That's what we do here. In part number 2, we're going to be discussing the leaked draft opinion regarding Roe v. Wade from the Supreme Court and the implications and the opinions and things like that. I told you I saw a commercial from when I was watching cable that literally made it sound like abortion was already illegal across the entire country.
Right.
And only at the very end mentioned that, a leaked draft opinion. Yeah, it was not good. So we'll be discussing that. And in part 3, we'll be discussing the school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, and the horrific takes about the gun debate that have come out after that, some gun control things. Obviously, we'll break into all of that. The Second Amendment is an enormous theme here on Salt of the Street. So we'll be just discussing some of those things, including a new bill passed. I believe it was one bill with several different statutes passed out of New York.
Yeah, it's like an omnibus joint.
Body armor, increase the ages on assault weapons. So I did, in fact, bring my kit today so that we can talk about and I can show you exactly what it requires to be qualified to wear this body armor.
Qualified.
It's much simpler than you think it is. So we'll go over that in part 3, and then part 4 we have some grab bag topics. We have lots of random things. We have someone who was going to try and kill Judge Kavanaugh, relating to part 2 and 3. On Twitter, the January 6th public committee, the committee, they had their public hearings kicked off this week.
Yeah.
So
Thursday night?
Yes, and then we have
Prime
the second.
Time.
That's right, Prime Time. Produced by was one of the producers from Good Morning America. Correct?
Yeah.
Is that So,
I think he used to work there, if I recall correctly. He's like
still not good.
Yeah, he's a television producer though, which.
Not good.
It says a lot.
Why does the legislative branch need a television producer there to help them lay out their case for what is supposedly so obviously an insurrection, an obvious attempt to overthrow our democracy? Why would we need a television producer to help us lay out that story if it's so obvious?
So obvious.
So we'll be discussing those things.
And I'm just realizing now I left my my work notes, my paper notes, out in the truck, I think. I'm going to have to run out in between segments and go grab them for that
That's okay. That's why we take the breaks. So that is it. Yeah, so that's what we'll talk about today. We have 3-minute breaks in between each part. And, it's going to be great.
Fucking A.
So we were talking before about mattress store, right? When I used to work at the mattress store, and you bought your mattress from a place called Sleepy's.
Sleepy's.
And they had a similar logo, and I worked at It's Bedtime, which is no longer a company. And the logo that they had was 3 bears in a bed together. It was like a mama bear, a baby bear, and a papa bear all
I remember.
in one bed together. And when I was working there, they told me a story that someone called one time to complain about their logo and was disturbed at the insinuations that their logo presented of, animals in bed together, and they're like trying to understand what this woman is saying, and she's not able to even really articulate what she's upset about because there is nothing to be upset about. No. She's trying to draw they're all of the bears are in clothing, like they're all in pajamas, they all have pajama hats on, she was very
adorable.
Very upset about the insinuations of bestiality.
Bestiality.
Yes, because they're all sleeping together in a bed. That these, we're insinuating that the animals are having sex together, and then even though it's evidently a mama bear, a baby bear, and a papa bear, they're quite evidently a family.
Dude, that definitely says way more about her than it does about the logo.
It was and that's what they're like. It was a fairly long conversation because they were just trying to understand what she was actually upset about.
What are you talking about?
She was not able to articulate it. So.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, the off-gassing of mattresses and stuff like that we were talking about. It's such a weird concept when you think with all the new kind of foam technology in mattresses and stuff. It's like a thing you got to keep an eye out because you open those things up and then you're like, oh, what is that? Oh, just sweet lady cancer.
Yes.
That's what that smells like.
Exactly.
Oy, oy, oy. Although I'm not going to lie, I do want to get me one of them box mattresses. The mail order shows up in a box. You cut it open and it just unfolds. And
Which one? Which company?
I'm thinking I would want to get the Jeff Bezos mattress. Is it a thread, Tufton Needle, I think is what it's called?
I have no idea.
Yeah,
There's way
there's
too
an
many
Amazon brand, and
Okay.
it's slightly cheaper than like the Ghost mattress is wicked expensive, and then there's a couple other ones that are not too bad, but that one's like the best deal, and then it looks like it's got great reviews and stuff. But that's what I want to get. I want to get me one of them jams and make me a nice new bed frame and stuff. You could see in the studio I have my old bed frame off to the side here off camera because we took that apart and we're doing something different.
You're going to give Bezos more money, huh?
I already gave him so much money.
All
I
of
give
the
him
money.
all my money
Everyone
anyways.
does.
It's just so convenient, but also Jeff Bezos.
That's right. Hola, William Wallace. Thank you for joining us.
Yeet.
Thank you for joining us, sir.
Shout out Will Wallace. He was he was talking to me this morning about yesterday's beer show video.
Okay.
And I was having like this problem recently about trying to be able to show, a nice close up, high quality picture of like what the beer looks like up close. He's like, bro, just get like a little underlight. They make special coasters for him like that. That's a fucking great idea.
Genius.
Shout out Will Wallace, bro.
Genius, William Wallace.
Yeah.
You're getting a 0.5% cut in future beer show things.
Hey, careful, bro. 0.5% cut of
It could turn
an
into a lot of
undetermined
money.
amount of time.
That's right. That's right. We'll talk about what your cut is in the future. You'll be involved somehow.
You're under contract
Yeah.
though. We got you.
So let me ask you this, right? I was watching Timcast this morning, the episode from last night, because of course I had to hear our name said. So again,
Indeed.
shout out Timcast. It's very nice. And I was listening to something that, what is her name? Libby Emmons.
Libby
right?
Emmons.
That's her name, right?
Yep.
And they were talking about protests and the different ways that the left and the right fight for their rights, right? And how the different adversity that they come after, and the conservatives don't fight as hard and stuff like that. And I was just thinking, so this is a very rough question because it was just from this morning, but she was talking about how conservatives and the people on the right needed to fight harder in different ways. And okay, so the example she was giving was live and let die, right? For too long they have given this live and let die way of like, well, I don't care if I don't agree with you, but go ahead and do your own thing. And what I took from what she was saying is that has led to the chipping away of the rights that we're continually fighting for and arguing for, right?
Yeah.
And it didn't sound to me like she was giving a lot of advice or examples of things that they should do, just saying kind of they shouldn't be doing this anymore. And so I don't know if you remember that part of the conversation.
Not really.
But so I was wondering what your take was on that, if you think that that's true. And she also talks about some of the things about how because people on the left have begun to be increasingly in positions of power, when people on the right do protest and fight for their rights, they often get more pushback from the establishment than people on the left do.
And I think just going off of that and not remembering the specific conversation, I feel like I've heard her talk about that before. And I think really what's being described is like the right in general is not very good at activism. Even the activists that they do have can be kind of, they're generally like in the pro-life arena and stuff like that, and they can be very unapproachable, if you will. But other than that, I think in general, the right's always kind of generally had a problem with on-the-ground activism, getting popularizing movements, if you will. I think they've always been bad at that, and they've always been bad at like voter outreach and all these types of things. So all the specific issues that they might be trying to push, they're just generally speaking just bad at it. I just don't think, and it lends itself to the type of person that would consider themselves a conservative, I think, compared to, somebody who's more left. They're much more open socially and are willing to go out there and beat the pavement and just have random conversations with people. And they're much more agreeable most of the time. So it just lends themselves to a better, larger activist crowd in my mind. And so I don't necessarily agree with her if that's her line of thinking. And yeah, I mean, it would be, I think it is getting better now. I think it's probably the best it's been in a very long time as far as, for lack of a better term, right-wing activism,
Right.
conservative activism. But it's still, we're not having pussy marches with hundreds of thousands of people where the
Right.
left can do that just by dropping a line on Twitter and then boom, it's out in the streets and protests. And the right doesn't do that very well.
And I think it just lines up more naturally with the ideology, which
Yeah.
maybe falls into kind of what she's talking about, that if you're a conservative, then you're going to come from a more conservative place, obviously,
Yeah.
right? So if you're coming from a more libertarian mindset, then you don't want other people to necessarily change their mind. You're not trying to change their mind. You
Yeah.
just want them to not be infringing on what you want to do.
Yeah.
So the whole approach doesn't necessarily fit to even what your goals are as a conservative, right?
Yeah,
So,
it's like the difference between somebody trying to push a change in society versus somebody that's basically just wanting society to be, to be left alone.
Right.
A better way to put that's probably the left is generally trying to get people to do something, and the right is generally getting people to leave them alone.
yeah.
And I think that's probably they're just it doesn't work very well on that side.
It's hard to have a protest where the message is "leave us alone."
Yeah, really.
That's a weird protest to have.
Right. Imagine those signs.
Right.
If it's not just a bunch of Gadsden flags, I don't know what you're doing. But
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Just a bunch of
weird
signs
deal.
that say "fuck off." Just all the signs say.
Fuck off.
Just
fuck off.
That's it.
God, that would be pretty funny.
That's awesome. Okay, well, I'm into it. I want to thank everybody again for joining us and remind you, obviously, we are here at our youtube.com/saltofthestreets. We also have our Patreon, our Facebook, our Instagram, everything at Salt of the Streets, saltofthestreets.com for all of this information. We also have our personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram, and Collins at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Again, you can find all this at saltofthestreets.com. Go to our Patreon, sign up, help us make more, better content. Become a patron. I want to thank Swell Blended for this beautiful, beautiful haircut. If you are in the local area, in the Kitsap County area, go there. Go to his website. Go get a haircut from him. Stop being stupid. Quit wasting your own time. Leggings and aprons on Instagram for cakes and everything like that. She is getting ready to open those books back up pretty soon.
That'll be cool.
Lexi Caio on Twitch, and of course, location Skate Shop in downtown Bremerton if you need anything. Speaking of the Patreon, we have all kinds of stuff going on. We have the book club, obviously. We missed the first live stream back, but don't worry, next Thursday we will be back. At the beginning of next month, we will have a whole new review preview. We have the newsletters that just came out, right? There's one that comes out every month, the last day of the month. So go there, check those out. Only $5 a month. That's all it takes to get you that newsletter.
5 bones, bro.
It's a beautiful thing.
5 bones.
So, first story here. Let's go with the crazy one.
Yeah.
So I can send you this article here in Signal if you would like.
Oh, yeah, I should probably open up Signal. Hey, Oop.
Excuse me. See, this particular article is Fox 13 Seattle, so I will send this to you, and then we can talk about it. Salt Boys, boom.
Salt boys.
Okay, done.
Hopefully
So-
it'll show up.
Auburn fraudsters who fled town to avoid court sentenced to prison fined more than $60 million.
What?
Yeah, this is just as I was finding local stories. This is just one that they came across. And it's such a ludicrous amount of money.
That is a ton of money.
Yeah, no, it's a ridiculous amount of money. So.
Oh, do I gotta reinstall Signal? I'm gonna murder somebody.
Wow.
I'm telling you, bro, I love Signal, but the PC app is buggy, glitchy,
No
and
good.
every other time you open it, you gotta uninstall it and redo it again.
And I haven't had to uninstall and reinstall, but I do have to update frequently. That is for sure.
Oh yeah,
That's
definitely.
interesting.
Well, it should only take about 30 seconds.
Yeah,
We'll watch it.
No problem. So I'll just go ahead and start to read this article. The Seattle U.S. District Court on Monday sentenced Bernard Ross Hansen to 11 years and Diane Renee Erdman to 5 years. Announced U.S. Attorney Nick Brown. The two were convicted on July 2021 and were originally slated to be sentenced April 29th, but fled their home in Auburn and left town.
Ooh.
Yeah, they were arrested in Port Townsend.
Oh God, I remember this now.
Yes,
Yeah.
following an 11-day
Okay.
manhunt, they had bought a new vehicle and 3 loaded guns. The two were found guilty of defrauding thousands of customers of more than $30 million through Hansen's bankrupt company, Northwest Territorial Mint. According to court documents, NWTM was the business of manufacturing medallions and awards, as well as buying, selling, exchanging, storing, and leasing precious metals like gold and silver.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was wondering how it got so high,
Yes.
why the amount was so much. Now I know. Precious metals will go a long way.
Mr. Hansen and Miss Erdman defrauded more than 3,000 people of some $30 million. Money, yeah, that's wild. Money that represents the victims' plans and dreams, retirement, college funds, and inheritances, says U.S. Attorney Nick Brown. And it's heartbreaking to hear how the fraud upended their lives, left them working longer, harder, and in deep stress to try to recover. The impact of this fraud goes beyond the significance of dollar figure. I love...
Damn.
Not that it's not tragic, but it's just the flowery language and all. I don't know. It's just funny. But that's all. It's just... ridiculous. Yeah, and that's, you know, and especially with, we just had Ivan on not too long ago. He's talking about gold and all those things. So it's a ridiculous amount of money for someone to have stolen from someone else.
Oh yeah, dude. That's like, I don't want to say Madoff levels, but I mean that's like small time Madoff levels.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
You know,
exactly.
At Bernie Madoff, dude. Have you ever listened to that? It's on Audible. It's an Audible original. It's a whole little mini series about the Bernie Madoff scandal.
No.
Oh my God, it's so good.
I've never really fucked with Audible before. I've listened to audiobooks before, but never through Audible. So,
Judgment.
yeah.
I'm like a shill for Audible, man. I've been on the Audible kick since well before it was popularized. I mean, it was back when I was working at Bennick the first time, so we're probably talking 5-6 years ago. I've been into the Audible game. I got like 300 titles on there, man. I got tons.
Yeah.
So you might have to send me that link again.
No, that's okay. That's all that it was. We can move on to the next story.
King 5.
This one actually has more to do with everything else. So I do want to say hello to Shannon. Thank you. She's here from IRL. So thank you. Thank you again for everybody who subscribed last night, who's here, who's joining us. Thank you, everyone. So now we'll get into one of the real stories we have going on here. This one, like you said, is from King 5, which is one of the local news companies here out of Seattle. The U.S. Supreme Court rules against owner of notorious hotel in Blaine. Blaine is a town in Washington. Obviously, it is right on the border of Canada.
Right on the it's like right on the border.
Yes. Yes. Freedom! Yeah, we make way too many references to William Wallace.
Well, you know, if the shoe fits.
Like how he has to just get it every day, especially working with you. I can't imagine how he does it.
I don't think we went a whole day without me giving him a freedom line at some point.
Yeah.
You know, asking him where his kilt's at today, you know, that kind of stuff. God. You gonna paint your face blue or what's up, buddy?
Does he have long hair?
I am William Wallace. No, he's a short hair guy. Yeah.
William Wallace, you are blowing an opportunity right now. You've got to grow the mane. Do you think you could do it?
Man, I don't know. I can't. I'm trying to envision William Wallace in like the lion's mane. That is
tough look.
Bravehearts.
Does he have a full head of hair?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's just short.
Yeah, he just keeps it short. You know, old military dude, military cut.
Then go for William Wallace.
Do it, bro.
You've got to
do it.
You've got time. I'm telling you. I think I've been going on a year to cut my hair. It's worth it. Okay. Now we can get to this story. It's too much. Okay.
Oh, gee.
This hotel, this bed and breakfast, this inn, it's called the Smuggler's Inn. It's on the border of Canada, right? It's so much on the border of Canada that the border actually runs on his property, and he has a line of rocks that draws out where it is. So obviously
that's right, because that's the border that is just the line of rocks. There's nothing.
Yeah, it's just a line of rocks. So there's a history of, we'll read this article a little bit and then we'll talk about it. Washington, the Supreme Court on Wednesday limited when people can sue federal officials for violation of their rights, siding with the government in a case involving the owner of a notorious inn on the U.S.-Canada border. The justices said that the owner of the Smuggler's Inn, Robert Bull, can't sue a border agent over a confrontation at his inn where he said the agent shoved him and then retaliated against him when he complained that the man had used excessive force. It's the latest in a line of cases narrowing the public's ability to sue federal officials for rights violations. So this is another, we'll go into this a little bit more. This is another example, again, limiting, City can do awake that. Another example limiting the times in which you can sue a federal agent for infringing your constitutional rights. Okay? Because it's found in this case that they did in fact infringe on his constitutional rights. Those things did happen.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have the right to sue them unless Congress says that it's okay first. And that's what Clarence Thomas wrote as an opinion here. So, we'll move on. The justice said the owner of the Smugglers and Robert Bull can't sue a border patrol agent. I just read this. Congress is better positioned to create remedies in the border security context, and the government already has provided alternative remedies that protect plaintiffs like Bull. Justice Clarence Thomas wrote. Thomas wrote that the court's cases have made it clear in all but the most unusual circumstances, creating the ability to sue is a job for Congress. And
That seems so.
I'm no constitutional scholar, right? But it doesn't make sense to me in what I've read here and the other research that I did, in any justification, especially after it's ruled that you can in fact sue a federal agent for infringing your constitutional rights, that we're just going to narrow the reasons that you can do it. If someone breaks into your home and they assault you, don't break into, right? So I got to contextualize it correctly. If they come into your business and they assault you, and in the story that I originally heard, they took documents from him, and that's how they found out that the person who was staying there was an illegal immigrant. In this particular article, it just says that the Border Patrol agent figured out that they were illegal. So I don't know how they did that, but
Magic.
That's what comes into like the search and seizure thing, is that they got documents from his residence that show, or from this business that showed that the person was an illegal immigrant.
That's so weird.
So I don't. This isn't good.
No.
Right? And the biggest concern, I can't even say the biggest concern that I have here, it concerns me that we're continuing to see cases that give the authorities in different definitions, different avenues, more power over you. More powers to infringe on your rights, to do things to you, and you can't do anything about it unless Congress says that it's okay.
Yeah.
But if all of these powers are aligned, right, and that's what what they were talking about on Timcast last night, is all these different powers being aligned, that even if they're not actively working together, if they're all aligned ideologically, then they are inherently working together because they are all working towards the same common goal.
Yeah.
So even if they're not being directed to do these things, the fact that they're being given more power to infringe on your rights, and it's being done under currently a Congress that falls under the same ideology as the Biden administration, this isn't good.
I see these as added protections for more and more agents of the state.
Yes.
Because that's really what they're talking about, is suing the individual Border Patrol officer for infringing on his rights. Because otherwise, you have to sue the U.S. government for that one individual.
Which is a way bigger job.
Which is a mass and a very large undertaking that most people can't do, versus your average citizen can sue another person for infringing on their rights. But if that person is acting as an agent of the state, then I feel like, yeah, legally you'd be suing the U.S. government or the state government or whatever the arm of the state that they're dealing with.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel like, I mean, we'll talk about that in the next story too a little bit, with these various overreaches, I think, in authority. And I think really what they're doing at this point is they're finding kind of chinks in the armor, little weak spots in various arms of the state and their enforcement. And then as soon as somebody has even like a chance to break in legally so they can start to fight against them and get some of their own rights back, they're find that hole and they're trying to plug it.
Right.
And they say, well, you have to do it because
harden the power of the executive.
Yeah.
And that's all that it's doing, even if that's not the goal, because it's difficult. I don't know Clarence Thomas as an individual, right? But supposedly he's very conservative, so I have a hard time thinking that in his mind, it's best that we concentrate more power to the executive. But even if that's not your end goal, that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
That's what's doing here, is that you're, again, narrowing the circumstances in which you can sue somebody who is actively infringing on your constitutional rights. Where if they were doing it as a private citizen, you could definitely sue the shit out of them and you'd probably win.
Yeah.
But now, because they have a badge, because they work for the state, you can't touch them, right? There's another example in here. We'll read this article a little bit more. The High Court said in 1971 that people could sue federal officials for violating their constitutional rights, but over the last 40 years, the court has consistently declined to expand these kinds of cases, called Bivens actions, after the 1971 case in which a person could sue. Most recently, in a case in 2020, the justices told parents of a teenager killed in Mexico by a U.S. Border Patrol agent who fired across the border that they couldn't sue. Thomas said the original 1971 case would likely come out differently today, but the court's current case didn't require the court to reconsider it. So I actually have the article that they linked to, and it's an article from the AP, and I will send this to you as well. And it's "The Court Closes Courthouse Doors on Slain Mexican Teen's Family."
That's rough.
So, yes.
Yeah, I remember when that happened. That was a while back.
So this is from the AP.
2020?
Yep, Washington. The Supreme Court ruled 5-4 Tuesday to close the courthouse doors on parents of a Mexican teenager who was shot dead over the border by an American agent. The court's 5 conservative justices held that parents could not use American courts to sue Border Patrol agent Jesus Mesa Jr., who killed their unarmed 15-year-old son in 2010. Mesa was on U.S. soil in Texas when he fired the fatal shot. Justice Samuel Alito wrote for the court that the case is tragic, but that the strong border security and international relations issues led to the ruling against the parents of Sergio Adrian Hernandez Goreca. Since regulating the conduct of agents at the border unquestionably has national security implications, the risk of undermining border security provides reasons to hesitate about allowing the parents to sue in American courts, Alito wrote. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, writing for her liberal colleagues, disagreed, saying the parents' lawsuit does not endanger border security or U.S. foreign policy. Mexico's Foreign Relations Department said in a statement Tuesday it regretted the Supreme Court ruling. Tuesday's outcome also is certain to doom a lawsuit filed by the parents of a teenager killed in Nogales, Mexico, from gunshots fired across the border by a U.S. agent who was standing in Arizona. The case has been on hold. The case tested a half-century-old Supreme Court decision that allows people to sue federal agents for constitutional violations. Over the years, the courts have made it harder to bring claims known as Bivens actions after the name of the high court case. Ginsburg wrote that, quote, "It is all too apparent that to redress injuries like the one suffered here, it is Bivens or nothing. I resist the conclusion that nothing is the answer required in this case." So let's take a stop there, right? What other avenues do they have if they can't use an American court to sue this federal agent? Then there is nothing. Their son dies from somebody who shot, and I don't know the exact, I would have to do more research on this particular case, right, before I can, so we have to just kind of use it as a loose example, but your son is murdered by a federal agent, and you don't have the ability, even, I guess this is a little bit different because they are in Mexico. They're not American citizens,
it
right?
seems like the major complicating factor there.
Certainly. I think that hits harder on her point that is the only option that they have, is this Bivens claim. The only thing that they can is try to use American courts to sue them, because what
else are you going to do?
Option is there?
Yeah, Mexico doesn't have jurisdiction over the Border Patrol.
Yeah, I am curious how it would be if it was American citizen, if they could do the same thing, right? If the same decision would be made that they could not sue on this Bivens claim against a federal agent. I don't know. Again, I'm not a constitutional scholar, so I can't answer that question. But
that's a big international type of question. I mean, that's if a citizen from one side kills a citizen on the other side of the other country, who has the legal jurisprudence or the what do you call that, their responsibility?
Well, it's not just a citizen. This is somebody who's acting on
as
behalf
the agent
of the
state.
He's a federal agent.
Yeah,
he works for the government. He's
like
an agent of the state.
It would be
killed somebody.
Yeah, and it would be just as, or it would probably be more complicated if it was two citizens. But since it's an agent of the state at that point, then the state killed somebody in another country, like we do with drone strikes all the time, and there's zero retaliation, essentially. And that's a tough one, man, because I don't know what's the right thing to do there. I mean, you're not going to extradite this Border Patrol agent to Mexico and stand trial over there. I mean, that's not going to happen.
No.
So, what do you do? That's a weird situation.
So even if we can't postulate on how it would be different if it were American citizens in this case, right? We are seeing in this original example of the smugglers in on the border that these are coming closer to home, and they're limiting our rights as American citizens, our constitutionally protected rights, right? However you want to define that at this time, however you want to put it. It's coming closer and closer all the time, right? At first, or the most recent one after this, or before this, was this Mexican teenager, and I'm sure it was a little bit easier. People were real upset. It was during the Trump administration, so a lot of that AP article is even about, like, the militarization of the Border Patrol and stuff like that. So that's a lot of the take there. So it even seems like the focus is even shifted from that, of the people's rights, to, the militarization of the border, right? Which is it's an issue in and of itself, but that doesn't seem like the real issue at hand.
Yeah, that's a separate issue.
Trees. Yeah, and
forest for the trees. Yeah, definitely on that one.
And I would beg everyone to keep their eyes open for things like this. And so we'll go to the bottom of the article and we can talk about kind of the end ruling for this here. Boulay notified. Oh, well, it's rooms at the inn are named after famous smugglers and other notorious individuals, and a black SUV used by the inn to transport customers to the property has the personalized license plate Smuggler. Boulay makes money by picking up guests who sometimes travel long distances, charging them for lodging, even if they never intend to stay, Thomas said, inserting a photo of bunk beds in one room of the property. But Boulay has also served as an informant for the U.S. government, and parts of the documents filed in the high court case were redacted. Boulay's lawyers have said he has a long-standing cooperative relationship with the U.S. government and has alerted officials to people of interest. Excuse me. So
Interesting.
that even adds another layer to it, that even if you rap for them, they don't give a fuck about you.
Yeah.
Even if you work with them, they don't give a fuck about you.
That's your people, man.
If you aren't actually an agent of the state, they don't give a fuck about you.
This should surprise nobody.
Yeah, and even if they are, they still don't give a fuck about you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, in March 2014, Boulay told Border Patrol agent Eric Egbert that a guest arriving at the inn was from Turkey. Egbert was suspicious that the guest would travel over 7,500 miles to stay at a run-down bed and breakfast, and when the guest arrived, he went to the property to investigate. Boulay asked him to leave, but Egbert allegedly threw him to the ground, injuring him. After determining the guest was legally in the country, Egbert left. The guest ultimately crossed into Canada illegally the same night.
Wow. Insult to injury.
So, Boulay notified. So that's what I was talking about, right? After determining the guest was legally in the country. So that means he asked you to leave, and even if you didn't take the documentation, you still asked for documentation after somebody asked you to leave their residence, right? I don't know. I'm sure that there was arguments of, what do they call that? Like a reasonable suspicion.
Oh,
that
yeah.
something was going on.
Exigent circumstances, maybe.
Right. Boulay notified Egbert's supervisors and told, what the property of the guest ultimately crossed in Canada legally the same night. Boulay notified Egbert's supervisors and filed an administrative claim about the rough treatment, and Boulay says Egbert retaliated by making reports about him and his business to various state and federal agencies, including the Internal Revenue Service, but no agency found Boulay did anything wrong. Meanwhile, after a year-long investigation, the Border Patrol took no action against Egbert. So the person who did all of this, nothing was even done. There wasn't even any internal actions that were taken against him.
No.
Nothing. So you literally... no course of action at all. You can't. I mean, you can ask the Border Patrol to do something.
Yeah,
but they're not going to.
And they put him through the whole ringer, man.
Yes.
Talking about bringing
and found nothing.
Yeah, and found nothing. So for no reason, this person got put on blast by the U.S. government, investigated for a year, and then was like, "Oh, yeah, nothing. We didn't find anything, even though there was nothing to begin with either."
Yeah. Boulay sued, saying Egbert had violated his Fourth Amendment rights by using excessive force and his First Amendment rights by retaliating against him. A federal trial court ruled for Egbert, but an appeals court reversed the decision, and Egbert appealed to the Supreme Court. So, after the agent of the state doesn't get his way, then he appeals, goes to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court says, "Nah, you good, bro. You good."
God, man. More and more power, dude. Less and less power for ourselves. Less and less individual liberties. They just keep getting stripped away day by day by day, case in, case out. I mean, there's no way to see this other than that. I mean, this is just the state continuing to just do whatever the fuck they want to do and rolling right through citizens on their way to it. And then at the end of the day, nothing. They don't find anything. They don't do nothing. There's zero retaliation. There's zero pushback at all that you can give at that point.
Yeah.
William
Wallace. From my experience as a former Fed cop, there's really two outcomes with suing the state/government. Either they are not going to dispute it or tie it up for years in litigation.
Yep.
And they'll just run it out and run it out and run it out until you run out of money.
Yep.
Because they're running on your tax dollars. So
Yeah.
you're paying for their lawyers as well as yours, even if you don't think it. Even if it
That
doesn't
is
feel like it
so
at the
messed
time.
up.
Yes. Yeah.
What's the old, you can't fight City Hall?
Yeah.
Because, they're going to use your tax dollars to fight back against you.
Exactly.
Well, me, man.
And we can move on. You have the next story, right?
Yeah. Let's let me pull this up here real
yep.
quick. Oh, this one is so good.
And I heard about this one earlier this week as well. I heard about it on the radio, and I was like, I'm not sure I even understand what I just heard on the radio.
Right?
Yeah.
Washington State. Oh, excuse me. This is the Washington State Supreme Court made a a very interesting opinion recently
Yeah.
that's got some things going. So we're just going to read this from the OPB right now. I went ahead and pulled up also the actual opinion from the Supreme Court. It's 37 pages, and we'll just say that the articles written about it were quoted correctly.
Okay.
So we're not going to cover that entirely. But Washington State justices, race a factor in analyzing police stops. So a person's race and ethnicity must be taken into account when deciding whether they were free to leave an encounter with police. The Washington Supreme Court said this Thursday in its latest decision seeking to counteract bias in the justice system. The unanimous ruling concerned Paula Sum. I'm probably mispronouncing that word. A man identified in court records as Asian Pacific Islander. When a Pierce County Sheriff's deputy found him sleeping in his car in Tacoma in 2019, Sum gave a false name and birth date, drove off as the deputy was checking for warrants, and crashed in someone's front yard. Whether Sum was free to leave when he did was a key point in this case. At his trial, he sought to suppress evidence of his false statements, saying they were made only after the officer detained him by implying that he was under investigation for car theft. In reality, the car was not stolen, and the officer had no reason to detain him until after he sped off. The justices said, meaning the intentional detention was unlawful, and a lower court judge should not have allowed evidence of the false statement in trial. So we'll just pause for a second.
Right. What does that mean?
What happened? So
Right.
this guy was asleep in his car. Cops came and asked him for his ID and all that stuff
They ran his plates first
because
and
they
saw-
assumed the car was stolen
and
for
saw-
some reason.
Right, saw that it wasn't stolen, and at
Yeah.
that point, they don't have any real reason to go and interact with him.
No.
Right.
They have zero reason
just,
whatsoever.
Just completely leave him alone
Yep.
and move on, because it's not illegal to sleep in your car.
Yeah. Whereas I will go a little deeper than that. I think the cop could have interacted with him if he wanted to and say, "Hey man,
Certainly.
what's going you tired,
Are
you
you
know, you
drunk?
want to
What's
yeah,
going
what's
on?"
going
Yeah.
on?" You know, and if you got nothing to hide, you got nothing to hide. Maybe you can actually help a dude. Maybe his fucking car's broke down and he's just passed out there waiting for somebody to come get him.
Yeah.
Who knows? There's a million different reasons. Last thing you need to do is go tell this guy that he's suspected of, this is a stolen car, or what's going on
Yeah.
for just sitting in your car sleeping. Not into that.
No.
But you could, potentially have an interaction with somebody like that as a police officer in a positive manner. But it doesn't involve you going and running the plates and just go ahead and, taking. I mean, that's state overreach is what that is. This is a law enforcement officer just diving into something that's essentially none of his business. He's got no probable cause other than a supposedly suspected case of car theft.
And has the discretion to not do anything if he wants.
Indeed.
To move on with his night and find something better that actually maybe deserves his attention, or someone who could actually use his help.
Yeah.
Who maybe is in trouble or something.
Yeah, and so we'll get into it further into the article, but the result of this ended up in a search of his vehicle, in
Yes.
which case a gun was found that he was not supposed to have, apparently.
Right. And
So
do
for
we
one reason
know-
or another.
Do we know, does it say in here if it was unregistered to him, or if he just wasn't? Because I know Washington, right, is very particular about if you don't have your concealed pistol license, you aren't supposed to have a loaded gun in your car.
Yeah.
You're supposed to have everything separate and in its own box and everything, and you're not even supposed to have it within arm's reach. It's supposed to be in your trunk and shit if you don't have a concealed pistol license. They're very particular,
Yeah.
So it could be, it doesn't really matter either way. It's kind of bullshit. But I'm just curious whether it's a legitimate.
Oh, they don't even address that in
Yeah,
this
I don't even
particular
wanna say
article.
legitimate, but so
I think in the Seattle
It's all right. It
Times
doesn't really
article
matter.
They do. Weird. I don't know why it's not coming
that's
up.
all right.
So anyways, we'll just carry on here. All right, where's some of this down? While the court may have reacted to the same conclusion in the case of a white defendant, it used... Wait a minute, did we skip that one? False statement trial. Yeah, whether the court might have reached the same conclusion in the case of a white defendant, it used the case to emphasize that people of color have different experiences with law enforcement, as borne out by data showing that police have long disproportionately arrested and used force against black people and other minority groups. Because of these experiences, they might have different perspectives regarding whether they are free to leave an encounter with officers. This makes minority status one factor in determining whether a person has been quote-unquote seized by law enforcement, the court said.
I want to take a second because I want to point out that they are now and I can't speak for this particular outfit, right? There's a news outfit, but the narrative throughout the entirety of George Floyd, right, is that police are murdering black people.
Yes.
Police are murdering black people indiscriminately and just all of the time. It's happening all the time. But now they're drawing this really fine distinction that has been the argument of conservatives throughout the entirety of George Floyd, is that certainly there is evidence that they have been disproportionately interacted with police officers. There's been a lot of aggression, things like that. But you can't say, and that's why they didn't say in this article, that black people are killed more often than white people, because you can't say that. Statistically, there isn't evidence for him to believe that the police officer are going to kill him. There isn't statistical evidence of that, and that's why they can't say that in this article.
Yes.
Even though throughout the entirety of George Floyd, that's been the whole argument, right? Is that the cops are killing black people. They're killing black people all over the place. I just want to make sure that that's evident, that the language is so important in this type of stuff. The way they're choosing for this to be written.
Yep. And so let's continue. Quote, today we formally recognize that what has been true in interaction with law enforcement, race and ethnicity matter, Justice Mary Yu wrote. Therefore, courts must consider the race and ethnicity of the alleged seized person as part of the totality of the circumstances when deciding whether there was a seizure.
Yes.
So that's the other important part about this. This is all after you've already been henned up and are in court. That's why the court has to determine whether or not your race or ethnicity had anything to do with your responses and interactions with the police.
After the fact.
After the fact, yes.
Someone needs to judge whether or not you or the police officer your actions were influenced by your feelings or their feelings about these historical interactions that the two communities have with each other. So even though... That's crazy. So the judge has to then decide what was in your brain when this happened. If you thought that you were afraid that you were going to die, or if the police officer thought, well, maybe I'll fucking kill this guy today because he's black. Like,
yeah. And
what are we doing here?
And because the problem here is that if you are a member of a historically oppressed minority, if you will, that has, as they put, shown out through the data to have more, interactions with police in a negative fashion, then I still don't understand, because you're already being charged, you're already in court, but we're going to be more lenient on you because of essentially historical oppression with the police. But if you're not a member of one of those marginalized categories, you don't get that benefit of the doubt.
And there's no way that you were scared.
If you are a white person, you cannot be afraid of, like, when the cops come to you, because you know statistically they're not going to kill you.
Right.
No. At all. No. It has nothing to do with that. I mean, I'm sure that some people, hell, you sit there over the last few years and you're told by all the media institutions out there that if you're a black person, you can't go outside because the police are trying to hunt you down. Some people, after a number of years of being told that every single day, day in and day out, seeing it on social media, are going to believe that shit themselves.
Right.
And that's not okay. The truth of the matter is the state, the agent of the state, the law enforcement officer, is trying to hem you up, period. It doesn't matter what color you are.
Right.
If they are pulling you over, if they're going to initiate some form of a interaction, they are acting as a law enforcer of the state. And you are the subject of their, I don't know what you're going to call it. I don't want to say it's like always a negative interaction, but just as it is, you are in a negative position because the state's coming after you, period. It doesn't matter what color you are. Either way, like if I get pulled over, I would hope that I am just as nervous and on edge as anyone else that gets pulled over by a cop. Because you don't know what kind of day this cop's had. You don't know if he's going to give you a warning. You may not even know why you got pulled over.
Yeah.
And you don't have no idea how this is going to go. You're just going to try to do the best you can, act as calm as you can, and just try to get in and get out, and hopefully you don't walk away with like a $350 ticket or some shit. I don't know. It's just not a good... I feel like by focusing in so much on the aspect of race and ethnicity, you're removing the fact that most people are intimidated by the authority of the state.
Yeah.
And that's the real problem here. But then you get into the court at this point, because this has already been ruled. This was ruled Thursday. The opinion's out. It's done. So if you're in that position and you're not a member of a historically marginalized group of people, you don't get the benefit of the doubt for being fucking terrified because you're in an interaction with a police officer.
Right. Even if you've taken the last 2 years to look at a lot of the statistics, and look at the interactions, and see that actually, again, statistically, you have a higher likelihood of being killed by a police officer than all this narrative that you've heard of the last 2 years.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter because you don't have the historical context that would line up with that. No. So you don't really have a reason to be. I can personally attest that I'm much more nervous to interact with a police officer since I started carrying a firearm because you don't know how, like you said, you don't know how they're going to react.
No.
People are jumpy about that type of shit.
Yep.
I was talking to Trenton about it. Philando Castile
Yeah.
had a concealed pistol license and everything in his car. He was actively communicating with a police officer and still got shot in front of his wife and his kid.
Yep.
They don't care. They don't care about you. They don't care what color you are. They don't care if you have a license. They don't care if you're trained. They don't care if you're anything. They don't care if they have you, like the guy in the hotel, crawling on your hands and knees and you're trying to pick up your pants. They will shoot you in the fucking head because they are scared and they have the power and they can do what they want and they won't get charged in the end.
Yeah. 9 times out of 10. It's not a good situation. The other aspect of this I thought was really interesting, this whole case, is the guy, after he... Well, the main argument behind this is whether or not this individual knew he could walk away from that scenario without having to go through the standard ordeal with this police officer.
Yes.
He literally could have been like, no, man, I'm there's no reason he should have. He's terrified, I guess, apparently, so he gives him a fake name and birthday and stuff, but that's not inherently illegal to do that unless you are actively under arrest. But if you're just having a conversation with a cop about something, there's nothing says you have to continue to be there unless he is doing like a, if it's a traffic stop, that's a whole nother situation, something like that, because you're already being, what's the right word? You're already involved with a law enforcement. I don't even know what you would call that. Like you're already in a situation now. Like if you're getting pulled over, you're being not arrested, but you're being controlled by the state.
Suspected already of doing something wrong.
Yes, and so they need to do the whole thing, and so you're it's not even like being detained, but it's similar along those lines. You don't really have the freedom to just go away. Like if a cop pulls you over, you got to pull over,
and that's why you can't just flee.
Yeah,
yes,
and
but I think, speaking to your point, right, and we could turn it to school or to anything that we want, right? When we are told.
I still don't like interacting with cops.
When we are told about police officers, we're told just do what they say.
Yeah.
Just listen and just do what they say, right? Our knowledge and the things we're taught about police officers is their power. It's not your power. It's not your power, your right, your ability in this situation to control yourself and control this interaction all within your own rights without putting yourself in a compromised position. Those are not the things that we're told.
Yeah.
We as a society, as individuals, need to be empowered with the knowledge of the rights that we have to control that situation in every possible manner.
Yep. That was going to be my next point is, I don't know if there is I'm pretty sure there's not a generalized knowledge of when it is okay to walk away from a cop.
No.
Everybody just assumes that if a cop's talking to you, you're right there.
Say,
you're
yes,
involved.
officer.
I got to do it.
Yep, you just say, yes, officer. Yes, sir. Can I? And that's even like you don't have to agree to a search of your car. If they ask you, can I search your vehicle? No, you cannot search my vehicle.
Not without a warrant, baby.
You saying no is not reason enough for them to have probable cause to search your vehicle.
Yeah.
Right? Just the simple denial of the search is not reason enough for them to be suspicious.
Yeah.
People don't know that. So they just say yes and get themselves into situations all the fucking time when they could just say, no, I'm on my way. I got shit I want to do. I actually don't have to have a reason for you to not do it. I just don't want you in my fucking shit.
Yeah.
Because you don't have the right to just search my vehicle. You don't have the right to just search my things. It's the same deal as if you have a lockbox in your car. They can't force you to open the lockbox in your car.
Yep.
It's a locked thing that's its own entity. You got to get a warrant for that locked box in your car.
Yep.
People don't know that shit. They don't know these things.
And with the laws being so complicated, I mean, there's I'd have to look it up real quick. There's an essay from an anarchist. I've been going through the Anarchist Handbook recently, Max Stirner.
Okay.
And he was talking about it's a different set of subjects, but, essentially a citizen's relationship with the state. You're born into state control, so you are then subject to all the laws thereof. And he was making an argument that any given citizen should be able to understand what it is that they are agreeing to and being a part of the system. And so if you got, he makes a reference to English common law, and it's like 50 editions back then, and it's like, they're all 1,500 pages or whatever. It's like, how is any normal citizen supposed to be able to understand and comprehend what they can and cannot do? And the U.S. legal code is far more complex than that at this point. How is anybody truly supposed to know what they can and can't do until they actually break a law in that giant, like, if you were to print out all legal, just in the federal code, you couldn't, and all on like index cards, you probably could overfill this entire house.
Right.
And that's not, how is any citizen supposed to know what they can and can't do at this point? And this guy, he freaked out. He drove off, ended up crashing into somebody's yard, which then he had already, he ran from authorities.
Right. Then
which,
it's
yeah,
suspicious.
because then it's a problem.
Yeah.
And so after he ran, he crashed. Then the cops then had, reasonable suspicion or whatever it is to be able to search his vehicle. And then they found a firearm that he was not technically allowed to have for one reason or another. And so now he's getting hemmed up. They did drop the initial charge of the falsifying statement in the beginning. But at that point, they're like, well, yeah, dude, we have you on a gun charge now, so we don't care if you lied to the cop in the beginning of it. So it's not a good situation. Not a good situation. Just another example of a problematic relationship between the citizenry and the state. Once again, confusion in who has the authority and what your rights are as a citizen. Not awesome.
Yeah, it's like I don't know, speaking to your point of how is anyone supposed to understand all of these laws, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's why I started to look at, like, I don't know if it's schools or parents or what, whoever teaches you, whoever taught you, because it could be at school, it could be your parents, it could be whoever taught you how to interact with police officers, that's who's at fault here. Whoever's teaching children the way, or people the way they should interact with police officers is at fault. And it's not even necessarily their fault if they don't know either, but the positive aspects of the rights and not the defensive aspects of your rights needs to be what is the more common knowledge.
Yeah. And I like this from our great friend William Willis. He says, great question to ask. If things get squirrely, am I being arrested or detained?
Right.
Just put it out there right now, get a good indication of what this police officer is thinking is happening right now. And if he says no, be like, all right, so I'm free to go.
Right.
All right. Well, bye.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not, it really frustrates me, man. I'm very uncomfortable with authority, especially arbitrary authority from the state. I don't like the fact that anybody, they're human just like we are, and they have bad days. They have, they got families, they got a whole thing. What if he was up with a screaming baby all night, and what if he's in a bad situation with his wife or the husband or whatever the case has got going on, and now they have to interact with you from a point of high authority with essentially the authority to use lethal force as well.
Right.
Like I don't like that situation. It does not set up doesn't lay the groundwork for a good interaction between the two of you.
No.
It does not.
And we'll talk more about that, obviously, when we talk about Uvalde, and parents interacting with police officers and the power dynamic and the structure in that relationship.
Yeah.
Because it gets all of these things fall into a common theme of all of us, being put at the further mercy of the state, whether it is through the enforcement wing of the police officers or whether it's in the actual enforcement of the law, depending on your race, right? Because as we've seen and Will Wallace pointed out, they have just re-ingrained discrimination into our law in Washington.
Yep.
Again. Even further, we have the Equity Council that helps craft law, that helps, they look over the laws, they look over everything that everybody does, certainly within the actual state of the way that people are interacting. They help craft the curriculum for the school districts within the state to make sure that everything is falling within the, the emotional and social learning aspects of their guidance. And that's a whole portion of our government is just equity and inclusion. Equity and inclusion.
Equity and inclusion.
The Equity and Inclusivity Council.
Along with social and emotional learning is a huge situation.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, we should have seen this coming when there's a clip in Benjamin Boyce's documentary of the Equity Council, and they're crafting what their definition of racism is going to be. And the original one they can't go with because it doesn't include anything about whiteness.
Pimp that documentary real quick.
It is the Evergreen documentary done by Benjamin A. Boyce on YouTube. It's 20-something parts. It's all about they're small parts broken into a longer documentary. It probably is like 2.5 hours if you put it all together. But it's all about the situation with Brett Weinstein at Evergreen College and the breakdown and the chaos that happened there. I cannot recommend it highly enough, along with all of the other videos that Benjamin Boyce does. They're all incredible. He's having very, very important discussions right now with people who
Mine just did that too.
with people who are detransitioning and the experiences they have had to try and break through the lies that are being spread through corporate media.
Yeah, he's a fantastic character, man. I really like him.
I can't believe that he isn't more well known.
Yeah.
But he's just such a quiet dude, having very normal conversations, just a split screen, two people talking about just their experience. So it almost Boyce, Benjamin A. Boyce.
That's right.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, and I will let's link to one of his things in the chat there.
Yeah, can do.
I can send you a link to it through the signal, and that'll probably be easier.
Yeah.
That's no problem. Yes,
Easy
Benjamin
squeezy.
A. Boyce, and I will link to the first video of that documentary. Actually,
Nice.
That'll be the best way to go about it. Yep.
That's great
So,
series,
here we
man.
go. The Complete Evergreen Story is what it is called.
Whoop, whoop.
Yep. So sorry, everyone. This was obviously unexpected.
He speaking of just Brett Weinstein, he just did a massive
Oh, shit. I have
few.
YouTube up. I'll just go to the chat and put it in there.
Oh, there you go. He just got done with a massive conference over in I can't remember. Overseas somewhere with a bunch of COVID frontline doctors and stuff like that, talking about some of the current problems going on in the kind of healthcare and say pharma arena, and I can't recommend those enough.
Excellent. So there you go. I just put, and the link should be coming in just a second because I just posted that as well. So
Work. Cool. Well, thanks, man.
Evergreen
Everybody
Talk.
watch that stuff. It's pretty great.
Yep.
Oh, so
Benjamin A. Boyce
Boyce.
on YouTube. So
yeah, and Will, I'm not going to give you no shit for trying to be a cop if you want to be a cop again, because although I have a principal position on policemen and law enforcement, I also understand that I live in a reality that is not my utopian dream, and I would rather have more people like you, more people like our friend Caleb, that are on law enforcement who I trust as human beings, and I can trust them to make better decisions than a standard rando. I'd rather have people like that in a police force because I know that there's not going to be no police force. I would rather have the good people there. And so that would be good. I like it when people I know are cops. Like, Officer Brian. Officer Brian's a great dude.
yes,
If there's anybody that I want to be a cop, it's Officer Brian. Because I know that at his core, he's a good guy, and he's not going to be hemming nobody up that doesn't need to be hemmed up. I think if we had more of those type of people, that would be a better situation.
the link is not posting.
Oh, no.
in the,
I could pull it up real quick.
yeah.
It's like, I was one of the good cops, bro. I actually gave a damn. Man, I believe you, man.
Yeah.
I believe you. Oh, there it is. I'll post it up this way.
Yeah.
Copy, copy, copy.
No, and we talked. Yeah, I don't know. We talked about the cop thing, and
Yeah,
I thought
it's
about that
complicated.
for a while. It is complicated. It's a very big decision. I was, we could talk about it for a second. Prior to COVID, I was like very. I think I told you guys 99.5% sold. Like I was like very convinced that that's what I wanted to do was to be a police officer.
Oh, you were close, man.
Yeah, and I just, especially once all the George Floyd shit happened, the way that they were being treated was horrific. The way that they were treating people during COVID was horrific.
Yeah.
And I started to have a lot of questions of having a job that cuts against your morals and being asked to do things that cut against your morals, and whether or not I wanted to invest time in a job in which I would be asked to do something or else lose my job, especially then all the vaccine mandates and all that type of shit started popping off. And
Yeah, it just got more and more negative items in the pros and cons column.
yes.
Yeah. I think that was ultimately a good decision for you.
Yeah.
And it's tough too, because a lot of times if you don't really sit down and have multiple conversations and go into like a deep conversation and deep thought about that path, a lot of the people that want to do things on a very surface level, and then they don't truly get an understanding of what it is they're getting into until they're already into it. I mean, and that's not just in the career field, but like in all aspects of life. And I feel like there was a different conversation we were having about cops back then. Yes. And as we saw more and more things, fundamentally different. And, you through conversation and through time and research and experience, you have a better understanding for what the reality of that situation is. And then you can finally make up your mind about something.
Right.
It's hard to make up your mind about something when you don't actually know the deep ins and outs of it. I don't want to just say blanket statement like you don't know what you're talking about, but at the end of the day, we don't.
I think surface level is a good way to put that, because the thing that made me so activated about that was that I wanted to do better. I just wanted to be a better police officer than what we were seeing. Like, I want to have positive interactions with people and not hem people up for dumb shit, and use the discretion that you have to not go to people's cars if you don't need to go to people's cars and do shit like that. And that, like you said, isn't the true reality of being a police officer, especially in 2022. That wasn't the reality of it in 2019 when we were having that discussion, and it especially isn't the reality of it in 2022 now.
Vastly different.
Completely different discussion. So, yeah.
My coffee's cold.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not surprised. Where's your heat 'em up? Where's the heat 'em ups?
Oh, it was acting up, so I changed it out. I think it's now a candle warmer in my wife's studio. Works. It wouldn't activate when I got my big mug and I put it on it. It was like it's supposed to activate automatically, and it just kind of quit working one day. So I was like, and then she goes over there and puts a candle on it. It works perfect. I'm like,
the big
good.
Mug is probably too heavy, man.
That might be.
It's probably not used to such a fucking beast of a
mug. It's a beast mug.
That's probably the biggest mug I've ever seen.
It's because it's got large undulates on it. It has to be big. That's right. Large undulates.
Undulates is such a great word.
It's my favorite.
That's great.
Speaking of, we're getting ready to wrap this segment up. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So we'll just go out on a light note. I was having a conversation about large undulates earlier this week, probably with you, Chad. We were talking about like moose, and then I was listening to
topic.
Indeed,
undulates. Large undulates.
Yes, large undulates are a very big topic in this household, which is a weird thing to think about.
You guys are freaks.
You'll be there. Trust me. By the end of the summer, you're going to be like, all right, so let's talk undulates.
On the way home, you guys see those fucking undulates out there?
Look at that tiny little undulate. I'm just not going to call them deer anymore. I'm just going to refer to everything categorically as an undulate. Yeah, it's just a really large undulate.
If you don't know, then you can't be in this conversation.
Exactly. Oh, man. But I think I was listening to, it was a Joe Rogan thing. It was the Joe Rogan episode on Flagrant, where they were talking about hunting. Dude, that was hilarious.
Yeah.
Some people just shouldn't smoke weed. But that's all I'm going to say about that episode. But he started going hard about like moose and how moose are terrifying and really aggressive, and they will just stomp you to death if they don't like the look of you. And that is basically a horse with giant, 1990 satellite dishes from fucking DirecTV with sharp, jagged edges on them and shit like that.
I think Joe called them saloon doors. It has
saloon doors
on its head.
Yes, it has the saloon doors on his head. Yeah, they're terrifying, man. You gotta have respect for those things. I saw one earlier this week. It was a picture, not a video, of a car that hit one. But usually, you hit a moose, you basically knock the legs out from underneath that, and the entire body and the antlers, everything comes smashing down, and it's usually a deadly situation for the human.
Right.
But this one, you saw it. The car was stopped. You could see like the skid marks and stuff like that. And here's this moose 10 feet in the air, upside down. Just legs up, flipping over. Must have hit it just right. Must have hit it like a glance. I don't know how you get like what's a moose weigh? Like 1,600 pounds?
That's what they said in Flagrant. It was like 14 to 1,600 pounds.
And then it's flying in the air, rolling. That's how much force you got to hit with that thing. That's crazy. So on that note, let's get out of here. Segment 1. Let's wrap it up. We'll put a bow on it.
That's right. Zeke, don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
That's right.
Everyone who's here, don't go anywhere. This is how this works. We'll be back in 3 minutes for part 2. We'll be talking about Roe v. Wade, the leaked draft opinion, all that stuff. It's going to be great. We'll
Word.
be back in just a few minutes for part 2. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday normal person's.
The alpha brain mouth is just going.
Just going. Oh, God, that sounds terrible. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, for part 2, Salt of the Streets podcast. Thank you again for joining us. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
We are
Sorry, I was
happy-
distracted
No,
by
you're
the chat.
good. You're good. We're happy to have you. We're very, very happy to have everyone here. Thank you all for joining us, especially those who are here from IRL. Whoop. Thank you again. I want to thank you all for like a 5th time for joining us and tell you again you are at youtube.com/Salt of the Streets. I want to make sure to ask you to like, subscribe, and of course share with your friends. If you're here and you like what you're hearing today, it's going to be a great conversation coming up. We also have our Instagram, our Facebook, the Patreon, at Salt of the Streets. We also have saltofthestreets.com where you can find all this information, including our own private or personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram, and Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Go to the Patreon as well. Sign up there so you can get some of our writing. The newsletters come out at the last day of the month. $5 will get you the newsletter and every one that we have written before this.
I like the newsletter, bro. The newsletter's fire.
The newsletter is fire. We're going to talk about that a little bit in the next segment because I wrote mine about Uvalde shooting and the 2A rights and stuff like that.
We do a lot of writing about guns
Yes,
on the show
yeah,
here.
a lot of writing and
and
talking
the
about guns.
rights there, too.
Yeah, exactly.
Put that way.
Again, Swell Blended haircut. I got my haircut yesterday by Swell Blended. So if you like this haircut, it's beautiful. It's fantastic. If you're in the local area, go to Swell Blended. Get your haircut. SwellBlended.com. We also have Location Skate Shop downtown Bremerton for skateboards, obviously. Lexi Kyle on Twitch. Colin's wife if you want to watch some video games. And Leggings and Aprons on Instagram for cakes.
Yee. I think you should tell the people what you plan on doing for your hairstyle in the future.
So, I don't think that I've talked about it on the show. So the plan is I told my barber.
This is the first time I've heard of it today.
And
So
which
I was
I
like,
can't believe because I can't believe I had not told you. Yeah.
we just started working together again, so
Yeah.
it's to be expected.
I told my barber, Paul Swell Blended, that I want a modernized revolutionary haircut. I was watching a lot of revolutionary era TV shows and stuff like that. So it's going to be, I'm not going to have curls on the sides, right? Nothing like that. Yeah, that's a good example, though, I think, of just long and it's going to be pulled back. Yes, that's a great example.
So something
pulled
like
back,
that?
yeah, into a nice low pony like that. And when I get classy, maybe tied up in just, like I said, maybe 2 or 3 ribbons or 2 or 3 little braids. And then like one braid, 2 or 3 twists is what I mean.
And when
and
you
then,
feel fancy, you'll do a nice pullback
yep,
like
and then
that.
a little ribbon at the bottom. A little ribbon at the bottom when it gets
Love
real
it.
fucking classy. I think
Boom.
in that the one next to that picture, he might have a ribbon in his hair. No, it's just a ponytail. But
Oh, yeah.
so I'm saying, nice low pony, little braid in there.
With
I'm fucking
America,
here- yeah, I'm fucking here for it.
I love it. I'm a huge fan.
Yeah.
Huge fan.
It's gonna get hot. It's gonna get real hot.
Yeah, it is.
It's gonna be a hot boy summer, but I think it'll be worth it at the end, and it'll be probably about wintertime by the time I'm there.
Yeah,
And
you
it
can do
grows
the low
pretty-
chop too, like the mid chop.
Yeah, we'll see what's up. I like to have a little bit of sideburn. You know,
Mm-hmm.
we were watching Supermarket Sweep. You never seen that show before, Chad? Supermarket Sweep. You know what I'm talking about? The fuck is wrong with you guys?
We don't watch
Supermarket
garbage
Sweep-
TV.
Oh, fuck you! Oh, fuck you! Supermarket Sweep. At least one person in this chat is going to know what I'm talking about. Is a 90s
right.
television show that is based around a supermarket.
Yeah.
And so they ask you a bunch of random questions. That are obviously all grocery themed and stuff, you know, little puzzles and things, and then you have to like run through the grocery store and find certain items. And there's a sweep portion where it's 3 teams of 2, and one person from each team has to run through the store and fill up their cart and try and rack up the highest bill possible in the store. And then whichever team wins that sweep portion.
It sounds so familiar. Like I feel like I've seen this
You
before.
have seen it before. You have to have seen it. It's such an iconic 90s show. You have to have seen it. And yeah, they're in the sweaters, the neon sweaters. It's absolutely fantastic.
Okay, no, I have not seen
and-
this.
Yeah, That guy hosted Let's Make a Deal. Yes, so that's the sweet portion, right? They're filling up their carts with as much stuff as they can to try and rack up the highest bill, and then whatever team gets the highest bill. Oh, so they brought it back at some point.
Oh,
that's what's her face.
Supermarket Sweep cruises back to ABC for season 2.
That doesn't matter. That's the woman that Milo Yiannopoulos made fun of.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say it.
I can't remember her name. It doesn't matter.
I remember what he called it.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that.
Nope.
We're doing good. We're not going to get canceled today, Colin. We're doing good. No.
Hey, Milo's interning for MTG, bro. Anything can happen.
That's right. That's crazy.
It's a gimmicky
publicity
thing. Yeah,
It absolutely is. But
Yeah.
I'm here for it. I think it's hilarious.
right.
So,
But anyways, you were watching Supermarket Sweep. What?
I don't remember why we were talking about this.
And we were just going on. Let's drink some beers.
So let's do it. So yeah, I already opened it because I'm an asshole. This is the we call it the Ash Cloud Amber. You picked up a bunch of random beers from Total Wine.
It's a good time.
So let's see. We'll get myself
Yeah, a little higher. You got to awkwardly get high.
Right here.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good pour. Look at that. That's healthy.
Speed up a little bit.
Way better than my pours on the show.
There we go.
Hot dog. And that's just a luxurious little foam head right there.
That's good.
Look at the fucking perfect pour on the
Show
podcast.
off the nice.
That's a nice color, too.
Little salt to the streets.
Yeah,
right
laser
there, chips.
etched.
There you go. That's nice.
That's right. Smell good?
Yeah, nice. It's pretty mild, you know.
Ooh, that was loud.
Little dip on the
That
nose.
was a lot louder than I thought. Yeah.
A little schnoz.
Yeah, it's a problem. And then I got this cool red cap Irish red ale, which will be Irish style. I don't know what an Irish style red ale is, but we're going to attempt to do this. Conveniently, I'm always over the keyboard.
That's good though.
Yeah.
That was solid. Way faster than mine too. Ooh, that's dark.
That is dark, man. That is a dark red.
Yeah.
It's much more kind of a brownish red than
look
a
at-
reddish brown.
Oh,
Here, let's
there you go.
boop boop. Yeah, dude, that's like
Yeah, yours is way darker.
crazy. And yes, Will Wallace, I'm getting those light up coasters because that'll be legit. You'll be able
That's
to get a
right.
nice color here.
Well, cheers.
Cheers, bud.
Welcome back.
Welcome back to
Okay.
part 2 of 4, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, why in the fuck are we talking about supermarket sweep?
Yeah, I don't know. Who knows, man?
Oh, well.
It's probably we just want some light, witty banter before we get into the soul crushing morosity of the state of the world.
Oh, God. Yeah. Okay. So, part 2, right? Part 2, we are going to be discussing the
Ooh, that's good.
leaked draft opinion
Yes.
from the Supreme Court, right? So, man, we're not lawyers, so we're not going to dig too deep into the weeds on Roe v. Wade because all we can really do is say whether or not we thought that it was decided correctly.
Yeah.
You know, so we'll talk about it a little bit and talk about how it was decided because there's a lot of confusion on that, as there always is. People don't actually know what they're talking about a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I thought it just means that like all abortions are good.
Immediately.
Yeah,
It means
I
that
thought
they're
that means you could do
immediately
that.
banned as soon as it's done. Actually,
Yeah.
now that even just the draft opinion happened,
It's
they're all
over.
it's all illegal right now. So no, they're
Oh,
not at all.
geez.
So on the 2nd of May, late in the evening, I believe it was Politico that originally reported that a draft opinion from the Supreme Court from Justice Samuel Alito had been leaked in regards to Roe v. Wade. This draft opinion was legitimized the following day, was confirmed to be real the following day, and it seems to indicate, if you believe this to be the draft of the final opinion, it would indicate that the Supreme Court intends to overturn Roe v. Wade. That would also overturn Planned Parenthood versus Casey and kind of reset the precedent for abortion in America.
Yep.
That assumes a lot of things, right? So we
Yeah.
have to take the first kind of break right here and go over that. This is a draft opinion.
Yeah,
So,
and I just showed it, and at the very top
Yes.
of the header, it says first draft.
right.
Now, sometimes first draft can essentially be the end result. I mean, they might
Could
end
mean
up with
first
that.
draft of the final.
Exactly.
Or
We don't know.
it could mean, as is very common, this could be Samuel Alito's first draft opinion that he was circulating around to convince the other justices of what his opinion was so that they understood his argument to try and get him on his team. It could also be anywhere throughout that process. It could be his first one, the first draft of the final. It could be any of those things. We don't have any way to know at all.
Nope.
Right? So,
Which is why they're not leaked.
right. And we will
Sorry.
definitely, no. We'll definitely get into that. Yeah, so it is a draft, And like I said, it could be any number of drafts along the way. So that also means, because of draft, also again, it means that it's not the final decision. It's not the final opinion. So nothing is decided within this. This is just a piece of paper. It's almost just a note that's being passed from justice to justice, from clerk to clerk, so people can understand what they're thinking are, right?
Yep.
Excuse me, especially at this point without any more information. That's really all that you can assume that it is. It's just a note being passed around so that people can have a better understanding of Justice Samuel Alito's mindset going into this case, right?
Yep.
So let's see. Yeah, it was the next day that they confirmed that it was real. Sorry, I'm going to turn my...
Yeah, because what do you call it? Roberts, Justice Roberts, that
John Roberts.
Yeah, the John Roberts. What's his title? The
Chief Justice.
Chief Justice. Yeah, he did confirm that following day.
The following
that it was
day, he
authentic.
also initiated an investigation into the leaking of the document itself, right? When this was leaked was the 2nd of May, so at that time we still had some time that we were waiting for the decisions. Now that it's June, we are going to start seeing the decisions for this term of the court begin to be released. So we will obviously soon find out whether or not this is the first draft of the final opinion, or whether or not it's just one that was being circulated. We will be able to see who wrote the final opinion, how much of this language was translated into that opinion, and everything of that nature. So no one knows exactly when they get released. It's just throughout the month of June. It's just kind of when it ends, they release them as the decisions are finalized and everyone signs them, and it's not usually all at one time. It's kind of over a little bit of time, over a few weeks or so.
Yeah.
So
and we're prime time at this point. I mean, it could be any day now. It could possibly, with all the issues that have propped up around this. I mean, it could be maybe even earlier into July, just depending on how things go. We never really know, but we're prime time anytime.
And the last big thing, I think, basic thing to clear up, is that even if this was the final decision, the first draft of the final decision, and it were to be handed down this way, abortion would not immediately become illegal across the United States. That's not how this would happen. It would be turned over to other outside of the states that have trigger laws on the books, because there are laws that are states that have laws on the books that if Roe is overturned, then abortion becomes illegal in their state.
Yeah.
That is something that exists. But outside of those states with those laws, abortion would not become... And even then, it wouldn't become illegal across the United States, just in those states with those laws.
Yeah.
It would then be left up to the states to decide within their own jurisdictions how they were going to handle things, which is already, to a certain extent, how it is now.
Yeah.
And we can start to get into kind of some of that other stuff. So, let's talk about the leak itself, right?
Yeah, I feel like that's the best place to start.
Let's start here, because there was a lot of language, especially right after this happened, that, well, the leak doesn't even matter. And to discuss the leak is just a distraction from the real discussion of Roe v. Wade. And really, the main point is abortion rights. Abortion, abortion, abortion. The leak doesn't matter. So let's stop there.
Yeah.
The Supreme Court in itself, there is a tradition, to say the least, of secrecy within the body itself, and that it's designed that way and done that way for so long to bolster the autonomy that it has from the other two branches, to keep it completely separate, right? Yeah. We've discussed many times before, they don't have an enforcement branch. There is no police force for the Supreme Court. There is no anything. The only thing that gives the Supreme Court its legitimacy is all of us believing and choosing to do what they say.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that keeps it there. So they have to, for their own best interest, and if you, as an individual, want the country to stay as a whole, for your best interest as well, they have to keep themselves separate. They have to stay autonomous from everybody else, to appear to be completely separate, to appear to be uninfluenced, to be unchanged, unwavered at all by outside opinion, governmental opinion, by anybody's opinion other than their own. Even their own personal opinions, they need to be unswayed by. Yep. That is why this tradition exists.
Yes.
So
it's, and the way, I don't want to use that word secretive. I don't necessarily know if I would classify it as secretive.
Okay.
I would call it more of an opaque process, because it's all open within the court itself.
And I definitely
didn't
mean anything inherently negative. But I appreciate that, because secret, especially speaking in a governmental context,
it's got a weird context.
It has an undertone of negativity.
I don't think anybody misunderstood, but
it's no, and that's, I appreciate it. It's just to keep it transparent and objective, that there isn't any negative intention in that opaqueness, in that secrecy. It is, again, to keep them sovereign, to keep them autonomous from the other two branches.
Yeah, the separation of powers is not just fancy words on a paper. The sanctity of the court needs to be completely separate from the rest of the two branches, especially now that the other two branches have essentially merged into one.
Right.
For the most part.
Right.
You know, the sanctity of the court was damn near the only thing the Republic had left. And with you said it before, there was a lot of people that are saying, the leak, that's not the story. The leak doesn't really matter. What matters is what's coming out of there and blah, blah, blah. And you had elected representatives getting on national television and saying that the leak is just a distraction.
Yes.
When the conversation about the leak and the import of it is just a distraction on the substance of whatever is in this draft opinion. If there was a way to go back and hit a button and erase the memory of everybody that saw that opinion, that would be the best situation here, because now public interest, it's like guns, right? Or ghost guns, if you will. We've talked about it a lot in the last episode. You can't uninvent something. You can't, once the draft opinion went out, you can't take it back. People know now. Society knows, and obviously we'll talk more about it, but all the justices are very aware that the public knows. And so there is sway now over their final decision.
Right.
You can't get around that. You can't put that back into the box at this point. And it's a very, very dangerous precedent now that it's been pushed by our elected representatives that it's okay for this to happen, because the Supreme Court needs to know what the public's opinion on it is so that they can be swayed to make the right decision, if you will. And all that does is pull every last bit of legitimacy from the court away. Right. And it has become just another political apparatus at this point. I mean, we've argued that beforehand when you talk about liberal and conservative judges. It's just another political thing. But now, 100%. Yeah, it's 100%.
And it says something about their long-term intentions, because, like I said, if your goal as an individual or even as a party is, if your long-term goal is the maintenance of our nation, the maintenance of the republic, for us to continue on, then this is a bad thing. If that's what your goal is for us to all stay cohesive, then this is a bad thing. And if you're not against it, then that says something about what your intentions are, what your goals are. That you don't care about this. Well, I don't care. I don't care whether they have legitimacy, because in the end of the day, we that turned into arguments of expanding the court, overdoing the filibuster, all these things, and saying that, claiming that the court is legislating via opinion. Right? That these other, it's something that they've been trying to do for a very long time, is essentially legislate through the court anyways, because the Congress can't get past certain roadblocks or whatever, so they put so many extra things on the court's table so that they can essentially walk away, and if they don't get the result they want, they can be angry at it, and there's no real legislative way around that unless they actually change the law or amended the Constitution so that the decision can be overturned, because now it is constitutional because you amended it. Or there's things you could do to get there, but you don't, because you really, as a political party, as a party holding power in some form, you want there to be a bad guy that you can point to that essentially you can't do anything about. And because it's great for re-elections, it's good to get the base riled up, to get voters out, to do all this stuff, and it's a good way to get out there and proselytize the messages that you want to proselytize. And there's no consequences because it's up to the courts, man. The courts let us down. All the Trump justices, blah blah blah. And we've heard, I should have come up with a list to have, but we've seen that in the last few years from Democratic legislators, and I'm sure conservatives as well, talking about how Supreme Court decisions haven't gone as far as they think they could have. They didn't decide as far as they could have. They didn't go as far as they could have, or turning down certain decisions that they should have taken up and saying, well, this doesn't need our eyes. It should be handled in a lower court. There's been a lot of language of that. Well, why aren't they handling this? Why aren't they handling this? Because they're telling you as legislators that it is not, it's your job. It is incumbent upon you to solve this issue and not them. And they don't, as you said, the legislators don't then take them back upon themselves. They just complain about the Supreme Court that they aren't doing their job.
Political liability. Yes. That's the term I was looking for. That's they get rid of their political liability at 100%. That point.
And it's just a football. It's a political football, just to be passed back and forth, and they don't care because you said it's out of their hands. No one's name is on it at that point. It's just an argument of whose fault do you think it is? Do you
Yeah.
think this is a legislative issue, or do you think it's really a judicial issue? Is this a civil rights issue, or is this something as simple that legislators can handle? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I think this is increasingly concerning because in that time where the legislators are scrutinizing the court, we've seen that translate through the last confirmation hearings that I've seen in the rhetoric, right, where you're talking about whether or not a justice is conservative or liberal. It isn't even possible to assume at this point that they might be objective. It's just now, are we putting up someone conservative or liberal?
Yeah.
And we've talked about that when we went over those last confirmation hearings, that when you approach it with that view, it removes the objectivity that is supposed to be inherent in a Supreme Court a prospective Supreme Court justice,
Yeah.
right? And it increases that scrutiny and the questioning, suspicion, perceived illegitimacy of the court by the citizenry when your elected officials are saying that to you.
Yeah.
You know, this person, oh, they're conservative. You can't even, straight off the bat, they're conservative.
Yeah.
We saw
It's a 5-6 balance on the
Yes.
conservative
And
side.
we saw that reappear in these discussions when, and I don't have a particular lawmaker, but I'm sure that we could find it, when they're saying that we need to stop doing the confirmation hearings because it's obvious that the justices are being deceptive. It's obvious that they're lying, right? When, again, we've gone over every time in the confirmation hearings, if you ask someone in a confirmation hearing how they're going to rule on a case, they cannot tell you that. And if they do tell you that, they shouldn't be a Supreme Court justice.
Yeah.
And now we're turning that as legislators and twisting it and twisting it and twisting it to because they wouldn't tell us, and then they ruled in a way that we said that they would, they're lying.
Yep.
They're lying because they're ruling how we said they would and they said that they wouldn't. Now they're liars. So we can't even trust they're being honest in the confirmation process. It doesn't work. We need to expand the court. We need to do away with the filibuster and we need to move on. I'm serious.
Yep.
Like that's how quickly it turned within days.
so
to
quick.
Expand the court, remove the filibuster. And then we need to vote on Roe immediately. All of this. We need to completely change the process of confirmations because it's not working. Oversight is not working at all. That's insanity. They are contriving this scenario through their rhetoric to which the public at large cannot trust the Supreme Court. They have no reason to at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, when they've become so delegitimized, and it's not even necessarily through their own doings. It's through the legislature has made them an illegitimate body by convincing the public that they are, bye baby, have a great time at the gym. Like you just said, like you're influencing the court at that point. You're making it a political mechanism, and once you convince the public that all these judges lie and they're not telling us how they're going to vote and do all this stuff, then people get upset about that because they don't understand how the system's supposed to work. Then boom, in the eyes of the public, they're totally delegitimized. They're just another political apparatus, and the sanctity of the court, it just doesn't exist anymore. Which, I say it all the time, but my favorite saying of the republic is dead. If there was one thing that really put the final nail in the coffin, this was it.
Yeah.
The minute that the leak draft opinion came out, and there wasn't immediate and complete outrage to the fact it was leaked. Doesn't matter what it was on. It could have been on some arbitrary tort law bullshit. Doesn't matter. Then at that point, the third branch government has now officially merged, essentially, with the omnibus piece of democratic, governance that we have now. I mean, this is democracy. This is democracy. That's what the fuck democracy is.
Yeah.
There's no separation of powers anymore. You have the executive branch that just makes things happen. You have the legislative branch that works lockstep with the executive branch to make things happen. And now you have influence over the court. And not to mention, I'm sure we'll talk about it a little later on, but like pushing the idea that you should be protesting outside of a Supreme Court justice's house.
Right. So we'll pause here before we get there, right? Because you were talking about influence in the court. And I think that's really important because now we should talk about what the arguments we've heard for why this was leaked, right?
Yeah.
We still don't know. The investigation is still being done. The fingers are being pointed immediately as to, And the fingers are being pointed to lay out the different intentions, right? We've both heard that it was clerks from any number of different justices, right? And
left and right.
Right. And at first, and again, that feeds into different arguments of you say it was a clerk for Justice Sotomayor who leaked it so that the conservative justices would have to try and change their opinion because they would see the backlash.
Yeah.
And then if you've heard that it was from a conservative justice, well, they were doing it to try and force the conservatives to not change their mind, to double down on their opinion, to make sure that they still stuck with this.
Yep.
No one knows, right? Absolutely no one knows.
To this day.
Who leaked it? Yeah, until like I said, until the investigation is done. But there's assumptions either way, you know? Yeah, so there's assumptions that are, again, postulations that it was to bolster the opinion in either direction. There are federal laws against them protesting outside our federal justice's home.
Yes, there are.
Right? So let's talk about this now, because, again, as soon as that, and it will kind of lead us into some of the topics a little bit later. We'll talk into the Kavanaugh, attempted Kavanaugh shooter in part 4. That's kind of a grab bag topic.
Yeah.
Because we have seen actual real-life consequences at this point for this type of rhetoric, because not only... We'll just start here. We started to see protest outside of the home of Supreme Court justices, of any number of Supreme Court justices, particularly conservative justices. How could you do this? People out there with coat hangers and all kinds of crazy shit, signs, and you're a piece of shit, you're a liar, you're a fucking whatever. All kinds of things outside of their homes. And when the White House and the press secretary are asked about it, they're like, hey, obviously we don't think that that's right, but people protesting peacefully is fine, and we support the right to protest peacefully.
Yeah, it was one of the last things Jen Psaki did was get there and legitimately say that peacefully protesting outside of the Supreme Court Justice's house is the way it's supposed to be done.
That's how you
as long as
do
it's
it.
peaceful.
That's
Don't worry the fact that you're going to terrify the family of the justice. You're definitely influencing their decision at this point
100%.
because you've just they're under threat at that point. I don't know the proper terminology for that, but you're coercing them, or I don't know. They're under threat.
You're intimidating them for sure.
Yeah, 100%. How do you not think that a decision is going to be swayed one way or another if all of a sudden you got protesters outside your house?
Yeah.
It's 100%, and the White House is backing it up.
The White House is backing it up, and we saw even more intense rhetoric from, you have a Chuck Schumer video there, Lori Lightfoot, who had a legitimate call to arms, said, This is a call to arms, my brethren. They are coming for us. Telling the LGBTQAI plus whatever community, they're coming for us.
Yep.
They're starting with abortion, and they're coming for us. This is a call to arms. Actually saying that. She really actually said that's not me.
You're not paraphrasing.
No, I'm not paraphrasing. I'm not exaggerating her statements. That is actually what she said. And then we have Chuck Schumer here. Let's play this little video.
This was actually context. This was 2 years ago.
Jesus Christ.
That he did this. So I got to unmute the site. Boom, boom, boom. And I got the audio set up, bro. This should work.
There it is.
Switch it up and...
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Magic buttons make it jump, too.
And they're taking away fundamental rights. I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind, and you will pay the price.
What the actual fuck?
You won't know what hit you if you go forward with these awful decisions.
And we've only seen the country at large get crazier and crazier in the last 2 years.
Yep. That's terrifying, man. I mean, and that's 2 years ago, man. Like you said, things have only gotten more powder keggy, if you will, over the last 2 years. And videos like that resurfacing where you can tell why the temperature in the country is so much higher now. It's because that rhetoric has been going on since, it's been more than 2 years now. This is all the way through the Trump administration. The rhetoric really heated up. You could argue that during Obama's, especially the last term, things really started to kind of kick up and, get pretty nasty, but they were nowhere near. These are exponentially lower problems, I guess. I don't know how I'd want to phrase it, but yeah, it was an exponentially lower temperature then than it got to during the Trump administration, and then even more so today. It's terrifying, man. This is, I used powder keg earlier. This is a powder keg just waiting to go pop. And I don't want to give Tim Cass too much love necessarily because we talk about him a lot here, but he said, over a year ago that if there's going to be something that kicks off the boog, the great luau, it would be something like abortion and Roe v. Wade getting struck down. And when you look at the rhetoric being put out there now and the groundwork being laid, you can easily see it happening. Once the final decision comes out for that, and if they're overruling Roe, things could get pretty crazy for a while. It might be another, especially because it's the summertime now. It's not going to be wet and cold and nasty, which always kind of subdues a lot of protests. But early summertime, late spring, this is prime time protest time,
Summer
and there's going to be another summer of love with lots of fiery but peaceful protests. I can foresee it now, and I do not know how you turn the temperature down anymore. I don't, especially when you're talking about the sanctity of the court, the one last branch of government that's supposed to be independent. I don't know how you do that. Another summer of love. That's right. So yeah, it's not good. I'm gonna see if I can find. I thought I had Lori Lightfoot's little convo the other day. Hey, look, there's Benjamin Boyce.
There he is.
Oh, this video was great. Somebody put this up. It also has to do with the kind of the Kavanaugh hearings and stuff like this. Somebody was talking about the footage from January 6th is just harrowing. It's people slamming on the doors of Congress trying to get in. And then he goes, oh, actually, wait, that was during Kavanaugh's confirmation hearing. Whoops.
That's funny.
She's
trying to peel the doors open.
Yeah. I saw that video come up, and I was like, wait a minute, that's not Jan 6 people. Those people they got way too much soy in their system to be Jan 6ers.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's not good.
No.
So we could talk a little bit more some of the effects. The law itself. Again, part of the reason we tried to have two guests on today was we were going to have two women on. I'm not going to name them or anything because I don't want to call them out or embarrass them. It's not what everyone. That will make more sense when I talk about it a little bit later. I have some more stronger words for things like that.
Wait.
But, tried to have them on to have just a deeper discussion about abortion. Right? We've talked about abortion a bunch of times in the show.
Yeah.
And it is generally an exploratory conversation.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this earlier, and I was thinking about it earlier this week, actually, when I was thinking about my family, and maybe think about the way that, like, abortion is kind of presented and stuff like that. The first time that I remember bringing up abortion, I don't remember how old I was, maybe in, like, the 4th grade or something like that. And
damn, hitting it early.
Here, there had to be something in the news that was popular that I had brought up, and I had said something to my mom, asked about abortion, and she was like, well, what do you think about that? And I said, I think that I'm pro-life. And she said, you think that if a woman is raped and she gets pregnant, she should have to keep it? And
it's not a fair statement.
And that's the first thing that she said to me was
Yeah.
that. And I then, as 10 years old, was like, oh, well, fuck shit, I guess I'm pro-choice, you know? So that is often how it is presented, which I think is not, it's not a helpful way for the entire argument to be presented, right? So we've talked about this a lot of times. And we continue, I don't know, I don't want to speak for you, right? I continue to find myself in a difficult position of believing very, very deeply in individual autonomy and bodily autonomy and people's choices to do whatever they want, because I think that that's incumbent upon you, and wondering at what point we as a society decide that the life growing inside of you is a baby and now has that exact same right to bodily autonomy and deserves to have the right to live, to try and do whatever it's going to do with its life. I don't know, you know, and the real struggle that I come into is because the only logically consistent point that I feel like I can come to is like at the point of conception. And that's not based on religion or any of that type of shit. It's really like a scientific thing of when we're talking, Crowder and all those people of the alien argument didn't necessarily convince me of like, oh, well, if we found a single celled organism on another planet, you know, then we would call it life. And I've certainly, but that didn't necessarily convince me. But you know, at the point of conception is when an individual set and code of DNA is created, and genetics for an individual human being exist at that point, even if you don't have a baby, you know, quote unquote, at that point. But that's when there's individual DNA, individual genetics at that point. So logically, that feels like the only consistent point for me.
Yeah.
You know?
Like there's a chemical change of event that begins to occur where if left in the optimal situation, because obviously there's complications all to hell, but if it's left in the most optimal situation, it will grow and continue to form into a human.
And I don't, because it's not from a religious standpoint, I don't have anything inherently against like Plan B and stuff like that you take the next day that just stops this potential life from implanting within your uterine wall and growing into a full fetus, right?
Yeah.
I don't have an inherent issue with that because I don't have like that base. Anything is a life, and I just don't like. It's not a religious thing for me, so I don't have that. So I don't know, that's why I wanted to have more people, more women here in particular, to try and expand this discussion because I don't know, and I don't like the idea of government involvement really at any level in people's decision to do what they want with their body.
I feel like it should probably be down on the smallest level possible, the smallest threshold. You should handle it at the lowest level possible. That should be in. And we'll just say this: every time we talk about abortion, it's always nice to have the female perspective because it is going to be a completely different perspective than ours because we only have a certain angle to that involvement. We're not the one carrying things to term and, it's not inside of our body and all this stuff, but it does take two to tango, generally speaking. And so when people make the argument that unless you're a woman, you don't have an opinion on abortion, I would say, well, kind of fuck you, because what if I'm the father of the child? And I do have fucking say, somewhat, I don't know, it's not overbearing, obviously, but I have some input that I have earned that
certainly
input.
Should,
you know what I mean? But I too am I don't like the idea of any authority telling women what they need to do with it, or a couple what they need to do with it, or what they can and can't do when it comes to an abortion. I'm very much against it myself, just on a personal level. I'm not, if I was in that situation, I would not advocate for that within my own relationships. But again, every circumstance is different, and I don't think this is a problem you can legislate away. There's no right answer that's going to fit everybody's situation. So it shouldn't be everybody's problem to solve.
Right.
It's only 1 to 2 people's problem to solve. And I think if you were to fall back on that thinking, I don't see how you lose in that situation, because you're giving it's not the individual, but it is 2 individuals. It's the smallest level you can do it. And yes,
if they're both involved.
If they're both involved, yes. Yeah.
So let me ask you this, right? And I don't necessarily, it's a conversational question, I don't necessarily expect you to answer it, right? Because we've also talked so many times, and we're going to talk more later, about you can't legislate morality, right? And a lot of this, especially, even if you are religious, a lot of it is a moral argument, that to have an abortion is immoral because you're killing a life. You're taking a life, you're killing a baby, it's immoral, it's not right. So you can't legislate morality. We've discussed that dozens of times. So, using that as the base, right, that you cannot legislate morality, murder is illegal, people still murder people. There's nothing you can do about it, right? Is the answer then to make no limitation and hope and expect that societal pressure will curb? Because we've seen there are states now, and I have a little diagram here that we can go over. There are states now that don't have any limitations at all on abortion. That I talked to Jake about this 3 days before Reason was born. She was born 3 weeks early, so Jordan was 37 weeks. And I was out shooting with Jake, and I was talking to him, and he did not know this at the time. And I said to him, do you know that Jordan could go to Oregon right now and have an abortion? This was the day after the baby shower. Oof. So she's that pregnant. I said, do you know that Jordan could go to Oregon right now and have an abortion and no one would stop her? And he said, what? I said, and that's not the only state in this country in which you can do that. I said, and I'm not, that is fucked up. I said, that's a baby. There's no doubt. When you put your hand on Jordan's stomach and you feel Reason kick before she was born, there's no doubt that that's a baby. I said, and we're going to act like that's okay, that that's not morally questionable, regardless of whether you're religious or not. We're not going to act like that's morally questionable for them to kill a baby that could be born 3 days after that and be perfectly healthy now because she's, over a month old now. So,
And she's so adorable.
So see, Deborah said, no, you can't legislate morality, but it's a God issue. Do you believe in God is who he says he is? And if you do, how can you destroy the life that he has ordained? Certainly. And we've talked a lot of times on this show about making sure that the quote unquote pro-life argument is not boiled down to, oh, you're just a religious zealot, you just want to control people's bodies, right? Because I understand, even if it isn't my mindset and my opinion, I understand that especially if you are religious, that if that's where you're coming from, that's your take, is that this is a life. From beginning to end, this is a life that God has created, and you are destroying that life. And that is a 1,000% valid opinion and 1,000% valid argument that is delegitimized to no end by the left, by the pro-choice crowd. For you, just like I said, you just want to control people's bodies. You just don't want women to have choice. This is a woman now, Deborah Mueller, who's telling us this is a God issue. This is not a moral issue. This is a God issue, right? So this is obviously a very valid opinion.
100%.
And I don't know,
It's one of those things where it's so morally reprehensible, and constitutionally reprehensible, in my personal opinion, because the minute that there's a possible life, it's an American life who has rights, and there's some weird gray area there where people argue one way or the other about when does that thing get personhood.
Because once sold, right? That's when they were on Timcast. That's what they were talking about. I don't remember who it was. It was one of the Daily Wire guys. They had Jeremy Boring and somebody else on there, and they were talking about the question is not scientifically. It's not even a question of when is it a life at this point, because we've settled at conception. That's a life. You know, like I said, the DNA is there. That's a life by pretty much all means. Standard. That's a life, right? The question now is, when does that life have a soul? When is it ensouled? And if you listen to someone like Libby Emmons, right? Last night she was just talking to many people who are on the left and growing up with people who are on the left, and them not having a concept really of what a soul was, that it was just a life, that they didn't have a concept of there being two different beings of your body and your soul. It was just that you're a person. If you don't even conceptualize those are two different things, then it's not even about that. It's just about a life, and it's so much easier. And it's not, I don't think it's correct, but I can understand now how you get to the point of, well, until it's born, it's not a life. If you don't even conceptualize a soul as different than the life flowing through you, if you don't conceptualize those as two different things, then you aren't a person until you're born. But that's a distorted perception, I think, of what a person is, even from a non-religious standpoint. You definitely have a soul. There's definitely something in you outside of just the electricity in your brain, in your body, that's making your body operate. There's definitely something more than that. And I don't know, I can't turn that into a definitive thing, but there's, in my opinion, there's definitely something there. There's definitely a soul there.
So I don't know if I can't necessarily go that far, because I can't conceptualize what that is. I guess I can conceptualize it. I can't rationalize it. It's a weird deal for me to try to figure out what a soul is and whether it's a tangible thing. But let me ask you this. I don't know if we've ever talked about this. You ever seen anybody die?
I have never seen anyone die. No.
Okay. Because I could tell you right now that I've seen it multiple times, like at the point where it's over. And there is
I've seen animals
something.
Never a person.
There's something that, and it's different when it's animals, because I've seen the same thing, right? But there is something different before and after.
Certainly.
Whether they're in a coma and they're just, they're essentially a vegetable or something like that. The minute they die, you see something different. You can, and I don't know if I can't contextualize that and call it a soul myself, but there is something else going on.
Right.
That body is no longer, now it's just a thing. It's no longer a person anymore. Something is gone. And it's weird that when you see that, you notice it. It's very, very noticeable. And I don't know if that's an instinctual biological deal, if it's maybe it's a religious thing. I wish I was a religious man, but I'm not. And it's hard for me to call it a soul, but I will say that there's something that happens when a body dies. You can see it, and it's not disturbing, but it shakes you at your core when you see it, no matter how many times you see it.
And I think that's how I would describe it as well. Even not having seen that, right? If you,
yes,
even just I watched my younger brother die. Yeah, so
there is something.
Even if you didn't watch it, right? If you know someone intimately and then you see them like at their funeral at an open casket, there's something. That's not the same thing.
Yeah.
Outside of that, that's just a body. It's a completely separate thing. There is not something has gone there. And even though the same deal, I can't describe that into a tangible asset, but but that's how I would describe it. That's even not from a religious. I would still describe it that way. That just happened. That person's soul is no longer in their body. Even I don't have a religious point of that. I wouldn't say anything other than that's your soul, man. And I don't know if it's your galactic energy or your whatever. Your
fetins, bro.
Everyone has a different thing. Even like Jordan's not religious, but she believes that everyone is energy, and so when you die into plants and all that, I don't know. And so I would never. Because I also couldn't tell anybody that they're right or wrong. I would never tell Deborah that she's right or wrong or Jordan that she's right or wrong because no one actually knows. And that's why I would never try and put it into anything more than that because to me it doesn't matter. You can call it whatever you want. We're all, me, you, Deborah, and Jordan are all agreeing that something is happening there and calling it something different.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what we call it, man. We all are acknowledging that something is there. And if you... Not you, but you as a person, as a leftist, as an example, can't conceptualize that difference, even to the base that you and I are of something is different.
Yeah.
If you can't conceptualize that, then it's just a clump of cells. It's just a thing that you're just getting rid of. It's a parasite. That like I've heard that.
God,
I've even heard that before.
That's so disgusting.
All I've ever known is women should have a choice whether or not they bring a child to term. But it is also possible at the same time we are telling women there are no consequences for their decisions. 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
And that's when you're seeing
It's your decision, but there are consequences.
when you're seeing 800,000 abortions being done every year, right?
It's a lot, man.
What do we here?
I should have pulled it up. I've always heard that there was a year in New York City where there was more abortions done in New York City than babies were born that year.
2017, the Guttmacher Institute reported 862,320 abortions, an abortion rate of 13.5 abortions per 1,000 women aged 15 to 44 years, and 18.4 abortions per 100 pregnancies ending in abortion or live birth. That is a fuckload of abortions. I don't care how pro-choice you are. There is no fucking way that there needs to be that many. There's no way. There is no way that almost 900,000 people don't have a choice. There's no other choice but to kill that baby. There's no fucking way. There is no way. And
well, especially in modernity. I mean, there are so many options, and most of it. It's so hard to just throw blanket statements on these things because every situation is different. But for the most part, there's another way.
That's why there's different options.
And
that's
there's more today than ever.
And I wouldn't go as far as we talk like Steven Crowder of like women need to be more responsible, right? I'm talking a blanket statement of personal responsibility, not just women. Everyone.
Yep.
Everyone needs to be more responsible. Everyone needs to take responsibility for their actions and for what could happen from them. People are like, people shouldn't be able to fuck. I know. I don't think if you're 15 you should fuck. I don't. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't. You call me whatever you want. I don't think it's a good idea.
No.
It's because you don't have the ability to conceptualize the consequences for your decision, right? You don't have the ability. Women do need to be more responsible. 100%. I'm not disqualifying them from that statement. I just don't mean only women because
it does take two to tango.
There are men like Steven Crowder who would put it solely on the woman, and I don't think that's right because again, that's a two-person situation.
Yeah.
If you as the man in that situation have ceded that right, then of course it's completely on women. It is then up to her to make that choice. And I'm not going to speak for her because there's situations and circumstances or whatever that go into that, But outside of that, there are two people in this situation that need to have a role in this. Learn about other forms of contraception, not just abortion. 100%.
Yeah.
100%. You know,
Because there's so many now.
100%.
Now, mind you, there's also
And that's the responsibility factor of you even just using contraception.
Yes.
And not just
not
I'm just
just
going to
like
leave it
the
at
pill,
that, you know. But yeah, there's
yeah.
that is the level of personal responsibility of using contraception. It's not as fun. It's not no shit. I get it. We're all three men in this room, right? We all get it. No one wants to use condoms. No one likes it. It's not as fun. We all get it.
It's a deal, man.
You know what I'm saying? It's one of those things.
Yeah. And that's, I believe that is part of the problem when it comes to lack of responsibility in sexual activity.
Yeah.
Is that there is such a primal biological pleasure that is taken from it. And I mean, you know, just as well as anybody else, when people get horny, they get fucking stupid.
Yeah.
You know, that's just a thing about it. I mean, there's that old saying, you know, you're thinking with your little head instead of your big head.
Right.
It's like that.
But that shit's real.
That shit is real, man. And people make really stupid decisions when they're in the heat of the moment like that. It's like, oh, fuck, I can't get the goddamn peg. Fuck it. Let's just do this.
Yeah.
And that's no excuse for not dealing with the consequences after that, you know, or trying to take a cop out for it. And again, that's not to apply to any and all situations, but it is certainly happening where people are making bad decisions and then they're caught in a circumstance in which they might end up going to get an abortion at that point because they dropped the ball when it comes to their level of personal responsibility. They fucked up.
Right.
And part of me has sympathy, but a part of me says, I don't care. You know, the consequences are real, whether it doesn't matter how it happened. The consequences for it are real. I mean, it's a totally different conversation when you're talking about like rape and shit.
Right.
I think that's a totally different thing because these are not two willing parties.
So this is a good example, I think, right? Jordan, we just talked to Jake and Morgan about this like 2 weekends ago, whenever we were at their house. Like Jordan's line that she dropped in conversation was like 12 weeks. Jordan's had 2 babies, right? She's been a woman her entire life. She's had plenty of periods. She's had all these things, right? She also has had extremely irregular periods her entire life, so she understands the non-irregularity.
Yeah.
Like she understands the whole entire deal, right? She was on birth control for a long time and like didn't have periods to help deal with some medical issues and stuff. So she understands the swath of variances that there can be in periods, right? Because that's a big argument of like, oh, some people don't know and they're irregular and they go X amount of time without one and they blah, blah, blah.
Certain medications handle things different.
Jordan's line there is, which I think, I'm not saying this should be the law, but I think it feeds or lends well to both personal responsibility and also personal choice. 12 weeks is 3 months. That's a long time. That's 3 periods for you to miss. That's 3 cycles for you to miss. That's a long time for you to notice that something is different, right? That's also soon enough that you can argue, I'm not going to say it's correct or not, but you can argue about whether or not it's a baby, right? It's like 6 weeks and stuff. Like there's all kinds of stuff. You'll be like, it's too early. You never know. You whatever. But even then, right, the personal responsibility there for women is not only in the initial stage of ensuring contraception and stuff like that, but even past that point of paying enough attention to what's going on in your life to notice, I've missed 3 periods now. Something is going on in my life. I should maybe check whether or not I'm pregnant and not just like, oh, I'm stressed out. Fucking shit is weird, you know. Maybe do something. Maybe figure something out because something is going on.
Yeah.
You know. So
yeah, at that point, I mean, you might have some kind of medical condition that you would want to get looked at or something.
Exactly. It's not just that you're pregnant, but that's a good place to start. Buy a fucking cheap ass test. Take a piss on it.
Word.
Figure it out. You know.
Figure it
out. Yeah. Yeah. It's
And it's tough because you can't say that without sounding like a misogynist asshole telling women what to do. You know?
Don't have lived experience. We'll get into that more later. We'll get into lived experience more later, everybody.
Yeah. It's so complicated because it is such an individual decision, I think. I agree at 12 weeks, you definitely know.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. That's kind of what I've heard anyways.
Yeah.
And I cannot get over the fact that when it comes to the entire abortion debate, like, I don't understand, like, a lot of these, I don't want to say a lot of, you know, pro-choice, and actually, I have a hard time calling them pro-choicers now, because there are now essentially 3 or 4 camps in this thing. There's pro-abortion, there's pro-choice, and we'll just say pro-life at that point. They're
not even good labels anymore.
No.
That's why I've said, like, quote-unquote pro-life is because that's not even, like, a good, You know, we fit into pro-life technically, but we're
Yeah.
also like, but I also wouldn't tell you that you can't take Plan B.
Yeah.
You know, but that's what, if you type in pro-life, that's what you're going to get. You know, if you Google pro-life, they're like, oh, they don't think no abortion, no contraception at all. And that's not, I don't. So I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry,
I'm so
I
sorry.
lost it.
No. There's 3 or 4 different camps, like you were saying.
yes.
There's yeah.
Like in the pro-abortion camp, right? It's hard to participate in that, especially as a man, because for one, you're not welcome, and I think it's a massive disservice, because if they're looking at somebody to, I mean, at some point you got to bring the man's decision into this too, because it took him to make a little baby at that
100%.
point.
It definitely
and
took
there is a finger to point, and there's somebody to blame that nobody's doing, and I don't understand that. Because you could take that whole side of, so even like a pro-choice argument, and just make it solely about the male's responsibility in it, and you could point the finger at them, because that's, I mean, let's just face it, most of the time I feel like it's probably relatively safe to say that men in general are going to be helping to initiate a sexual activity.
Yes.
Because that's kind of genetically encoded in us.
Even if they just agree.
Yeah,
you know?
and I don't understand.
Even if all it is consent.
Yes. Here's the document. Please fill it out. And let's
Yes.
fuck. But I don't understand why they don't point the finger at men and say, you know, this is your fucking fault. You guys, you know, there needs to be a renewed conversation about men's sexual responsibility in their part of contraception, because legitimately it's the easiest and the cheapest to do.
Yeah.
And I don't know why that doesn't factor into things.
Certainly the least biological effects, like taking birth control pills and stuff, it really fuck with your hormones.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
not,
yeah,
It's
yeah.
not good for you.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh.
it can be a helpful tool, but it's not good for you.
Yeah.
Objectively speaking, it's
Yeah.
not good for you.
And we know more today about the
Yeah.
negative effects than that than ever before.
But there's
and it's,
also like people. Jordan Dixon, fucking Larry's wife, right,
Mm-hmm.
is on 0 contraception at all. But they don't have any children.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, she's very into, and Jordan has talked to her more about it than I have, because Jordan, especially now, she doesn't want to take birth control pills again. And and I'm not gonna get snipped at fucking 27 because you've got me fucked up. There are a lot of people that I know that are very young that like had 2 kids and then they get snipped at like 30. You got me fucked up. Not only because I'm only 30 years old, but there's a question of testosterone levels and stuff like that. And
yeah.
That's
Could always throw a condom
that's
on,
an
bro.
aside.
Don't get
But
snipped.
but there's also there are ways outside of even just traditional contraception that you can not get pregnant.
Yeah.
You know, and they're not necessarily as reliable. But if you again are very responsible about what you're doing and make sure that you're on your shit. Biology is biology.
Yeah.
You know, it only can happen at a certain point in time.
Yes.
So
And that's actually something. I had a buddy of mine in the Coast Guard whose wife did that. They'd never been. I think she had some kind of really adverse reaction
call
to
like
birth
cycling or
controls.
some shit like that. You
Yeah,
know? Yeah.
And there's apps today you can get on your phone.
Yeah.
And so you get up every morning, you take your temperature with a very, very precise thermometer that gives you down to like the 10th and the 100th of a degree and stuff like that, and you track the thing in this app, and it will show like your cycles, and it shows, okay, this is the be caution weeks, and this is the don't, unless you're trying to have a baby, you're ovulating right now, don't just use a lot of protection.
Right.
And then there's other days
don't
where
even
it's
put it in
safer, and I mean, it's
Just
going
don't
to
even put it
happen.
in
It's going to happen. But I mean, and it's amazing because that kind of technology now it only exists because of how much of a better understanding we have of the biology of women's reproductive systems and things like that now. And it's a strikingly reliable way to get around the use of any kind of contraception. And these people, I mean, they went for years and years and years and years.
Yes.
Just doing this flow app, and there's cycles of moons and blah, blah, blah.
And
And
it
I can't
also-
pretend to understand it, but they never had a kid.
But it also takes, this is another responsibility factor of that takes being a healthy person. If
Yeah.
you are consuming a lot of rhythm method, thank you very much. Yes.
Boom.
Thank you. So if you're consuming a lot of processed foods and a lot of
Thank
outside
God Deborah's
hormones
here.
and a lot of things that are fucking with your biology,
Yeah.
you're going to have a much harder time ensuring that your regularity of your cycle
Mm-hmm.
and using a rhythm method like that. You're going to have a way harder time. If you're living a healthier lifestyle, as fucking everybody should be, you're going to have an easier time in your general health, which would include your reproductive cycle.
Yes. It's a whole
It's the same
package
thing
deal.
with men. If you eat better, you have better sperm motility. Your actual sperm count goes higher. All that type of shit. Your underwear style can change how much sperm you have.
Yeah.
Like those things are all real. That's all. People don't like it. You don't like to put it under the same umbrella, but that's all personal responsibility. That's being responsible for the decisions you make in your life.
Yeah.
You know,
Like Zeke, I like that. Ironically, being pro-life would encourage men to be more responsible. It
100%.
sure would.
100%.
I mean, I hate to give the little Irish man some credit here, but Seamus on IRL all the time. He's a very devout Catholic, and he's a virgin until after he gets married at some point, and he preaches a lot about that. And I think it's, I wouldn't call him an incel, although I think he has some really interesting tendencies. He's kind of a nerdy, geeky little dude.
But he's not unattractive. If he wanted to go to a bar, find a random woman to fuck, he could do it, no problem.
Yeah, which shows his level of personal responsibility, especially if you are a virgin. Those fucking hormones, bro, they're trying to get you to do it, man.
And I think him and I are like around the same age. If you're in your mid-20s,
oh, dude, I can't even imagine.
I'm married now, and still.
I know.
Yeah.
I was getting on a regular basis back then because of how young I was, but I was still married and all that stuff, so it wasn't an issue.
Right.
But I can't imagine trying to maintain virginity during that period. That's got to be intense.
No, and there's got to be, no one here, obviously, but there's got to be Timcast sluts. You know that Seamus could just throw his fucking number into some Timcast chat room.
Oh, he definitely
and get
could.
some woman to show up at the Cast Castle to suck his dick in 5 minutes.
He could.
He
definitely could.
So, and people don't
Get through security might be tough.
Like, I don't think that there's. Now we can just talk about societal things. I don't think there's anything wrong with choosing to be celibate. Choosing to be abstinent, right? And it shouldn't be made to be that there is something wrong with it.
Yeah.
And it's only now that I'm an adult and that I think I was like 15 when I lost my virginity. At the time I was like, yeah, I'm 15, this is cool and this is whatever. And then I got to be married and I almost wish that I would have waited. And it's a personal thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's just, it's not like a base physical level thing for me, So after having those experiences, however many there were, I was like, this is like not as good as when I married. It's not the same thing, And the trivialization of it to just a base physical thing. Seamus, yes, Ian, no. That is hilarious. Thank you, Deborah. God damn it, I'm glad you're here.
Oh, man.
So,
I love Ian so much.
But it's the entire perception of that, especially with the introduction of incels. Message retracted. God damn it. That means it was good. That means it was really good.
Oh, man.
I love that. No. So, but I don't.
She's like, I don't want Seamus to see this shit. Give me ideas.
The social stigma of that pushes people away from the responsibility of that. It makes you more irresponsible about it. It makes you reckless about it.
Yeah.
And
I don't think it's a stretch to say that if society was generally more responsible, we'd be dealing with these problems at the same level we are. If we are a much more responsible society, I don't know if we'd have this conversation.
Yeah.
To be honest, because you would have a good understanding of the consequences because you were raised to believe that, to understand those consequences and to understand the battles and internal conflict, hormonal conflict even that you're going to have to battle to go through puberty and not make bad decisions like that. But that requires a massive social push. And I don't see that happening in our current world today, which is sad, but it is possible. It really is possible to have a society with that level of responsibility.
Yeah, I don't know how you put that cat back in the bag,
I don't know if you can.
On a cultural level of and I'm not blaming anyone, when you have fucking songs like WAP, wet ass pussy shit like that,
Yeah.
like when that's a whole persona of female rap music. And again, I'm not denigrating. You're making money that way. You're making your basket.
Mm-hmm.
Or you're making your bag. It's none of my business. I'm not telling you that
You're making your bed, now lie in it?
no, you're securing your bag. Like they're making money. They're
word.
making their living that way.
I was like, I don't understand that one.
No, they're securing the bag. They're
makes
making their bag that way. So I'm not hating because they're making money. That's how you're making your living.
Yep.
But I don't necessarily think that that's a positive influence on society when we're talking about 862,000 abortions in a single fucking year in one country. I don't think that's a positive influence on society when we need more personal responsibility and you're actively encouraging people, women and men alike, to be less responsible. I don't think that's a good thing. And
it's not to say that in a responsible society you can't have those cultural items or something like that. You
I
can
don't think
still
it's
have
inherently
shit.
bad.
Yeah. Because otherwise you end up kind of going down this road where you get like the moral society type of thing.
Right.
And then you get who was it that, was it Tipper Gore? That was kind of leading the charge for getting explicit lyrics, stamped on to CDs and shit back then. I mean, I would really, really not like to go down that road because I don't want the state to be involved at any level like that. I don't want any giant establishment kind of mechanism to be involved at that point. That's wrong.
That's how you get people banned from your country.
Yeah.
Here's a really good example of this, right? Tyler, the Creator, one of my favorite rappers, he used to be in a group called Odd Future, right? And when he was in Odd Future, they were supposed to go to Australia for a tour. And in one of their songs, it doesn't matter, I'm going to say it on YouTube, one of Tyler's lyrics is...
Wait. Don't get us kicked off of YouTube now.
It's a song lyric. What am I going to say? It's a song lyric.
Okay.
And so his lyric in this, it's a song, it's made up, it's not real. So let me preface it with this, right? When they were in Odd Future, part of their whole deal was to make inflammatory music.
Okay.
Was to make music that made people upset. That said shit that was wild.
Push the line.
That was the whole entire idea. And they said that throughout their time as Odd Future, and then again when they all became individual artists, they said, we did that so that we can make a name for ourselves and then make individual projects and make our own music the way that we wanted.
Get the attention.
This was all a vehicle for us to get to where a platform that we wanted for us to do what we wanted on our own, right? So in that pursuit, they said crazy things, crazy things. One of the things that Tyler said, rape a pregnant bitch, tell my friends I had a threesome.
Oh,
right?
Geez.
This lyric and several others is one of the things that got them banned from Australia. They could not go to Australia for a tour because their lyrics were so egregious. It's a song. It's a song, right?
Yep.
It's a song. He has since then done half of the music for the animated Grinch movie that came out 4 years ago.
Yep.
So what are we really talking about,
Yeah.
right? But that's how you get to that type of thing is when you legislate morality, when you enshrine those things in law and you give that type of power to your controlling government. That you get in that position where people can't even come here to perform because they say things that it's just too much, Yeah. That's how you get Alex Jones fucking banned off of YouTube for shit. I'm not defending Alex Jones, That's how that shit happens.
Oh yeah. You say wild sensational shit? Sensational shit like that, and yeah, you kind of you get infamous, and it's dangerous, and people are interested in that, and it's controversial. So then you get free press, and people that listen to music, generally speaking, I mean, depending on what genre you're in, it's not so much about the words that are said or the I mean, it's a whole conceptual idea. A song is a whole entity. You can't take a line out of one line from a song and be like, okay, this song's bad, this creator's bad, the whole 9 yards. That doesn't make sense.
Right.
But when you spend part of your career just doing nothing but controversial shit, you're going to get notoriety for that, and then that gives you the freedom to then do your more creative project, to do what it was that you wanted.
Exactly.
And some people, like Alex Jones, is a really interesting case because he's infamous for just saying crazy shit all the time because he always just says crazy shit. He's got a lot of stuff going on.
Milo Yiannopoulos is a great example. His whole deal was to be a troll, to say shit that made you upset. The first time, I fucking vividly remember, the first time that I heard of Milo Yiannopoulos was on Joe Rogan.
Okay.
And it was before you and I worked together, but way before the podcast.
Yeah.
Because we still work together, so way before the podcast. And so you can imagine my mindset at the time, right, of where I was politically and everything, even not being politically active. The first time I heard Milo Yiannopoulos, I was disgusted. I turned off the episode because I couldn't believe that somebody would say things like that. example that I came home to Jordan with was he was talking about fat people in the gym, and fat people shouldn't be in the gym because they're just disgusting and nobody wants to look at them. And why in the fuck would they even be there? If they're going to not make themselves respectable, they should put themselves into a respectable form and then go to the gym. You need to get in shape at home and then go to the gym to refine your form, right? And that was like one of the series of things that at the time I was like, this is just so fucking gross. I can't believe anyone would say things like this. Partially because I didn't know who he was.
Yeah.
So I didn't understand the persona that he had created for himself. And Joe knew who he was, so he's only lightly pushing back. And I'm like, why is this happening?
Yeah.
Why is the interaction going like this? And so he said a series of those type of things until he's banned from everything. Leslie Jones, that's the woman's name. Leslie Jones. Now, because he had supposedly had an account, that like was making fun of her and all kinds of stuff. So it's
that was still the best.
That's how people like that get banned from public discourse, is because we can't allow them to say things that we find inflammatory, that make us uncomfortable, that someone finds triggering. We can't allow them to say something like this. That's the whole book that I read last month for the book club was The Coddling of the American Mind, right? A huge portion of it is just about safetyism. The way that we are, a big a line used many times is we are preparing we should be preparing our children for the road and not the road for the children. But we're doing the exact opposite. We're trying to pad the road so that the children can be more comfortable instead of preparing them for the rough road that is ahead. Yeah. And
you don't need to be putting the bumpers up on the bowling lane. You need to be taking them down.
Right.
And then guiding them through that.
And so the whole book obviously is about from the way that we're raising our children to the way that they interact in universities and things like that. And it all about safetyism. That's the worst possible way that we could be approaching anything, particularly now, is just trying to change the world to make it softer and softer and softer for people to deal with. Yeah. That's how you get away from personal responsibility. When the world is meant to cater to you, you don't need to be responsible because someone else is going to clean up the mess. Somebody else is responsible for that because I didn't do it. I am who I am, and I need to be free to be myself, and I need to be free to come in whoever I want and not be affiliated with anything afterwards and say that it's none of my business and society should be taking care of all these children who need to be taken care of and the mothers who can't take care of their children. That's how you get in this position. That's exactly how you get there.
800,000+. That's
almost
terrifying.
900,000 abortions.
And you can understand with the numbers like that why, like the more devout people call it a genocide. They call it a genocide on unborn children because those numbers are insane, man. And I'm not going to pretend to pass judgment on any individual case, obviously, but those numbers are insane. You cannot deny that. It's massive. Well, I do want to say this, though, because we did kind of get a little far afield, particularly as to the Roe v. Wade thing. Let's just say tomorrow.
The discussion was going to be about, I think.
But I think whenever the final decision does come down, it is important to remember that this does not immediately make abortion illegal throughout the country.
No.
And there are going to be many states where it does become illegal. There's going to be a lot of states where it becomes illegal at certain time periods. And then there's going to be states that are going to go whole hog and go the complete opposite direction.
There are already states that do that, right? Alaska, Oregon, Colorado, New Mexico, Virginia, third trimester, in Virginia. New Jersey has no limit, Vermont no limit, and New Hampshire. All of those states, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 states with no limit on abortion at all. That already happens even with Roe. So that number will definitely grow because Virginia is third trimester, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, Nevada, and Florida are all 24 weeks. And then you have a bunch that are 22 to 24. Michigan, Illinois, Missouri, Minnesota, Montana, Washington is 22 to 24. Idaho, Wyoming, California, Utah, Arizona, Tennessee, North Carolina, Maryland, Delaware, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York, Maine, Hawaii. Those are all 22 to 24.
That's a long time.
And that's viability currently, medical viability. That's like what their limit is set at, which is what Roe obviously is what is set at. So Casey, actually, I believe Casey is viability.
Yeah, Casey said it. I think Roe said it as a, they made it a, what is that? The health.
You couldn't do it, yeah, and you couldn't do it before the first trimester, I think, is what that set it to, and then Casey pushed it out to viability.
Something like that, yeah. We're not going to try to break down
No,
Roe v. Wade.
no.
If you want
No,
that,
I thought about it, and it's not.
you go to
that's
Ben
not for
Shapiro
us.
for that shit.
Yeah, that's
all
not
I'm
for
saying.
us. Like I said, all we could do is just postulate on whether or not we think that it's decided correctly.
Yeah.
I think this is worth watching because, and I will say this right before we end the segment, I will say this, that this is worth paying attention to because the one real concern I have with this is what the implications could be of removing these laid out with the privacy statutes, right? Removing these from people. I don't know exactly what the overreaching circumstances of that could be because as we know, some people might know, Roe was decided off of what the fuck did I just say? Privacy between you and your doctor, right?
Yeah.
It's ruled on a privacy basis. And so if we're removing that privacy doesn't exist there, I don't know how far that goes. And with the two today and other cases that we've talked about of growing power of the state and of the executive branch in particular, I don't know how I feel about removing privacy protections that we have in place. Even if it's just this medical thing, if we're talking about even just living in a post-COVID world, I don't know how I feel about removing the privacy protections that exist now because we already have such limited privacy from the state, from the executive, with the Patriot Act, with all this other bullshit, COINTELPRO, all the things that we know already exists. The level of privacy that we have is so low already. I don't know how I feel about lessening that even more.
That is an argument I have not heard pontificated before. That's something to think about. I like that.
And that's my real concern. You know, abortion is kind of neither here nor there. For me, it's not, you can go enumerative rights and all this type of stuff. I don't know. People were getting abortions in 1776. That was happening. It wasn't happening the same way that it was now, but people were getting abortions at that time.
In some form.
It was happening, right? People were having abortions. I can say that. I don't know to the extent. I know, certainly based off that book, the Daniel James Rum book that I read, people were getting abortions at that time. That shit was happening. Even if you're just throwing yourself down the stairs because you knew you're pregnant, you're getting an abortion somehow, right?
I mean, they had dental services, but it was just somebody with a pair of pliers.
That's what I'm saying. So it was happening, right? I don't know about a whole federal thing about it not. This is a really good example, right? We are okay as a society with states regulating firearms state by state, even though that is explicitly mentioned in the Bill of Rights as the first 10 amendments that we have, the first 10 rights that the government definitely can't infringe upon. We allow that to go state by state, but for some reason to the left, it's completely unacceptable for abortion to be done state by state, which is not explicitly mentioned in the Constitution. Yeah. It's assumed in the enumerative rights that are laid out in the 9th Amendment of the Constitution, which fuck me if that doesn't include my right to own a machine gun, you know? So I don't necessarily buy that argument of it's laid out or assumed in the enumerative rights that are in the 9th Amendment of the Constitution. I don't necessarily buy that. Again, I can't say whether or not it's correctly decided, but I don't necessarily buy that on my end.
Any argument I've ever heard presented to me from like a decent legal mind, from a legal standpoint, I always walk away thinking that, for one reason or another, it was not a good decision at the time, and for multiple reasons. I've heard different arguments for it, but nobody ever talks about that aspect of the privacy, because it's like women's health care is a privacy right, essentially. I think that's kind of what it boils down to. Yeah, and I don't know how comfortable I am. I mean, I would still hope that because it's, a medical situation, that it's covered under at least HIPAA, where, the medical establishment can't blow you up for something like that.
Right.
But, and at the end of the day, nobody's going to stop somebody from standing outside an abortion clinic trying to figure out who you are and trying to dox you and saying that you went in and had an abortion, or vice versa. So but from a federal standpoint, it would be something to think about and to watch and maybe ask some people about that have legal minds. It'd be really interesting. Talk to Ricada Law.
In a world where, the corporate media is telling us that we can't trust the Supreme Court, the left is telling us we can't trust the Supreme Court, why would I not assume that they would take this precedent of removal of privacy rights in a medical state, however you want to state that. And I'm not trying to misconstrue it, right? I'm just trying to encompass it as easy as I can. Why wouldn't I believe that they're going to take that precedent and use it on something else?
Yeah.
If I already can't trust them, if that's what I'm supposed to believe, why wouldn't I believe that they're going to immediately try and use that to infringe on the rest of my privacy rights?
Yeah.
You know, I don't give a fuck about abortion. I don't care about that. Really, at the end of the day, I don't give a shit about that. But if you're going to use this, if the long-term intent is to use this to infringe further on my rights to privacy, fuck you.
Yeah.
Leave it then. You know, if that's what it comes down to, then fucking leave it.
I'd rather have the privacy than more open access or less access to abortion, I guess.
Patriot Act. And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I brought up the Patriot Act 100%. I absolutely address that. Is that in the world with the Patriot Act, with COINTELPRO, with all of that stuff.
Yeah.
That's why I wouldn't want to do anything else to further. I don't want to say I don't want to, because I started this. Bilbo Swaggin 117. He's new, so I didn't see you before if you're here, but I started this line by saying my concern would be I don't know how that could be used in the future.
Yeah.
And so my only concern would be the way that it would be continuing to strip away our rights to privacy in a world where they are already so slim.
Yeah.
That's the concern.
That's true.
So no, 100% Bilbo. I absolutely. The Patriot Act, COINTELPRO, everything. So
Yep. And also, I will say, what's the worst time? We'll talk about this, I think. We'll go deeper into it, I think, in the next segment. But
nope, absolutely, Bilbo. Thank you for joining us.
emotional decisions, emotional times,
Yes.
when people feel very emotional
Yes.
about things, that is the very, very, very last time where you should be trying to pass some form of legislation, because that's how you get shit like the fucking Patriot Act.
That's a great
And
point.
it's every time. And we're going to talk about that, I think, more in part 3.
Definitely, yeah, but it's a great, and we can end on this because that's a great point for this too, especially after the leaked opinion. People are, as inflamed about Roe as probably since it was decided.
Yeah.
Probably since Casey,
Yeah.
about inflamed about abortion as it was decided. So fears these way, and if you're telling people, if you're Lori Lightfoot and you're telling people, not only is this a call against your abortion rights, if you're LGBT, they're coming for you next. This is a call to arms because they're using this as a door to come for you as a community.
Which is fucking insane.
Also, we're going to take your guns.
Yeah.
But they're coming for them, But they wouldn't do that. The Democrats would never do that. But
Also, they are.
no, it's not good. So absolutely, I want to thank everyone again for being here. We're going to take just a 3-minute break, right? This works. This is part 2. We're talking about the leaked Roe draft opinion, everything like that. In part 3, we're going to be discussing the shooting in Uvalde. We're going to go over the things that we know so far. As everyone knows, and anyone here who is here from 10Cast or anybody who was watching the show before knows, there's an awful lot of suspicious things that happened around Uvalde. So all we can discuss is what we know and the lies that have happened there. We're going to give a brief synopsis of it. There are other places you can go to get a full breakdown of it. We are then going to talk about some of the calls for gun control, the ways that those could affect us, and
The new House bill
the
that
House
just
bill
passed.
that we've already seen. We're going to talk about some stuff that came out of New York.
Yep.
We're going to talk about exactly what you can do to be qualified to wear body armor. Hint, it's very, very easy. So
I'm not saying that we're going to
it's
do
a
the entire segment in body armor, but we might be.
we might. So with that, we will be back in 3 minutes, everybody, for part 3. Thank you very much. Salt of the Streets.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation with real.
And here we are.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. Salt of the Streets, part 3 of episode 127. You're joining us here on the youtube.com, Salt of the Streets. I want to ask you to like, subscribe, share with your friends, obviously, especially everyone new. If you're enjoying what you're getting into, we love having you guys here, so thank you again. We also have our Facebook, fuck Facebook, our Instagram, our Patreon. Everything is at Salt of the Streets. We also have saltofthestreets.com, where you can find all of this information, including our old episodes and everything like that, including an episode breakdown. Go to the Patreon, go there, sign up, help us make more better content just like this. You can get some of our writing there. We put out a newsletter at the end of every month. We have a book club that we're doing every Thursday. There's a live stream. We have review previews on the YouTube there for all the books that we've done so far. It's fantastic. Colin does a beer show every Friday for the Patreon. It's also here on the YouTube.
That's right.
Go there. If you guys need a haircut, if you're in the local area, some of the guys that work at Swell Blended, it's the guy that cuts my hair. Location Skate Shop is the skate shop in downtown Bremerton that we work with. There is also, of course, Lexi Kayo on Twitch, Colin's wife, for if you want to watch some gaming, and then Leggings and Aprons on Instagram if you want to see some cakes. Order some cakes. I believe that is all. Okay. So, part 3, we are going to be talking about the shooting in Uvalde, and is that how you say it? I don't know how you. I've heard so
Uvalde.
many different people say it. It does. I don't.
Matthew McConaughey says Uvalde, and he's from there.
There you
So
go.
I go with that.
Uvalde. So the shooting in Uvalde, what we know from that, the insane suspiciousness that has come from that, and then, of course, some of the after effects. So we're going to start with an after effect so that we can, in solidarity with our brothers in New York, I'm going to do this, Colin, you don't have to. We're going to start here. So one of the after effects that we've seen is a bill that was passed in New York. Oh, and I actually have it up here. A bill that was passed out of New York that is, Jesus Christ, maybe I have it up here.
You got this.
Oh, on my phone I do, of course. So I'm going to send it to you, and then I can pull it up on my stuff. It's a bill that does several things, one of them including banning body armor for civilian use. We have talked about this before when it was originally brought up, and we have a huge problem with this. There isn't any reason at all that any government or anybody should be trying to take your ability to passively defend yourself against violence from somebody else. There isn't any legitimate reason for it other than that they don't want you to be able to defend yourself. So I will, just one moment here.
There we go. I'm up now.
I'm just sending it to you in our regular chat just so that I can pull it. Oh, well, you can pull it. It doesn't matter. But it is there, and while you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and get kitted up. Well, actually, we're going to talk about what makes you qualified, because in this bill, it says that the only people who can buy body armor are those that have a qualifying profession. So let me go ahead and pull this up so that I can read it as well.
Oh.
So let's see here. New York to raise the age for semi-automatic rifles and ban body armor. So you can see there's a picture here of someone, I'm Attorney General or somebody there of New York, holding up an AR-15. And it's an AR pistol that actually has a pistol brace on it. Be a man, just put a stock on it. In the aftermath of the mass shooting at Buffalo grocery store in Uvalde, Texas, Democrats in New York dramatically strengthened the state's gun laws, raising the age to purchase a kind of devastating weapon used in both attacks. Lawmakers passed a package of gun control measures Thursday evening, a series of 10 bills that constitute significant changes to gun laws that are already relatively strict by U.S. standards. The legislation now heads to Governor Kathy Hochul's desk to await her signature. I believe that she signed it. This is from the 3rd. I believe that she signed it.
Oh, I would not doubt it for 5
and
seconds.
if she hasn't, then I believe that she will.
Yeah.
The new bills mandate the New York to be licensed to purchase a semi-automatic rifle and moves the minimum age of purchase from 18 to 21. In addition, the legislation outlaws the sale of bulletproof body armor like the one worn by Buffalo shooter to anyone outside and, quote, eligible professions such as law enforcement or the military. Sellers would be required to conduct body armor vest sales to qualified buyers in person rather than online. Okay, so I'm going to show you what it takes to be qualified to wear body armor. Okay, so this is a plate carrier. So what we're going to do first, I'm going to yell a little bit so you guys can hear me. So we're going to do first, we're going to take this knife out so it's easier to open up. Okay, it's the fixed blade that goes to my kit. We're gonna pull up these little straps, right? It's all black, so it's kind of hard to see. That's okay. I'm gonna pull up the front flap, pull open one of the sides. I'm gonna pull open the other side, We're going to lift it over our heads. Okay? Ready? You want to put this right kind of where you can feel the dip in your sternum. You want the top of the plate to be. Okay? We're going to bring this one around here. I'll stand up. Bring it around here. Put it tight. We're going to bring this one around here. Make it tight. Tuck these. Okay? Straighten your shirt out.
That way you look real good.
Replace our knife. We're going to get a high five from Colin. You're qualified to wear body armor.
Done.
You're qualified. That's all that it takes. That's all that it takes.
Don't. It's so dangerous.
We are now both fully qualified to wear body armor.
It's amazing.
Fuck the state. No one can tell you that you are not qualified to wear body armor. No one can tell you you don't have the right to defend yourself. No one can tell you you don't have the right to defend yourself in the way that you see fit.
Yeah.
If anyone wants to take your ability to passively defend yourself, they intend harm on you. They intend to do you harm. 100%, whether it is tomorrow or a year from now or 10 years from now, if they are taking your right to passively defend yourself, they intend to do you harm.
Yep. This is the biggest kind of like fuck me that is going on right now, because I can't understand, because one person wore body armor to a shooting and he was killing people. Like, I understand. So because one bad guy is out there with body armor, nobody else gets to wear body armor. So none of the people. Okay, well, let's just say, just for sake of argument, everybody at a grocery store was wearing fucking body armor underneath their goddamn clothes or whatever.
Probably less people would die.
Probably less people would die if everybody sported fucking kit every day.
And we're not telling you that you should wear a kit to the grocery store
No.
every day, because you shouldn't have to wear a kit to the grocery store every day. That shouldn't be necessary, right?
No.
Ideally, we would live in a world in which people were not killing other people because they were fucked up in the head, right? And I don't care. It's all this conversation about mental disease and, that woman on the radio who was like, well, what we're really talking about is undiagnosed anger and shit like this.
Oh.
If you are murdering other people, you are fucked in the head. I don't care. I don't care if we want to be PC about it. We want to qualify it so people don't get their feelings hurt, so that we're not stigmatizing people with mental illness. I don't care. I have dealt with depression and anxiety my entire life. That's a mild form of mental illness. And if it was too severe, red flag laws and shit would try and disqualify me from owning firearms, right? And I've talked about this on the show before. The stigma and the overreach of these things has made me more hesitant to reach out in certain times, because I'm afraid of what the overreach of the state might do.
Yeah.
This is not the way to go. This is not the way to go. For us to try and be soft about it and try and make people feel good. No, of course, most people who have mental illness are not violent. That is not what we're saying. No one is saying everyone who suffers from some form of mental illness is violent. No one is saying that.
That's insane.
But if you are murdering other people, you are fucked up in the head.
Yep.
You have a mental illness. There is no question. There is no doubt about that. If you are murdering other people, you are fucked in the head.
Yep.
That's all there is to it. No logical, sane person murders other people. There are crimes of passion. There are all kinds of things. We can qualify it all day, right? No one commits a mass shooting with any firearm, a pistol, an AR-15, and anything, unless they are fucked in the head.
Yep.
So let's not only be clear for those in the chat, but just lay it out for everyone. We got to stop with the bullshit. This conversation, and I wrote about this in the newsletter this month, right? This conversation has way too many far-reaching effects for us to limit it to certain things, for us to only be saying, how many children, Colin? How many more children? That's all that matters, right? These things have gone on. This conversation is much too large for us to be pussyfooting around it like this. This has got to stop.
Yeah, it seriously has to stop, because it continues to just get more and more severe, to the point that they're making it legal for you to own a passive way for you to protect your own life. I heard a clip the other day. It was this. You know what? I have it in Twitter. Let me pull it up real quick now.
Absolutely.
That I think
Go
about
over
it.
some of these comments. Deborah Mueller said, but now they can't kill you dead. That's exactly the point. If they don't want you to be able to passively defend yourself, they intend to do you harm.
Yep.
Bilbo Swaggin, it's not a gun problem. It's about pure evil. 100%. 1,000%. William Wallace, I will keep my various forms of body armor. Thank you. As you should. Z, get it? Crazy that the government will raise the age to own a weapon, but have zero problem giving 18-year-olds enlisting in the military far more dangerous weapons of war. That is weapons or armor. That's a great point. And I'm really glad you brought that up because Joe Biden, when addressing this same point, right, he says, oh, well, they're 18, but, you know, they're being very, very highly trained, and they're supervised by the most well-trained people in the whole world. Hold my fucking dick. You were in the military. The people in the military are not the most highly trained, especially not regular infantrymen that are walking around. An 18-year-old is not the most highly trained serviceman in the world. That's what I'm
17.
saying. Like, that's... Get the fuck out of here. We've talked about this so many times. We're going to continue to qualify adulthood until it literally means nothing except we're taking money from you. You can have a full-time job in which we take a good portion of your money. That's all that it means anymore. And we want you to vote at 16. So 18 doesn't even really mean shit anymore anyway. You know, we're just going to continue to qualify this, that unless you are acting as an agent of the state, all you can do is give us your money. That's the only right that you have, is to give us your money now, because that's what we're going to continue. It's fucking ridiculous, you know? This shit fires me up, bro.
I get so excited when you get fired up. No, I'm just letting you cook, baby. Just go.
Takes years of experience and training to become a well-trained soldier. 100%. 100%. And there's no shortage of people YouTube guys that will acknowledge that they train with regular civilians that are better shooters than people they served in the military with.
Oh, yeah.
And it's the same thing with police officers. If you're someone who's a responsible... Fuck it. If you're part of the militia, you train more than a cop does. You are most likely a better shot than most police officers because that's not even part of their job.
No, they got to do that shit on the side by themselves.
Yes.
Except for like the annual requalification at the range or something like that.
All this, and we talked about even Brian, right? The only thing Officer Brian has to train is shooting offhand. That's the only thing he's required to train is shooting offhand.
And isn't that
because that's the only thing that might happen is maybe your right hand might get fucked up. That's the only thing that might happen. That's all.
And if I remember, was that because of some kind of special unit he was getting into, or was that standard operating procedure?
I think that's just when he was just on the state. Like that's to just be a regular beat cop, he had to just train offhand.
I should train offhand too. I don't think I've ever shot any gun I've ever owned offhand. That's a good thing to think about, though. I want to try that.
Let's take a small break, right? I don't train offhand, just like I don't train switching my rifle to my left shoulder, because I am so much less likely to do that in a regular scenario that I would rather just make myself proficient in what I'm more likely to do. And especially if I'm in an active firefight, my brain is not going to be working in the same logic that it is right now. So I'm probably just going to be thinking, I just need to shoot and make sure that I'm safe. So
that's a good point. Yeah, why waste precious training time on something that you will, at the end of the day, probably not use, I guess?
I've trained more without my left hand than I have without my right hand. Like, trained more shooting with one hand and having to reload with one hand than I have shooting with my non-dominant hand. And maybe that's stupid. We could debate about it all day. To me, that's a more realistic scenario in which I would have to reload with one hand than which I would use my left hand. I don't fucking know. Yeah. You can't predict those things, but I also can't prepare for every scenario.
No,
you know,
you don't have that much time. I think that's probably what it comes down to.
I prepare for the medical shit. That's me. You know
yes,
what I'm saying? That's what I prepare.
Yeah, you are the squad medi. And I like this one, Hunter of Truth. This is the first time we've seen you in chat tonight, so thank you for stopping by.
Thank you for joining us.
FYI, there is more to military training than just being an accurate shot. And amen.
1,000%.
And it does.
You've been through boot camp. You've been through A school. So
It takes years, especially if you're a warfighter. It takes years to become proficient at warfighting. It's constant training. There is so much more about like the small unit tactics and how to go about certain scenarios in certain situations. It's way, way, way more. Learning how to shoot straight to your base. You need to learn how to do that so you can build off of that and go other places.
Right.
I love it. I am proudly ambi with firearms.
Oh, fuck
William
you,
Wallace, of course you are.
Fuck you. Let's pick these beers real quick, and then we'll do this clip that you have here. I'm going to go with the 1947.
Ooh.
This is the craft beer, the premium lager.
Hot dog. It's got an elephant on it.
It does have an elephant on it. We're going to open this up. So.
Oh, yeah, you're going to have to use the old thing back there.
Talk about yours
and I got, I got this one from Rogue, Hazelnut Brown Nectar. Very interested. And I like a nice brown ale, man. They don't come out that often. It's not a huge, especially out here in the Pacific Northwest. It's just all IPAs all the time.
Yeah.
When I went to, small little plug for Beer Time with Big Bird, our beer show right here. Latest video came out yesterday about the beer that I had talked about a couple months ago. This multiplayer collab. So I swung by Rainy Days on the way back home yesterday, stopped in there, had a beer, did a little bit of show prep.
I could tell.
And then, it was a thing. And God damn it. But anyways, I did that. And then, when I was looking at their menu, and I always kind of like to get something, the IPA is not going to be the first thing I order in a local brewery because I want to see what else they got going on. And like 6 or 8 of like the 18 beers they had on tap were some form of an IPA.
Yeah.
So I had one and it was good. But I mean, it's, I like a brown ale sometimes, Sometimes I'm a real big Belgian beer guy too. So, all right, pour that bad boy.
Let's see. This is the 1940. It's a premium.
That's going to be real light.
There we
nice
go.
lager.
Premium lager. There's a little bit left over from the red that I drank, but it should be washed out now.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, that is real light.
Yeah. Lagers are really nice and clear because when they're brewing, they brew at a very low temperature, and it keeps a lot of that cloudiness down.
Most light beers are lagers, right?
Yes. Yeah, generally speaking, most light beers are lagers.
Blue.
Yeah, that looks good.
Salty Streets plug.
That
there
looks
you go.
good. And then let's go ahead and watch me screw up this board because I'm good at that. You should have seen. Did you watch the beer show last night?
I have not. No.
Yeah, it was. They were rough pours, man.
No, I overate
almost
yesterday.
as bad as this one.
I overate yesterday, and I really struggled to stay awake. It was bad news.
Oh yeah.
Jordan told me to put Reason down at one point because I was sitting on the couch falling asleep while I was bouncing her, so my hands would drop, and then I would wake up. She said, "Just put her down.
Just put her down, man."
That's fine. Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
no,
that's too
good.
funny.
That's nice.
It was nice and clean and crisp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smells like a little sour is not the right way to put it, but.
So what did you eat yesterday that you overate on?
Well, I finally went back to the gym, right? And
yeah, you were mad hungry after that, I bet.
Yes. So I had like those 2 burritos at work. They were pretty much just like all carnitas, and a little bit of beans in there, and
very protein heavy.
Yeah, and then I went to Silver City, so I had a fucking pizza when I was there.
What kind of pizza did you get?
I just had just a pepperoni pizza, just one classic.
Solid.
I had like 3 or 4 beers, and then I went and got my hair cut. And then I got home, and Jordan was like, "Oh, I want to have teriyaki." And I was like, "Oh, just give me, whatever." So then I ate that when I got home. So I just ate just too much.
That's a lot, man.
Way too much. Ooh. I didn't eat all of any of those things other than the burritos. I ate half my pizza, brought the other half home. I like half the teriyaki. It was but it was all too much. Just too much food. So I definitely, even per the app, over on the calories yesterday.
Ooh, well,
that's okay.
Every now and again.
I know, yeah, I don't.
Every now and again. This is not what I was hoping it would be. I'm not enjoying this beer at all, but we're going to drink it because, may taste like a warm tobacco chew cup of spit, but it's still beer, damn it. It's not that bad.
This one's pretty okay.
It's kind of interesting. So, anyways.
It tastes a little bit like honey at the very end.
Ooh, nice.
A little bit like honey.
There's possibility. There's some in there, to be honest. So relatively.
I think there probably is.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no way it tastes like that, and there isn't at least a little bit of honey.
Yeah. Well, that's dope.
Okay. That's the nut flavor. That's the nut flavor. Yes. That's awesome.
Okay. So I would like to open up. Essentially, we'll continue the conversation about guns and all this, but I wanted to show this video. It comes from Crooked Media, our friends over there from Pod Save America. They sat down with the lovely dictator of Canada, Justin Trudeau, talking about gun laws and gun violence. And some of the things that he said, they're relevant now because Pod Save America is a leftist home for ideas and so on and so forth. What comes out of PSA will generally make it into the mainstream left rhetoric at some point.
That's because they're the influencers.
Exactly.
Bro. That's because they were at the top.
Yes.
They were the top of the top.
Yeah, and they were all incestuously involved with the Obama administration. But so I just want to open it up with this. I feel like you'll have some fun afterwards. So it's about a minute, 20 seconds. So just hang out and listen.
I mean, obviously, the U.S. and Canada, we have very different political systems. We have a different
Did I turn the
constitution.
volume down?
But any lessons that you might have for demoralized Americans about how to actually get something done?
One of the big challenges we have is illegal guns flowing across the border from the U.S. into Canada. And our proximity to the U.S. and the gun numbers here has always meant that we have more guns than perhaps another equivalent country would in Canada.
Right.
So we've been really cracking down on the border. Last year we seized more than twice the amount of the previous year of illegal guns smuggled across the border, and there's lots more to do. There are debates, and we have a culture where the difference is guns can be used for hunting or for sport shooting in Canada, and there's lots of gun owners, and they're mostly respecting and law-abiding. But you can't use a gun for self-protection in Canada. That's not a right that you have in the Constitution or anywhere else. If you try and buy a gun and say it's for self-protection, no, you don't get that. You get it for hunting. You can get it for sport shooting. You can take it
The
to
fuck?
And we'll go ahead and just stop it
What
there.
the fucking fuck?
I thought you would enjoy that clip.
Okay, so Jesus Christ. The last time that we talked about Joe Biden and the shit that he announced like 2 months ago, right? Mostly is the key word. Yeah. So we talked about that the last time, and we discussed some pushback that I had on Twitter about what the most important right was, right? And I said the most important right that we have would be the right to self-defense, is what I said. This person then goes on about voting and all these things. Voting is the most important right, and to which I fucking owned his ass, not only then, but also on this show, because he started talking about amendments, and, well, voting is, there wasn't even, guns weren't even in there originally, it wasn't until amendment. So no one's talking about amendments. So we're talking about rights. You have a natural right to self-defense that precedes the Constitution by fucking centuries. So all of this nonsense about rights to do all this and the constitutional rights, the Constitution doesn't define shit for me, especially when we're talking about my right to defend myself, my friends, my family, the other people around me, even if I don't fucking know you. It's my responsibility as another human being around you to defend your life if I have the ability and someone is trying to do you harm. Unless I'm trying to defend my family, so we've talked about this, talked about it with my wife. If I'm with my wife and my children, my goal is to get us out of here. That's the end goal. Get everyone home, get everyone out of here. I can't worry about these other people right now. I have to worry about my family. And I don't want to get any farther because I'm not trying to postulate about like, oh, I would do this, I would fucking whatever,
Yeah.
But the circumstances are different when you're by yourself. If you're a single individual, you have a responsibility, in my mind, to defend the innocent people around you that can't defend themselves. So all this bullshit of trying to define things in the Constitution, and also of the intentional twisting of laying things out with the rhetoric of the way the Constitution defines your rights, right? The Constitution doesn't tell you what your rights are. We've talked about this 1,000 times. The Constitution tells the government what they cannot do to your rights. That is all. It doesn't define what your rights are. It even says in the 9th one, we are not even saying this is all of your rights. This is the 10 that we are telling you definitely can't do anything about. You definitely cannot, as the government, infringe on these 10 rights. But there's way more than that. Way more than that. It's horrific. Yeah. It's horrific the way that the rhetoric is used in such a calculated way to try and convince you that you don't have these rights. To convince you shouldn't have the right to defend yourself. It doesn't matter if you're in Canada or whatever you said, an equivalent country next to Canada. What the fuck does that even mean? Does that not mean America, where you're now complaining that we have so many more guns than you? What else is an equivalent country? What does that even mean? Equivalent in size, in population, because you don't have that many people for how big your country is, right? Our country is smaller than Canada, I think, by like land mass size.
Probably.
And we have fucking more people than you. So what do you even mean? Right? You are, in as tyrannical as that Constitution will allow him to be, limiting people's rights as much as they can. You don't have the right to defend yourself with a gun in Canada. All of those people have a right to defend themselves with a gun in any part of this planet.
Amen. That's my stance on it. I mean, if you cannot defend yourself, what do you have? It seems like the most basic right to have is the ability to defend yourself, to defend your life or the life of your loved ones. And any infringement on that, it's over. I mean, that is 100% pure tyranny. And if you're saying to your citizens that you cannot protect yourself, that's our job, then that just means that they have the ability to, they have control over life or death over your own life. You don't have any control over whether or not you live or die. It's up to the state and whether or not they want to protect you and how they will protect you. Other than that, that's it. That's it. You cannot use a gun to defend yourself in Canada. And this motherfucker's getting on there and talking about him because he wants those same policies here. It's the stuff they've preached for so long. They call us gun nuts and all this shit, when all we want to do is make sure that we can take care of ourselves and our own. And that's it.
Let me read a little piece from my newsletter this week, right? I have... let me pick exactly where I want to start here because it addresses that exact point, right? I'm talking about the good guy with the gun theory and things like talked a little bit about Uvalde. This is also the 31st. This happened written the week of that. So things have changed since then, but this still stands true. Those that completely dismiss this idea, and for everyone who is new to the show, this is part of the newsletter that we put out at the end of every month as part of our Patreon. For our $5 Patreon subscribers and everybody above that, $5 get you the newsletters, an article written by me and an article written by Colin. So this is the one that we put out just this month. It's also never too late. Obviously, you can get access to all of them at any time. So those that completely dismiss this idea seem to be extremely confused, and because of this, argument falls into the same category as the last. These people don't want real progress, nor are they open to a compromised position. Their position has been expressed and defined by many, including the president himself. They see no use for quote-unquote assault weapons other than killing people. Deer don't wear Kevlar vests, he says. So what possible use could someone have for an AR or an AK in civilized America? They failed to mention that in this civilized America, the brave police officers you are expected to rely on for your defense are only a reactionary force, and sometimes that reaction is waiting outside of a school for an hour while your children are murdered, threatening to arrest or tase you if you try and save them yourself. Those are the people they want you to depend on to save your life.
Yep.
Those are the people that they want you to depend on, the people that willingly sat outside of a school for an hour in more than one circumstance and waited and listened to your children die while they threatened to arrest you and charge you with contempt of whatever the fuck, impeding an investigation.
Yep. Handcuffing you when you're trying to get inside because no one will do anything about it.
These are the people they want you to depend on. Yeah. The people that can't show up until you are calling them to tell them you are in trouble. Those are the people they want you to depend on.
Yeah, that doesn't make any fucking sense to me at all. It's disgusting. Like, Patreon, hashtag worth it. Shout out William Wallace.
Thank you, William Wallace. So let's talk about Uvalde a little bit, and then we'll get into some of the other things that have gone on. So the shooting in Uvalde happened a few weeks ago, and obviously it was horrific, right? So we found out kind of in the middle of the day that there was a shooting that had happened. All we can kind of go over is what we know now. It's not the complete details. This is what we know now, rough off the top, right? Mm-hmm. There's a kid, we're not going to name him, we don't do that on this show, who turned 18 years old, purchased two rifles and a bunch of ammunition, and he didn't have body armor. He had a plate carrier, right, mm-hmm. that did not have armor in it. That's
my understanding.
That's what we understand now.
Yeah.
He also apparently, I didn't realize that he had purchased the truck. I believe that that's what the story is now. He also purchased the truck. So with his part-time job, he purchased all of this equipment. Shot his grandmother in the face. She didn't die. After he shot his grandmother in the face, he drove to this school that was a few minutes from his house, crashed his truck in front of the school. There was a guy that worked at a funeral home across the street that tried to check on him to see that if he was okay. Mm-hmm. And the shooter then took some shots at this guy. He missed. He ran away. The shooter then, this is rough. It's off the top, right? It's all also extremely muddy with deception and intentional lies.
Yes.
So forgive
from
me
the authorities.
Exactly. And so forgive me if any of this is not accurate. I'm not trying to mischaracterize it. This is just off the top of my head. And so at this point, a teacher from the school goes outside, I think, because she hears the car crash. There's like an open door that she goes to shut the door. She has an interaction with the guy, and she runs inside. The door doesn't lock, is supposedly what the story is now. She took the door out of it because that was the story at the time, that she didn't lock the door. She didn't close the door. The door didn't lock when she closed it. The shooter was able to make his way into the school. I think it's still unclear whether or not anybody talked to him on the way into the school, right? Is it that a school resource officer saw him on the way in the school?
I think it's unclear. I'm not totally sure.
There may or may not have been an interaction with a school resource officer at the school. The guy made his way into the school, began to shoot. I believe a team tried to make their way into the school. There was a brief altercation with gunfire, and they backed off. And then as more and more police officers showed up, they continued to wait. I believe 70 minutes is what the number is now. There were parents that began to show up to try and save their children. They formed a makeshift line, the police officers did, to keep the parents away from the school while they chose to do nothing. They sat and waited, arrested a woman. 19 eventually went into the building at some point. Oh, right, and waited. They were sitting in the building and waiting. And
Yeah, because when that mom went in there.
even now that's dispute because she said she didn't see any police officers in the building. So even now the 19 is in dispute. But full disclosure, they could have been in a different part of the school that she wasn't in, and she just didn't see them. That's, again, the deception is horrific. Because it's all at this point been done to cover the ass of the police officers. It's all done to cover for law enforcement ineptitude. And
in the head
while that's happening, there's the one mother who tries to make it into the school. She's arrested. She talks her way out of handcuffs. She does make it into the school. She saves both of her children, gets them both out, then leaves. She's then threatened by the police afterwards. That's kind of an aside. There is eventually an off-duty Border Patrol agent that shows up, and there are other Border Patrol agents part of the Border Patrol tactical team, right? And they are there also on scene waiting, being told not to go into the school because it's not their crime scene. They're just kind of responding. They're there. And eventually they decide to go against what they're being told and go into the school, and they end the shooting. The police saved their own kids also. That is correct. There were also police officers that went in and took their own children out of the school while the rest of the team was waiting to go in and stop the shooter.
Jesus, man.
As they're evacuating children, they're evacuating their own children.
It's like every time something else comes out, some new piece of information is more and more damning.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Yes, BORTAC. Yeah, so the BORTAC team were there. They were being told to wait. Eventually, they said, fuck that. They went in. They dispatched the shooter and saved the children that remained. There were 911 calls being placed by the children in the classroom that the shooter was in at the time. The police were still not going in. It's horrific.
Yeah.
It's absolutely horrific. And since then, like I said several times, the amount of deception that has come, this is all what we've learned after the fact.
Yeah.
You know, in the beginning, it was very cut and dry. This is what happened. It's done. They couldn't make it into school because they were taking too much fire. Eventually, they made it in, and they were able to save however many kids they wanted to save. We couldn't do anything about it. You know, we found out since then that is not the truth.
No.
There is more and more information, like you said, all of the time that continues to show their ineptitude and their willingness to lie. I smell a false flag, Zeke says. Kids obviously died, but all of this seems very sus. I would be lying if I said to you I did not feel very weird about the entirety of this scenario.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things that don't make sense.
This is like probably one of the first times somebody's talked about false flag on this one, and I go back and I look at all the things that have happened and then all the things that came out afterwards, and I'm hesitant to jump to that type of claim, but this one gets me really
and
cautious.
I definitely, especially being on this show, I would not say that is what happened. I would not say, and I am not saying that here as a representative of Assault of the Streets and this YouTube channel, I am not saying that it was a false flag. I am not saying that. That's for the YouTube people, so that there can be no mistake. But it's awfully fucking weird.
Yes.
It's awfully weird. And that's Bilbo Swaggin. The department is very hesitant to release anything. On top of that, the police chief of the Uvalde Police Department, because they have their own, or the school district has their own police department, right? I don't remember what his name is. He's also in their city council now. Yeah. That guy has refused to say anything at all. He was on the scene, didn't bring a fucking radio. Didn't have a goddamn radio during an active school shooting. Won't talk to the fucking police. CNN went to his house. He said, I don't have shit to say.
I don't have anything to say. And then they're locking down they're locking up the city hall building when they're in business, and like it's all incredibly sus at this point.
Yes.
Nothing about this sounds legit.
That Bilbo Swaggin, Pete Arredondo, thank you very much, Deborah. That Bilbo's saying, I've just begun to hear about this. Just in the last 2 days. So yeah. I have not done that research, and I'm not saying that you're wrong. I don't have the details on that. Mm-hmm. I have begun to hear that the FBI, surprise, surprise, the FBI had knowledge that in 2018 there were teens that were planning an attack very, very similar to this. And
it was planned to take place in 2022. Yes. And there is speculation at this point that this guy might have been involved in that one, and the other guys did not rat him out.
Right.
Again, that's all speculation now at this point.
And didn't take part in the actual plot itself, just in plotting the event, but didn't take didn't take part in the event itself.
Yes.
And just learning about this in the last 2 days.
Yeah, I think I heard it on, I don't even remember which show now, but it was very, very recent. And then there's a lot of weird things about this. I forget, again, we listen to too many shows. When I started to take notes at work the other day, I was putting on the program of the note I was taking. That way I could make the reference back. But it was either commentary or, commentary. I don't think it would have been Shapiro, so I'm going to go with commentary. But, and Timcast talked about it a bit. So it was probably on Timcast. I'm a pretty devout listener to that. So, but yeah, there was some weird speculation there. There's some talk about how this kid could have afforded all these things. And after looking at it, apparently he didn't have to pay for anything in his life. He was young, so he worked a part-time job, was just saving money. But then you hear about, you know how much an AR costs. And you're going to go out and buy two of them. That's a lot. A lot of ammunition.
To be more specific, he had 2 Daniel Defense rifles, which are like $2,000 plus. Daniel Defense is a very high-end brand. Yeah. So those are $2,000 plus. And
then the idea of the truck being stolen.
I've heard
being
anywhere
bought.
from 1,000 to 1,600 rounds of ammunition. You're talking about $500 to $600 just in ammunition, and that's like if you buy it bulk, $500 to $600 bulk. The $60,000 truck that I've also just learned that he bought.
Yeah.
I originally heard that he stole from his grandma, and so that didn't seem weird. But now supposedly he bought a brand new truck.
Yeah.
And these rifles, and all this ammunition, and he didn't have body armor, but body armor is not super expensive. But either way, to have all this stuff before days after you turn 18 years old. How do you even buy a truck before you turn 18?
Yeah, I don't think you can. I don't know. You could probably a private sale or something like that.
What
I
his
guess,
family didn't think it was sus for him to buy all that shit. They don't know about the guns and stuff, but like a $60K truck when you turn 18.
Yeah, and you're working like some small time.
Like I've heard Wendy's,
part-time
Burger King,
job?
I don't know, some fast food
Yeah,
place.
I heard a
So
fast food job.
You're not making fucking $20 an hour, $25 an hour.
Yeah,
you're making minimum wage, maybe a little bit more, and
so
it's in Texas. So minimum wage is shit in Texas, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
and none of this stuff really makes it. Once you start to put all those things together, logically, it becomes hard to put together and have it make
apparently
any rational
worked at Wendy's
sense.
since he was 16. So potentially 2 years of like, if he had literally no other spending, you know, so potentially
That's a commitment, though,
the
man.
truck is the weirdest part. The truck is what really doesn't make sense.
Because you also don't have credit at that point, so you're not going to get approved for a massive loan unless you get cosigners or something like that, which, again, I guess could have happened. But, when you're 16 and you could drive, you don't hear 16-year-olds going out and buying new cars. It's always like your parents buy you a new car and then give it to you or something like that. I don't know if it's possible for a 16-year-old to purchase something on credit. It doesn't seem like it should be possible to me.
It's not. You can't have credit before you're 18 years old.
Yeah, and that's when you get your little starter credit card, and then you start to build up, credit over time, and then when you're like 21 or something like that, you've got a great credit score. You go out and buy yourself a massive vehicle because you got a fucking sweet rate on it, and I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. And the hourly wage in Texas, thank you, Deborah, $7.65. I think that's the national minimum. I think.
Yeah, but I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Texas being Texas, I wouldn't imagine they have it any higher than the national minimum wage.
No.
It's only Washington and fucking leftist ass states that we do shit like that.
Yeah, bro.
What is it fucking here? Like 13 now?
On the books probably, but realistically it's 15 now.
Yeah.
Every single fast food joint I drive by now has a big ass sign on there.
15, 16.
$15, $16, immediate openings, daily interviews.
Plus, most of them have sign-on bonuses from just a couple $100 to like $1,000. I saw Wendy's a couple $100 plus free meals when you're there. You get to take home a meal and like discounts and shit. All fast food by me is 16. Yeah.
Whoa.
So I don't know where you're at, Bill, but we're out of Washington State, and so we're like an hour from Seattle. So obviously things are fucking expensive here. Zeke, I worked in 2 jobs while in high school and had no expenses. I never came close to having enough money to purchase a vehicle, and
Word.
And Zeke is a hustler.
Yes, he is.
A hustler.
Can confirm.
Yes.
Indiana.
Hustler. Okay, word. So Bilbo and Zeke, right. So they'll know what's up.
Yeah. And that's funny, too, because even when you are that young, even if you got like a part-time gig at a fast food chain.
Can't work full-time. It's only part-time.
Yeah, and you're comparatively to like the rest of your friends, you're making fucking bank.
Oh yeah.
And you can buy all the magic cards you want. And, you know, for me growing up, it was like,
put gas in your car.
yeah, I didn't have to worry about that. Thank goodness.
Well, Zeke didn't have no fucking car. You know, not to my knowledge. I know. We said
Oh, yeah,
that
you
now.
guys
He
grew up
didn't-
together, dude.
Zeke didn't have a car. No, we rode the bus together. Not
Yeah.
on the same bus, but we rode the bus together. He used to ride his fucking bike to football practice.
Making
So, yeah,
money.
he didn't have no fucking car.
No, I bet you were living good too, man, for a fucking 16-year-old. I love that stuff. But there's still no way I can logically put these things together in my mind and have it make sense.
Don't make any sense.
And so obviously there's going to be, I highly doubt this is the end of any kind of investigations.
Oh,
and,
the FBI is
more
going to
and
say,
more and
yeah,
more
he is
stuff.
super weird, but it's nothing.
yeah, and also I don't trust the FBI to do their fucking job here.
No.
Not because if the FBI ain't compromised all to hell at this point, I don't know what you're thinking at this point. The track record is pretty fucking clear to see if you got two eyes and want to look at it.
Yeah.
It's not good.
So, since Uvalde, we have heard all of the trash takes in the world come out of this.
Yes.
All of the trash takes, right? So, first one, but we've talked about a lot of these before. We'll go over them again real quick because why the fuck not? That's what we do on the show. This is an investigation that won't get investigated as it should. 100%. 100%. I think the investigation into the leak done by the Supreme Court will be a better investigation than into how 19 children died while police officers stood outside and listened.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
is pretty fucking horrific.
It sounds really fucking cold when you put it like that, but that is what happened.
But that's what I think
That
will
is
happen.
exactly what happened.
Yeah. So let's see. One of the things again that we've heard: ban AR-15s. You got me fucked up. There is no fundamental difference between your right to. Chad, will you hand me that rifle, please? There is no fundamental difference in your right and your ability to own one of these. Right, this pistol here. No fundamental difference
Between that and
Very
that.
much. And this here. There's no difference. These are all. There's no difference.
It's the same tool.
No. These are different tools used for different jobs, just as any other reasonable person would tell you. There is no difference. Don't let anybody convince you there is a difference. They are different tools for different jobs.
Yep.
This one can fit under my shirt. This one cannot. This one will put a bigger hole in you than this one will.
Yeah.
They don't like to tell you those things. They like to have all of these weird conversations about the way that, 9mm blow people's lungs out and that 223s disintegrate people's bodies and decapitate people. And I have to take a brief break on that, right? A brief moment on it.
It's a really nice rifle, isn't it?
It's a beautiful rifle. We've heard a lot of things about, these people were ripped to shreds by this, and they were decapitated, and they were, and I have never shot anybody with a rifle. I've never shot anybody at all, right? But from the knowledge that I have of firearms, if the type of damage that they are describing was done to these children, it is not simply because he shot these children. It is because he chose to brutalize them with this weapon afterwards. If the children were decapitated by this gun, he chose to brutalize their bodies afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't see a world unless you're shooting an infant that you are decapitating somebody by shooting them. Unless with
The
larger
physics
calibers.
just don't
it doesn't
do
make
that.
any sense.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, you could go on and watch YouTube videos of like these different gun people on
And
YouTube
ballistic gels and
doing
shit.
ballistic gels, and you could
It
see
doesn't make any sense.
you could see all the various damage of different types of bullets, different calibers of bullets, and all this stuff. And really, the only caliber that I can think of offhand that essentially can turn somebody into like pink mist is like a 50 cal. I mean, you can destroy somebody without even hitting them with the 50 cal. You get close enough, the concussion around that round that's moving through the air can fucking destroy you from the inside out.
Right.
And that it happens. I mean, but other than that caliber, and that's 50 calibers are not the same. We'll put it that way. They're not
That's
the same
a
as anything.
completely
Every
different beast.
Yes, it's a totally different deal. Yes, in the audience, sir.
Remember the size of the hole in my deer from a 6.5 Creedmoor?
I remember the size of the hole.
And that's, again, the things they don't tell you,
Yeah.
that they want you to have your hunting rifle, but they don't want me or Chad or anybody else to have these things here. This that I'm wearing here, this special threat plate, right? That's like, maybe you can hear that. This will stop the green tip AR rounds and the brown tip AKs, right? You could shoot me from your maximum range, and it would go straight through this. They
Probably.
don't tell you these things. They don't want to tell you these things.
I would doubt they even actually know that.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Bullshit. There's no way someone doesn't tell them that. There's no way someone doesn't tell them that at some point.
Yeah.
Even if they've never seen it themselves. You don't say things like that and no one tells you, right? Maybe if you're Joe Biden because you're fucking senile, and when you say 9mm will blow the lung out of somebody, what's anyone going to say to you about it? You know?
Yeah.
No, I don't buy that at all. I think there are definitely some people that don't, but I think there are tons of politicians that know that what they're saying is bullshit, but know that regular citizens don't know. People that are afraid to even look at or handle a gun don't know. And so when you tell them that a 9-year-old or 10-year-old was vaporized with an assault rifle, they're going to believe you. They're going to believe that you're shooting fucking laser beams out of that thing because they don't know. They don't know. They don't know. You know, they think that you can shoot 100 rounds in 5 seconds. They think that you can do these things. They think that you can own an automatic rifle right now. They think that you can go and buy an automatic rifle with no background check from a guy at a gun show tomorrow and no one can stop you. That's what they think. So they say these things because they know that you don't know.
Yeah.
Or they think that you don't know. They think that we don't know, and they know that they don't know, and they don't care.
Yep.
Because as soon as they hear that a 10-year-old was killed with a scary-ass rifle, take that shit away. I don't need it. Why the fuck do they need it? You don't need it. I don't need it. More money to Ukraine. You don't need that shit.
Ooh, I love that one.
Oh, isn't that
Let's
weird?
send some super lethal weapons overseas to go fight another proxy war, but
Isn't that weird that we're going to talk about how badly we need to defend the sovereignty of Ukraine because someone else is attacking them, but there isn't any possible use for an AR-15 in America? Not one.
nope.
Not a single use. But we definitely need to defend the sovereignty of another nation with our money and weapons. But there's no use for you having an automatic or a semi-automatic rifle in America.
Yeah.
No use.
None whatsoever.
No
Unless
use.
you're hunting deer with Kevlar. I mean,
The police will stand outside and arrest you while your children are murdered. There is no use for you to have a semi-automatic rifle in America. No use.
now I'm not going to contextualize it in the exact terms that just happened, but let's say school shooting. Local community shows up. There's a line of police says you can't go in here, and every single citizen is armed to the teeth. There's no way the police are stopping them from going in there and taking care of business. That would not happen. That would not happen.
I don't know that if I were in the position of those parents that I would have been able to stop myself from drawing that day. I don't, again, it's the same deal as earlier. I'm not trying to self-aggrandize myself, right? But I don't know that there's anything that would stop me from doing everything I could to save my children, especially if I'm being told by someone in body armor with a rifle that they can't do anything.
Fuck
you.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
And I obviously don't have any children, but I feel like as if I did, I would assume I'm going to think the same way.
Yeah, fuck you.
Because there's nothing that can stop a parent from. I mean, that one gal went in there. She didn't have a gun. She didn't have nothing. She went in.
I would sooner draw on an armed police officer than stand around while my son was potentially murdered.
Yep.
Absolutely not.
Oh, fuck that.
Absolutely not.
There's no way.
No, there isn't a single person on this planet who has the right to tell me that I can't do everything in my power to defend my son. Fuck you. You're not going to stop me. You will not stop me.
Yep.
You will not. And nor should they have the power or the ability to threaten you with further legal action if you choose to take action yourself.
That was so disgusting.
If you aren't willing to put yourself in between a child, a 10-year-old, and an AR-15, get the fuck out of my way.
Yep.
Get the fuck out of here.
And head straight towards the gunfire. Well-formed militia.
Leave your fucking badge and go. Yeah. You don't deserve to be here.
No.
You have no business here.
You have all the tools that you refuse to use.
The social contract thing that everybody's always talking about, that, we allow them to have this control, this power, because they're going to defend you when it comes down to it. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
You're obviously not. So fuck this social contract. Fuck this nonsense that we're going through, that we continue to prop up all the time, that we're going to allow people to have power and control over us because they're going to look out for us. We've seen for the last 2 years, none of these people care about you.
Nope.
From the government down to the vast majority or a good portion of the police officers that are walking the street. They will stand by and watch your children die. They don't care about you.
What is that line you used to always say? Every
major institution hates you and wants you to die.
boom.
There's no question.
Yep.
Every major institution hates you and wants you to die. We're not talking about the individuals in them. We know teachers, right? Kara, Josh. I have no reason to believe that they hate me and want me to die.
No.
The bodies that they work for hate me and want me to die.
Yep.
They would rather me be gone so I can have kids and they can take their tax dollars because I've got 2 kids already. That's already more than I'm putting out. Why the fuck do they want me here? If I'm going to be a problem, they don't fucking want me here.
Yeah.
Every major institution hates you and wants you to die.
Yes. I love that. I like all the new people, bro. I was like, you got to say the line. We got to get that line back in there. Let's see. Let's catch up on some comments here.
That's right. William Wallace, what about the weapons and equipment left after the Afghanistan pullout? Isn't that weird? They look a whole lot like that rifle I was just holding.
Right.
Said they've got a real fancy switch on the back so they shoot really, really fast.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
And what is that that line Dave Smith always says? If you want to find out who the next war is going to be, look at who we're funding now, or we're giving guns to now.
And I've said the same shit about Ukraine.
Yep.
That's my biggest concern about this whole deal. We're giving them billions of dollars worth of weapons. What about the people who don't like what we did there? What about the ones that are upset? What about the guns that we're already seeing sold, the javelins we're already seeing sold on the black fucking market out of Ukraine for tens of thousands of American dollars? What about that?
Yeah.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about all the things that look just like this that we're banning in New York, but we left hundreds of, thousands of in the desert for the terrorists that we just spent 20 years killing, torturing, removing their human rights. Those guys can have them now. Don't worry about that.
Yeah. That's going to end up real
They can
good.
keep them. All those nods, all those beautiful night vision, oh, they can have them. All the Blackhawks, oh, they can have them. All the Humvees, oh, they can have them. All those Toyotas that we brought over there, oh, they can have them. Don't worry about that.
I just want to have the right to the weapons we left for the Taliban.
Michael Malice.
Amen.
Michael Malice. Michael Malice has said, I don't remember it's paraphrasing slightly. I just want the right to own the weapons that I paid for the Taliban to have. Yeah, no fuck shit. Yeah, fuck you.
Yep.
I'm not going to be told by some man who's willing to stand around and talk about how 9mm remove people's lungs, tell me how I can defend my family.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Also on that, the 9mm being a high caliber round and stuff like that. You know how like police stations and police departments all over have switched out from the 9mm to the 45 ACP?
Yes.
Because the 9mm doesn't have enough stopping
it's
power.
not enough.
Amen.
Because if you have
high
someone-
caliber,
you have even a regular person my size, let alone if they are hopped up on goddamn methamphetamines, you can shoot them 12 times in the chest and they will continue to walk.
yeah, yeah.
I've fucking seen it. It happens all the time. I don't want to talk about lungs being blown out of people when you could shoot me multiple times and I could still walk at you. What are we talking about?
Not reality.
The military did their own study with 5.56, and it took an average of 5 rounds to take down a grown man. What are we talking about?
I'd believe it.
But 9mm takes your lung out, right?
Yeah.
Takes 5 rounds of a 5.56 bullet to take down the average person. And I think that's what it was. That even sounds small now.
Yeah, right. It does sound small. Because, yeah, I mean, what you're talking about is a totally... We understand a little bit about calibers. But the normie that has no idea what a gun is or how they work or anything like that is going to hear they're going to hear it from a trusted political advisor or a politician that they wanted elected or something, and they're going to believe it hook, line, and sinker because they don't know any better.
I'm sure
Shot
the
placement is
person
important.
doesn't know The actual projectile size of a 9mm is about twice the size of a 5.56.
Yeah.
So I'm saying I carry a 10mm every day. That will put a bigger fucking hole in you than that right there.
That's a big boom boom.
Put a big fucking hole in you.
That's right.
I don't worry about that. I carry it. 10 rounds of it, too, even if we're being sketchy about it. 10
Dude.
rounds, that's fine. It's no big deal. Fuck you.
I'm so tired of people, and I guess when you're not talking about the politicians who, you do make a good point. They absolutely know. Especially because they've all fucking been around long enough. They understand what all this stuff does, but the average person has no idea. The average person that argues for gun control is not somebody that generally is going to have a gun or have any fundamental understanding of what the Second Amendment is for. They may know that it exists, they hear it, and then they land on that one little say for the well-regulated militia, and then they say, okay, well that's what that means, done. But they don't have any foundational principles centered in liberty to actually understand the true meaning of why that amendment exists. And it has nothing to do with hunting, no matter which way you slice it. Everybody in early America hunted because that's how you got meat.
Right.
For the most part. Yeah, you could raise cattle and do that stuff, but 9 times out of 10, if you're raising cattle back in the 1800s, you're not eating those yourself because that's your livelihood. That's your fucking money. That's your bank account out in your field like that. You're not using that yourself. You're going to go out with your kids and you're going to give your small child the fucking musket to carry while you carry the other one, and you walk out in the woods and you're going to go hunt Bambi for some food so that your family can eat. You're not going to dip into your life savings essentially just to try to eat some food. There was no thought about hunting when it came to the Second Amendment because everybody did that all the time. There was a way to survive and to live. To make any correlation today, otherwise, you're selling something to somebody, and you're lying to them. Obviously, either that or you're just an absolute idiot who has no idea what they're talking about and probably should shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
I'm so tired of the common man who supports gun control telling me about my Second Amendment right. You don't get to tell me what my rights are. Period. That's why I like the 9th one so much. Nobody gets to tell me what my rights are. Period. 100%. That is not the way this works.
And that's, I think it's a great point, right? It speaks to my newsletter this month, right?
Yeah.
At the end of it, the active call is for people who don't understand this situation, this entire scenario, this discussion, to remove themselves from it. I even addressed in there and said, I'm not calling for technocracy, right? Because as we started this, we've referenced it 1,000 times. We started the show, and I said, no American citizen needs an AR-15. I said that on the show. Yeah. You can still go back and hear it, right?
Yeah, for all you new people, if you really like the practice of self-abuse, you should go back to the podcast, the actual audio podcast, because we didn't do video back then.
The early days.
Check out some of the first podcasts, because we both have changed very, very, very much. Not to mention the quality of the show has changed a whole lot. But you can get some very base knowledge of what our views were back then. I think our first few shows were like, well, let's hit one issue at a time or something like that and go through. And
so
we've had a lot of growth here.
I say that to preface that I understand what it is like to not understand. Yeah. I know what the mindset is to think that you know and actually truly not understand the situation. So I don't blame anybody, right? And even one of the things I learned in this book that I just read is there is no inherent feeling in the difference of being right and being wrong. The only feeling is when you realize that you are wrong. So I understand right now you think you're right. You think that you're right. And I'm not trying to, I'm better than you, I know, but I'm telling you, I've been on both sides of this argument. I've been there.
Yep.
I am telling you, you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. And that's okay. I'm not telling you that you should hate yourself. I'm not shitting on you. It's okay that you don't know, because especially with something like this, a lot of times it takes a really fucked up scenario to open your eyes to why we need this. I understand. If you live a comfortable life and you've never been truly, really uncomfortable in a safety scenario, I understand how you don't get it. I get it. And it's okay. But if that's where you're at, I believe it is incumbent upon you now to remove yourself from this conversation. If you truly think, if you believe that we should be supporting Ukraine and also believe in an AR ban, you need to remove yourself from this discussion. You don't know what you're talking about.
That's
okay.
Yeah.
That's only one of several examples I laid out in the article. If that's what you believe, you need to remove yourself from this because you don't know. You don't get what is happening, and that's okay. It's okay to not know. You need to accept and understand that you don't know what we are talking about, and you've got to shut the fuck up. You've got to get out of this conversation because all you're going to do is mess it up with emotion and with scenarios, with horrific things that don't make any sense, with children being vaporized and shit. That's all you're going to do. You're not adding to this scenario. That's not to say that a conversation about school shootings isn't a part of this discussion. It absolutely is.
Yeah.
It absolutely is, because that's a factor in the reality of these rights, of this liberty, right? It's absolutely a factor.
Yeah.
But if that's where your focus is, you don't deserve to be in this. You shouldn't be in this discussion.
Yeah.
Not that you don't deserve to. Everyone should be heard. Everyone deserves to be heard. Everyone deserves to speak their own mind. You shouldn't be in this discussion.
Yeah.
You should be aware enough to remove yourself, because all you are doing is fucking this up. And when we all need this and it's gone because you chose to help take it away, it is your fault when you are left defenseless.
Yeah.
It's your own fucking fault. And if you don't get it, that's fine. You've got to take a step back.
Yep. And it's not so much a shut up, get out of the room, you're not in this conversation.
No,
it's
no.
a shut up, it's time to quit talking. You've said your piece, and here,
Yes.
this is why you're wrong. Now it's time to listen.
Time to
And then
listen,
you listen,
or remove yourself.
and you internalize, and you think about it, and then you go back and you have a new, you need somebody to challenge your perspective. You need to listen to that perspective. You need to think about it, and then you re-engage. And then when you re-engage, you might get more pushback because there are going to be things, especially in areas that you don't know shit about. There's a lot of facets, especially when it comes to the Second Amendment and guns. There's so many different facets to this thing that not everybody is up to speed on. Even if you're up to speed on one, there's going to be more things to do. And when somebody challenges you, you respectfully listen to what they have to say, and then you think about it, and then you re-engage, and then you have an engagement of ideas back and forth. Maybe the person you're talking to is going to take some perspectives from things that you had to say, even if you were very ignorant on the subject. Sometimes that's a plus because there's out of left field ideas that can come in and might shape someone else's ideas.
Yeah.
But the minute you're just trying to shut shit down, make shit illegal, you're doing the wrong thing. That's not how this works.
Yeah.
That's how democracy works. This is why democracy is so fucking dangerous.
Yeah. No, I think that's a really good point. That point, that side, the gun control side, has been argued. It gets argued every time there's every time there's a shooting, every time there's anything.
It's so tired.
We get it. I understand. I understand that children are being killed. I get it. I understand that. I'm not ignorant to that fact because I like guns. Right.
And I'm not unsympathetic either.
No, I have children of my own. I get it. I understand. Right. We're past that now, and I understand. Oh, that sounds horrific. You don't care about children. I absolutely do. I have children of my own. I absolutely care. I absolutely do. We're past that now. This conversation is bigger than that.
It's way bigger.
We're past that now.
Yeah.
So if you're not prepared to listen, right? Because like you said, your side has been argued. I understand it. I understand the magazine bans. I understand the safe storage. I understand all of these things, right? I get it. If you're not prepared to listen, it's time to remove yourself.
Yep.
Because the conversation is past that. We're way too far past that now.
Yeah, man, it's exponentially at this point. I miss the days when. No, I don't even know what I was going to say. But I had a whole nother point too. I was going to bring up. Nope, there it goes. Yeah, no, I got nothing on this one. Damn it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think the last real thing that I want to cover of what we could see, right? What could potentially come in the future. There's been all kinds of different legislation being thrown around all over the place, all kinds of different ideas and everything. We saw the House legislation come out yesterday, right? That covers it, or 2 days ago, maybe it covers a couple of different things.
Yeah, it's really basic, to be honest.
And we've heard even senators come out and say Chris Murphy, I think, is the one that's working on it, say, like, we're not going to try and pass something that's an assault weapons ban because that's not going to happen right now.
Yeah.
That's not a realistic goal for us. Yeah. So it sounds like Senate sounds like they're trying for a red flag law. They're trying for a national red flag law. Yeah. What was in the House one?
The House bill, H.R. 7910, which just passed the other day, is raising the age to 21.
Assault weapons is what they say.
Assault
Semi-automatic rifles.
Yeah,
semi-automatic. In a lot of states, it's already 21 for handguns because, shocker, most murders are committed with handguns. Surprise, surprise.
It's not centerfire rifles?
Most gun crime is committed with a handgun. Isn't that fucking shocking, Chad?
I will say this. In one of the
conversations... The easier thing to conceal is what more people get killed with. Isn't that weird?
That one rocks the brain, doesn't it?
You fucking got me. You fucking got me.
One of the things that was interesting about this one, though, is because there's been a lot of talk about shotguns when it comes to, you can have a shotgun, old man Biden out, go out there and unload a few rounds.
Shoot a buckshot in the air, you'll be all right.
Yeah, right. One of the things that is involved with the raising of the age for center files, they put it. I'm really tongue tied around this one. Center fire semi-automatic rifles. They also included center fire semi-automatic shotguns in that as well.
Like a combat shotgun.
Yeah, when you can have a semi-automatic shotgun, which again,
or a hunting shotgun.
A hunting shotgun. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, just higher quality hunting shotgun.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. That one over there, mine's not semi-automatic. I got a pump action, motherfucker.
Right.
I like the pump though. That's a personal choice.
It's just a preference. It's just a preference thing.
And I'm pretty quick on that shit too. That's all I'm saying.
Warning
It's not a big
shots are
deal.
not authorized. 1,000%. You're getting in trouble for shooting at somebody. 1,000%.
Yep. If you're shooting at somebody, you better intend to kill them.
Yes. Sorry, you continue, and then I want to talk about Bilbo's thing.
So we've got preventing gun trafficking, which is some kind of interstate commerce
Fuck
lines.
you.
It's some bullshit. Untraceable firearms is now they're defining ghost guns essentially as any firearm that is untraceable, and they want to have every single firearm, including high capacity magazines, which comes later on, traceable. So they want everything to be traced.
One of the other things that in New York, on that point, right? One of the things from New York is they're going to create and implement a micro stamping system to put a tracer or a tracker or some type, not a tracker like an electronic thing, but a stamp on every bullet or cartridge that is fired out of a gun to make it easier to track back to an individual gun. So New York is going to go ahead and spearhead this new program.
That seems like a great way to track every single human being in the country. That sounds
micro
great.
stamp, I think, is what they called it. You keep going. I'll find it here. Then we'll talk.
The other one that is really interesting is there's been a lot of talk about safe storage laws, if you will.
Yes.
And then the big question is, well, how do you enforce a safe storage law?
In this, sorry, go ahead.
And I would say in this particular bill, it's not so much about that type of enforcement. It's about on the front end when you purchase a rifle. There's a requirement now in this bill, anyways. It's never going to get approved in the House, but in this bill, it would be required that all manufacturers put a big fat sticker on it and say, like guns are dangerous. I can't remember the actual verbiage. I can find it, but
like the Surgeon General's warning on a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah, or I think a more.
If you don't know a gun is dangerous, then they shouldn't sell you a gun.
Yeah. And I think the more apt analogy is the explicit lyrics stamp on a CD. This is like it's stupid. Of course, guns are dangerous. So is a fucking chainsaw.
Right.
But anybody can go buy one of those.
You hit yourself in the face with a hammer.
Yeah. And then it's a bunch of like grants and money to help support the programs that like push for.
Oh, more taxes?
Well, it's definitely more taxes, obviously. It's got to come from somewhere. Nice. It comes out of your pocket.
But we definitely don't have any room in the budget already. We got to draw new revenue.
We should have had more COVID money is what we should have done.
It's to try and charge the manufacturers so they eventually run out of business to do legal fees. They want manufacturers to be tried for shootings. Yes, 100%.
Yeah, that's insane. They want to close the bump stock loophole, which, again,
I'm sorry, Donald Trump already banned bump stocks.
But it's an NFA regulation. It's not an actual law. So they want to make it a fucking law. The Keep Americans Safe, which is the Title V, and that's kind of that's the high-capacity magazines. They don't want anything more than 15 rounds. If it's higher than a 22, can't be more than 15 rounds.
Do you know the last time I checked, 22 is the deadliest caliber in the United States?
It certainly is.
More people die from 22 than any other caliber in the United States.
Yeah. That's because it's such a pussy-ass bullet.
And maybe even the world. Even the world.
I'm pretty sure.
I would question it just because of how common AKs are around the entirety of the planet. But 22, I think, definitely the United States.
Definitely the
potentially
United States.
The entire world.
Yeah, it's because, you get shot with a 22. Odds are there's not going to be an exit wound. It's going to go in there. It's going to hit bone. It's going to hit density, and it's just going to bounce around.
Stuff.
Yeah, and it's going to get some fucking JFK magic bullet type shit going on, and that is more dangerous than a pass through.
Blows the lung right out of you.
Blows the lung right out of you.
Die instantaneously. So my father killed himself with a 22. Oh shit! My grandfather. I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm just a cover. So I'm 22 assassin weapon of choice. Yeah, that's what the Night Stalker killed every 22. 22 revolver.
Yeah.
What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
We're talking about insanity.
Bro, a 100-round 22 drum mag is about this big.
Yep.
Like, it's very, very small. You can put that in your pocket.
Yeah.
You could put it in your pants pocket.
It's so tiny.
What are we talking about? You could break apart a Ruger 22 and put it in your pants and put the magazine in your pocket and no one would know.
They
you could kill 100 people.
They purposely make collapsible, what they call them, survival rifles.
Yes.
Collapsible 22s that can be compact down to something about that size. And it's essentially meant to like throw in your backpack if you're going to go into the woods, because now you got a little varmint rifle you can bring with you, or if you need some way to hunt or whatever it is, you have that tiny little thing that you can.
Rabbits and shit, birds and and it's that's the type of stuff that I say you don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
That's the shit that you literally don't know what you're talking about, because all you're going to do, anybody who wants to kill people is going to do exactly what the fuck I just said. Put the shit in their pants and put the goddamn magazine in their pants and walk into a crowded building and shoot a bunch of fucking people.
Yep.
It's exactly what they're going to do.
Could definitely do
It
that.
doesn't make any sense.
It's a great hiking gun. Amen, man. I'm not trying to pack in a big-ass, old-school wooden fucking 22 into the woods for fucking 10 miles. No. That's why I make my brother do it. But, but yeah, no, it's everything. I was going to make, I remembered earlier when we were doing the compare and contrast of like the rifle and the pistol, right?
Yes.
We're talking about a tool, like a saw. I always make the reference to a saw. Because
like a wood saw.
There is, because one could be considered, there is a saw, there is a gun. There is a hand saw, very standard to have. That might be a pistol or something like that. And then you have a more specialized tool, like a pipe saw, that you use specifically for doing that thing. That's the only difference between various styles of rifles, various styles of firearms, all through it. It's the same tool that could essentially be used in the same fashion, in different capacities. But it's the same exact tool.
I think that's a really good metaphor because all of the nuance that exists around different types of guns, you start to get in, like you said, table saws and shit like that. So now you're talking about a short-barreled rifle, right? That's more preferable if you're going to be in a house or some shit like that, right? That's what you would want that. You don't want a fucking 16-inch rifle doing that. If you're going to go hunting, that's why you have a completely different gun. That's a very, very good analogy, I think. Very good.
Bilbo Swaggins agree with you. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
No, the saw in particular, too. Like, that's very
Because you also
good.
have a chainsaw.
Yes. Yeah. You have a fucking, exactly. You got a shotgun. This is for you got a big job.
I got a big job.
That's very good.
I'm not trying to chop down a fucking tree with a pipe saw, bro, but I am going to use a goddamn chainsaw.
Is that a metaphor or an analogy? It's a metaphor, right?
Let's
or
go
an
with
analogy?
that. Maybe both. Maybe it's an idiom.
A metaphor is when you say something is like something else, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. An analogy is when you just compare it to a larger thing. So I think it's both. Right?
Let's go with that. I'm not smart enough to get
really
to the end of
smart
that
right
one.
now. We sound really smart. Welcome to all the new people.
I gotta
Glad
go.
you're listening to us.
I'm getting my grammar
Jesus
book out.
Christ. I promise. Just read the article. I promise it's good. You're right. You don't need to worry about what a metaphor and analogy is. Don't just read that. I swear it's good. No. Okay, so yeah, we saw that House bill. Oh, this is from New York. The legislation would also establish a micro-stamping program that would require newly manufactured guns to mark its bullet cartridges with a unique code that would make it easier to trace it back to the original weapon.
So you're talking about casings, essentially?
The
That's what it
casing,
sounds like.
So when they pick up the casing, they can find the gun and see which gun fired it.
Well, they can find the person who is registered to.
So ballistics will get you there anyway, right? It's just a harder road to.
It's a harder road to hoe.
Yeah,
I love that turn of phrase. But yeah, no, it's the same deal. I mean, ballistics can be. I mean, they do it all the time now to figure out where the most likely spot was that the shooter stood, and I mean, they do that shit in poaching cases and stuff all the time.
Right.
You know, there's a good scene in the beginning of Yellowstone where they kind of talked about that a little bit with like the game warden and shit, and trying to recreate this one scene because they're trying to hem some dude up, and you know that kind of stuff. If you got somebody that really knows what they're talking about, you can look at an impact area of a round and more or less kind of determine where it was fired from.
Right.
Like, you know, the book depository, of course. I was like, that you didn't.
No,
pick
I
that
got
one
you. I read Bilbo's comment again. I was just thinking about your saw analogy. It's so good. That's
Hot dog.
so good.
Every now and again, bro.
No, that's every now and again. You're too much. You're too much. No. So the other things that I think that we're potentially going to see, we've already seen these different state bills come out. So this is going to continue to happen in our own state of Washington, right? We have the magazine ban that just happened. We have the
kicking in next month.
Home manufacturing ban that just happened. All these things. So only if there's a bullet to pull ballistics.
Oh,
okay,
amen.
So that's what I thought. If you have the actual bullet out of the body, that's what I thought. So, but this is going to be if the casing is there, then you can use the casing because the casing will just obviously tell you what kind of you can see on the casing what kind of bullet it came out of.
Yeah.
So that's.
Yeah. If that's not a lesson in police or brass, I don't know what is, man.
Right.
I do kind of on side note, it drives me nuts when I go to a place and there's just steel casing left everywhere. Every time I go to any like our range spots and stuff, I always try to police up more than I brought.
Yeah.
Which is just because that shit pisses me off, man.
And I go so back and forth, you know. On that stuff. Any other trash, I'll always take.
Yeah.
Like its casings are the only thing that I'm like, which I should, you know. It's a little bit hypocritical.
It's definitely an undertaking, though. I'll say that
And
much.
that's
It's
you
like
know,
if
especially
you
we run around so much, bro. We're out to if you're talking about you're starting out just warming up, like 15 or 20 with the pistol and stuff, and then we're going out to fucking 125 and we're running in from there.
Yeah.
Like that's a big job. To,
I think
that's a
the
lazy
general
thing to
rule
say.
of thumb here from William Wallace is say, leave the area cleaner than you found it. And I think and then even if you miss some of yours, you brought, we know how many rounds we expend every time because that shit, you're basically counting dollars every time you fire.
We be blasting, bro.
Yeah.
We be blasting.
And so, you could do your part.
Yeah.
But, anything else we want to hit right now? I don't know. How long have we been going?
Different state bills, New York bill. I want to talk for a second about celebrities, right? Because we had Matthew McConaughey show up at the White House.
Yeah.
And always celebrities are always saying things, they're always going to go out and make their points and donate and do all the shit. And, what every town was like tripling donations for the first week after the Buffalo shooting. And
every town
horrific. Every town is Mike Bloomberg's anti-gun organization, and they were tripling people's donations. Like double matching people's donations for the weekend immediately after the Buffalo shooting. So I want to talk about the celebrities for a second, right? Because I posted a clip that I saw. I didn't watch the Matthew McConaughey thing, and we'll explain that a little bit more as we get into it. It will make more sense. But I saw that he was there at the White House, and I posted a clip of him on my Instagram story, and I said something to the effect of, I thought that we already learned that we shouldn't be letting celebrities run our country. Right?
Right.
And I had a couple of different people question me about that. Of like, what does this have to do with celebrities running the country? Well, first of all, just like I said to you, right? I don't know what makes Matthew McConaughey uniquely qualified to be discussing the Second Amendment and gun rights with me.
Yeah.
Right? He's not a Second Amendment scholar. He has never shot guns for any type of real reason outside of making movies, right? And things like that in his own, anything other than I've done. Yeah. So there's no experience other than that. There isn't anything, I don't even want to qualify to, there isn't anything uniquely that makes him uniquely qualified to be discussing what we should and shouldn't be doing with our gun rights and what my gun rights are, right? What my Second Amendment rights are. Mm-hmm. So I was extremely irritated that he was not only able to walk through the Capitol and knock on doors to discuss anything that he wants regarding gun legislation with any representative or senator that was there. Mm-hmm. Not something that any American can do. You can make an appointment, right? Yeah. But you can't reasonably expect to just show up at their office and just get to sit down. Matthew McConaughey, some guy who's in the fucking movies, is able to go there and do that.
Yep.
After that, he's able to go into the White House press briefing room and read a prepared statement to the entirety of America. Why? Because your name is Matthew McConaughey? I don't give a shit what you have to say. Because you're from Uvalde, Texas? I don't give a fuck. When I was in high school, there was a shooting at Arbinger Elementary School and a first grader died. Should I have then, I asked you, should I then have spoken about that? Was that my opportunity? Is that when we should discuss it? Is because I was there, or not because I was there, because I live in this town, and so at that point I was uniquely qualified? Why do I give a fuck what Matthew McConaughey has to say about what my rights are? Why does anyone care about what his take is on what the laws should be? Mm-hmm. He's not a government official. He's a fucking celebrity.
And even then, he, when he was there, like, I don't necessarily despise a celebrity that comes up and talks. It's
you have First Amendment rights. I don't care what you say.
If you have something of substance that you can say, and you have a principled position to take, and you want to talk about that, cool. That's fine. We'll listen to you. But that's not what we had with Matthew McConaughey. No. This was due to the circumstances of where he was born, they decided he was a good voice. He got up there. He told, it's what I call tragedy porn at this point.
And because they knew who he is. Because they didn't take a random person from Uvalde and let him talk.
Nope.
They took Matthew McConaughey, who doesn't fucking live there, right? He's from there.
Yeah.
They could have taken someone who works in a grocery store whose neighbor died in the school shooting, right? Mm-hmm. They live next door to a kid that was murdered in a school shooting. Why not let that person talk? Right? They're a little bit separated. They still live in that town. If that's the only qualification is that they live there, why not let that person talk? There isn't anything that makes him uniquely qualified to be there. Yep. It's just that people know what his face looks like.
Exactly. And
that's all.
And it sucks because when it comes to Matthew McConaughey, he has, over the last couple of years, he's been very outspoken, I guess, just about political matters and trying to
He's
think
toyed
about
with
certain
running for
things.
governor and
Yeah,
stuff like
and
that.
and he has, I think, more than the average person tried to kind of think about certain things. If the statement that he read the other day was any reflection of what he truly believes as far as Second Amendment rights, then
Which we
he
have
has
reason to believe
nothing.
it is not.
Exactly, and we don't. If that was the case, though, even then, he doesn't make any principled arguments about anything. It's all appeals to emotion, and like I said earlier in the show, the absolute worst time to try to craft some form of legislation is when you are in emotional pain, or if there's been some kind of emotional trauma done to a society at large, because nobody is thinking rationally at that point, and you're going to make some fucking Patriot Act decisions and really live to regret them. And it's not the time to be doing that. And if the demand from society is action, we need to take action. You hear fucking Crystal Ball talk about this. We have to do something.
So you think we should just do nothing?
Why do we have to do something?
Right.
Why?
Why?
You know what we should probably be doing is making sure the goddamn police are going to do their fucking job if something like that happens. When they literally just did a goddamn active shooter drill like the week before this thing happened, and everybody's just sitting around with their thumb up their ass as kids die. That's what we should be talking about, not about trying to raise the gun buying age to 21.
That'll do it.
That'll do it.
Less bullets per magazine. That'll do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna write this down real quick because I got something we could discuss in the grab bag a little bit.
Yeah,
that's
100%.
semi close to this thing. Something we've talked about before about the age of adulthood and your prefrontal cortex and shit. I'm gonna write that down. But yeah, no, I hate the tragedy porn that gets put out after a legit tragedy happens, because it is so blatantly transparent that they're trying to sell you something, and they're going to use the emotional manipulation to do it.
Well, and they can't even.
You're spitting on these kids' grave is what you're doing.
Can't even get somebody who's going to speak in a genuine fashion because he's standing up there. The one clip I saw was from Crystal and Sagar watching Breaking Points. We need to restore our American values. You're not even just talking. You're delivering a speech. It's not genuine. You're delivering a speech that maybe you wrote. Someone probably wrote a lot of it for you.
I would hope so.
Why are we letting this happen?
Yeah.
Why are we allowing these people to have this type of influence over our popular culture, over our society in general, over the legislation that's going to happen, the way that you feel about our rights and the laws that we live under, right?
No.
Why?
It is evil to use this as a political talking point.
1,000%.
Yep.
1,000%. I hate to keep pumping it. I'm going to do it. You guys are new here. That's one of the things that I said in this newsletter, right? If you are using the so recent death of children, especially after this one, right? Immediately after it happened.
Immediately.
There were talking points before we even knew what the details were. We didn't even know what type of gun the guy had used yet. People are already talking about ban AR-15s. We didn't even know what he used yet.
Yeah.
If you are so willing to use the freshest death of children to try and make a political talking point, you're a piece of shit.
Yeah.
You are a horrible, horrible person. You're fucking evil.
Yep.
You don't care about these children. You don't care at all, right? You don't care about this. That's why our social media, we were posting shit about guns immediately that day about don't take our fucking guns away, because it's not the goddamn point right now. 19 kids just died. Let's give it a fucking minute. Let it breathe for a minute, right? When we know something, then we will talk about what is potentially actionable and what we maybe should do, right? At this point, like you said, the only actionable thing, we need to figure out what the fuck happened with these cops and get that shit handled.
Yeah.
Because 2 weeks ago, they did a drill in this same school, or a school that, what are we talking about?
Yeah.
What are we talking about here? And we're just going to allow this guy to not say anything, the chief of police to hide from everybody and not do anything about it, right? Greg Abbott, the attorney general, the deputy governor aren't going to do they're not at this guy's house saying, what the fuck happened here?
Yeah.
What happened here? 19 kids are dead and you guys sat outside. What the fuck happened here?
Where's the accountability?
No one gives a fuck. We're just going to let them not say anything at all. Get the fuck out of here. Greg Abbott, wheel up to his goddamn house and say, what the fuck happened here? You lied to me. What happened here?
Wheel up to his house.
I'm not trying to, that's the reality. I'm not trying to be a dick. It
Yep.
It is funny, but I'm the reality. Go to his house. What the fuck happened here?
He's a public official. You're a public official. Make
What
that shit happen.
happened here?
Yep.
Member of the city council who just got him on there, who chose to not take him off. Go to his house. Say, man, what the fuck happened here? What is going on?
Yeah, where are
What is
you?
going on? Why are you lying about things? Why are you lying? If you fucked up, just be honest, because it's too late now. The kids are already dead. They're already dead. It's too late.
Oh, yeah.
What the fuck happened here?
God, I hope he gets civilly sued into fucking oblivion.
Instead, we're going to grandstand. Oh, you can't, because the police officers don't have a constitutional... They are not... What the fuck am I trying to say? They don't have a legitimate requirement to protect and serve you. Mm-hmm. They don't. There is no constitutional authority that requires them to protect and serve. There is no... You can't sue them because they don't have... They are not required to. You can't sue them.
Yep. They may have like a local protocol or something, but that's not law.
No.
So yeah, I guess you can't sue
they
them.
wrote it in the policy that you need to go in first, so you'll lose your job.
Yeah.
Oh no, you won't be a cop anymore. Fucking good. You shouldn't be a cop anyway.
Yep.
Fucking good. You get to walk free, and people lost their goddamn kids, and nothing is going to happen. You get to lie and sit in your goddamn house.
So I get caught up sometimes looking at the
that's
chat.
Fine. It's horrific, man.
It is.
They also had an AI program to help with training for this type of situation to make exactly. Mm-hmm. They should work for us. That is supposed to be how it is.
Yep.
But
yeah, sadly, I think in the concept that any government official works for the people anymore, I think it's gone.
No, they don't care.
The republic is dead, and we all watched it happen.
No, and that became very apparent to me when I sat in that Facebook town hall with Derek Kilmer, and he was able to shit on my question, and then everybody in the group chat was able to talk about how I was a gunhead and a crazy person.
Yeah.
And he's just like, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Nothing's going to happen.
Yep.
Nothing's going to happen. I'm just going to continue to post about how we need to continue to restrict these rights, but nothing's going to happen. It's fine.
It's fine.
They don't care.
Nope.
When I waited a month for an answer from Drew Hansen until after the legislative session already closed, they don't care.
Yeah.
None of these people care about you.
Nope.
None of them.
They all hate you and want you to die. And on that note.
Yes, on that note, we can go ahead and we'll take our 3-minute break at the end of this part 3.
Mm-hmm.
And after this, we will come back for part 4, which is the final part. We have our grab bag segment. We have some random topics to go in there. I don't really have any sports today. It's leading up to football season. We're getting there. Sports is really football on this show.
Right.
Football is about the only sport I care about. I know, like, the basketball playoffs just happened. I think that probably the finals are going to happen here pretty soon. I don't know. I'm not following that shit.
So much fucking money, man. I don't care.
Football's about to be happening. So I've just started the fantasy listing. I'm starting to dip my toes back in. So what's going on? It's fine. I'm fine.
It's fine.
Yeah. So in part 4, like I said, we have the grab bag. We're talking about some of the effects that have happened from parts 2 and 3, like the attempted shooter outside of Kavanaugh's house.
Yeah.
We're going to talk a little bit about January 6th. There's some good things going on in part 4. So with that, we'll be back in 3 minutes for part 4. Thank you, guys.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on nation. We need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Back.
Thank you for coming back or rejoining us, everybody.
Re-up.
Thank you for coming back. We're here for staying with. Thanks. Thank you for staying with us. That's what I'm looking for.
Boom.
Thank you for staying with us. Don't worry about it, Bilbo Swaggins. You're new. No, it's perfect. Upper left. They make a lot of fantastic music. They also make music as individuals. Denzel 2AM is the singer. He does most of the singing. The
Panty dropper.
Man rapping in that particular song. His name is Mac Rays. You can find all of them also on through our Instagram. You can they're linked in there, obviously. PNW Nils. They've all also been on the show before. So if you search that on YouTube, you can find them, and we're linked to their stuff in their episodes.
Yeah.
And also One Dot. Right?
One Dot.
One Dot.
RJ.
Yeah. So all them. Yeah. No, they're fantastic. I have to criticize myself to become better.
Amen,
That's the
dude.
only way to success.
I fucking understand
Yes,
that.
anyway, yes. I want to thank everyone again for staying with us. You are watching us, obviously, on our youtube.com, Salt of the Streets. We also have our Facebook, our Instagram, fuck Facebook, our Patreon, everything at Salt of the Streets. You can find all this at saltofthestreets.com, along with our personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter, and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Make sure that you like, subscribe, share this content if you guys are into it. Tell your friends about it. We're trying to make a better and bigger show all the time. So make sure you also go to the Patreon. You subscribe there. You can get our newsletters there. We have the beer shows. We have the book clubs. We have all this stuff. The book for this month is, I should have said this earlier, is Can't Hurt Me by David Goggins. This is the one for this month. We had the page and pace, I think it's like 11.8 pages. So it's not too late. It's only 11 days in. If you're a quick reader, you can totally still catch up and stick with us. And we'll be there live streams every Thursday on our Instagram to go over what we've read that week. Then there's a review preview at the end. It comes out on the first of the month. It's fantastic. The only good part of Facebook is trolling the NPR page with my stupid top fan badge. Oh my God, I love that so much. That's so awesome. Good for you, Bilbo. Good for you.
I love it.
That's awesome.
Oh, dude, because I listen to the NPR podcast every morning. I think you do too. Up first, right?
Yes, I just got back into it. I listen to NPR a lot in the car.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
A lot in the car. Of KUOW is our local NPR affiliate.
Oh man,
So I
and
hear a lot
how
of-
woke is it?
It's not good.
It's so
I
woke.
remember my first equal pay day. Yes, every year they have an equal pay day. That's all day on KUOW, and they continually just what you think to continually discuss the plight of unequal pay between men and women.
Yeah.
So the entire day it's equal pay day. It's all about equal pay.
Yeah.
Because you know how we subjugate women in this country.
Like I wish
still.
it wasn't so easy to find, like, for lack of a better term, the Oppo research, because it's everywhere.
It's worth a DuckDuckGo.
It.
You can't Google it.
You can't
it's worth
Google
a
it.
DuckDuckGo.
I don't. They.
If you think it's true, it's worth
It's
a
true.
DuckDuckGo.
That's true. Use a Brave browser at this point. Because you remember, I don't know if we talked about it on the show at all, but DuckDuckGo had made some statements about censorship, and they're on board with censorship. And now I'm like, oh, okay, well, fuck off, DuckDuckGo.
Oh, I think it's
now
still,
I use the Brave search engine.
Oh,
Yeah.
I still fuck with DuckDuckGo, but I still have my what's it called, the VPN on all the time. You know.
Oh yeah. I will
Fuck
say
'em.
it is still nice though, because DuckDuckGo is still pretty good. Like if you're looking for a document and you're
Yes.
not finding on it still works pretty well for that.
Or just stories that aren't from the big corporate media.
Yeah,
you
the
know?
corporate fucking press.
I'll
Enemy of the
always,
people.
if I need something from them, I'll hit a Google because
Yeah.
I know I can find it number one. And if I need something that I know they aren't going to cover, then I'll just hit a DuckDuckGo.
Right.
Because that's
It'll
the
be there.
only way that I'm going to find it is through DuckDuckGo.
Yeah.
So,
Well, before we start diving into our fun little grab bag show,
Yes.
let's grab a beer chacho.
yes. Okay.
You take your pick.
Um,
We got a saison and a Marzen beer,
Let me just
aka
take Marzen.
Oktoberfest.
give you your favorite. I
Oh,
like it.
I do love me a
Warm.
saison, man.
They're tall boys, so they're not going to fit all of it in here. DuckDuckGo still uses Google to search.
Yeah.
Then how? I'm a fucking computer idiot, Bilbo. You will learn that here. I am
Oh, I'm
not
supposed to be
a.
pouring this on camera.
I'm not a computer person.
So I'm fucking this one up anyway, so you don't get to
That's
see
all
it.
right. No, that's okay. I'm going here.
Here, I'm gonna hide my shame. Here, I'll put you on
Oh,
camera.
jeez.
You want some wood? Yeah, have some. That's fine.
That's a
Go
good
Tim.
color.
That is a nice color. It's not as dark as some of the
No.
Marzens.
I expected it to be a little more brown.
Yeah. Most of the Marzens I have are generally a little darker than that. Kind of pretty close to the beer we were having last time.
Yeah.
All right. Oh man, I don't know what it is about these saison beers because they're kind of soury, but they're also kind of spicy.
Yes. Yeah. This
Oh.
one's definitely a little sour.
Oh, I love it. I love Belgian beers, to be perfectly honest. Yeah. Oh, well, cheers, buddy.
Cheers. It's a great show. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. This is such a fantastic show. I can't tell you how happy I am. This is my first, for anybody who's new here, this is my first show back from paternity leave, our first show back. My wife just had our second child. Her name is Reason, and she's a beautiful, beautiful baby girl. And
Named
she's-
after Reason Penelope Tucker.
That's right, named after Reason Penelope Tucker of the Donner Party fame.
Yeah,
So-
the Indifferent Stars Above, I believe. He was
Yes.
featured greatly in that book, which
That's
is also
right, that's
you can
right.
watch the review preview of that on our YouTube channel here.
The review preview I got so heavy into that I delayed our show that day.
It was
because
so
I talked
good.
about it so much because I read that book twice in 1 month because it was so fucking good.
Yeah.
And so I talked a lot about a man named Reason Penelope Tucker. Fantastic, fantastic person.
He saved so many fucking people, dude.
He made 3 different trips into the mountain to save members of the Donner Party. He had no family members in the Donner Party. He had no affiliation with them. He even paid other people who volunteered and then got scared halfway up the mountain. He paid them out of his own pocket for them to continue on the journey and do what they agreed to do.
Yeah, and we talked about the equivalent about the amount of money he was paying them per day.
It
It was like
was like-
$115 a day.
A person a day out
Yeah.
of his own pocket that he paid like 5 dudes just
That's
to do something
crazy.
they agreed to do.
Yeah, right.
Yes. They thought they were real, and they agreed that they would hike up this mountain to go and save people. And when they got up there, it got really difficult. And they said, "Well, I don't want to do this anymore."
I don't want to do
And
this.
he
It's too
said,
hard.
Y'all are pussies. I'll pay you $115 a day, a dude, to keep going. There's children up there. There's women up there. Horrific.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, I remember too. It was like a couple months after you did the book for the book club. Rogan was talking about it on the show. He was talking about reading that same book, and I was like, "Oh, I know that one. That's a great book."
That guy and his brothers named all their sons George Washington, Lafayette, John Adams, so that they couldn't forget where they got their liberty from. Mm-hmm. And he told us, his family and his sons, everybody, your liberty is the most precious item that you have. It's the most precious possession that you have. The reason Penelope Tucker was America wrapped up into a dude. A short, bearded man. Yeah. A real hero, unlike the police in Texas. Holy shit.
Hot.
Bilbo's
Hot
out here
take.
dropping fire. Yeah, I'm out here.
That's a good take.
Yeah. Yeah, you can find that review preview. So, you have one that you want to start the grab back off with. What do you got?
Kind of working off what we were just talking about a little bit. There's
absolutely.
been a lot of conversation over the last year or so about raising the age for this and that, particularly around purchasing firearms. And we had a case at some point, and I don't remember which shooting it belongs to, where some guy, I think he was an elected representative, if I recall correctly, was talking about possibly raising the age limit of purchasing any firearm to 25, because that's when your prefrontal cortex is supposedly fully functioning and fully formed and all that. And even with the arbitrary, let's say you stake your flag in that, you might have some kind of scientific basis for that. Right. But then at the same time, if that's what you're going to say is required to, that's when you are a responsible adult because your prefrontal cortex is fully formed, then why do we call everybody an adult at 18? If you wanted to vote at 16, you get to, and you can't even buy cigarettes and shit anymore now unless you're 21, which is also strange.
Fucked up, right? I forget about that because I was already past it.
It was a whole deal. I remember when I first joined the Coast Guard and I got stationed up in Alaska, they had it was like you had to be 19, I think, to buy tobacco products in Alaska for some arbitrary reason. And so you had a whole gang of military folks that you couldn't buy cigarettes at 18.
And you had to get people to buy them for you?
I mean, of course not. I would
never
do that.
Especially not when you're representing the federal government or the great military of these United States.
Exactly.
You would never do something like that.
I would never do that.
Death before dishonor, like William Wallace said. You would never dishonor the U.S. Coast Guard, would you?
Hard enough.
Never.
I actually do have I'm a huge fan of the Coast Guard and everything they do.
Yeah.
I understand that just like most military branches now, they're just as woke as anyone else. But, it's the only military branch that doesn't make a living killing people. They make a living saving people.
Right.
That's what I like to say. It was a good unit. It was a good outfit when I was in it.
Yeah.
And it's definitely changed now. But, respect, bro.
Come on, Nico.
Is he trying to...
Yeah. Class.
Oh, he's humping the dog?
Classless.
Yeah. The show dogs are in it.
Classless, Nico.
So anyways, on that topic...
yes, sorry.
What are your thoughts on the arbitrary nature of raising these age limits for whatever reason? I don't know. Why does 21 make it more okay to buy an AR-15 than it does at 18?
It's absolutely arbitrary. And I've heard, speaking specifically on firearms, I've heard a lot of people, Lucas Botkin from T-Rex Arms is a great proponent, or is a great example of this, right? He is maybe not a proponent of, but he has questioned the arbitrary nature of even 18, right? There are probably a lot of 14, 15, 16-year-olds that you could find in this country alone that are more capable and more mature, probably a better candidate to still carry a firearm than a lot of adults who are allowed to do it, even in constitutional carry states.
Yeah.
They just have the right to do it, right? Probably a lot more kids that you can find, not a lot more, but a lot of kids that you can find that are more responsible than a lot of the adults that are allowed to carry around with no question, right?
Yeah.
So even at 18, it doesn't really make that much sense. It's only because that's the age that we've decided that someone is an adult. That's just the level that we've decided.
And like you said, what does that get you? You're an adult in America, you're 18 years old. What does that get you?
Yeah, the two things now, well, at least certainly if this is passed, right, if the age was to be increased to 21 to buy a rifle, then the only things that you would really be getting would be taxes like we talked about earlier and to be drafted like Chad talked about. So you would be, as we discussed, you would be fulfilling inevitably the only two things that are actually definite in life, which would be death and taxes.
Yeah.
And it would be death in favor of the state and not for yourself. So those are the only two rights that you would actually have at 18, death and taxes, which are not rights. Those are horrific inevitabilities that you cannot avoid.
Yeah,
in
you can't
modern
escape
America.
it.
No. So I think Bilbo's right. The only things that you can do is it's about control. That's it. register for selective service. Yeah, and that's right. Get drafted. That's all that you can do. And a lot of things, I think this in Washington, I don't know if it's nationwide, but in Washington, when you register to vote, if you're a man, you're automatically signed up for the selective service.
Yeah.
So you don't even have to go to the actual like website or anything and do it. There's a lot of shit. If you get your license, selective service, it's there's no question. And I think it's the same for being registered to vote in Washington. If you get your license, you're also registered to vote. And so you're also signed up for the selective service. There's a whole host of things that they give you as soon as you get one thing.
I remember when I turned 18, I didn't have to go into anywhere yet, but the internet wasn't to the point where, at least the government wasn't on the internet like that when I was 18. But I remember I had to fill out the paperwork the day I turned 18 and mail it in and then sign up for selective service, even though at that point I was already accepted into active duty military, which was strange. But because I also, like my brother was on he went to boot camp when you were 17, right? And I was on what was called the delayed entry program, just waiting for a slot to open, and then went to Europe and Russia and all that shit after graduation, then came back and got shipped off over to boot camp there.
And that's what I was just going to say, that you can do that, and then as soon as you get out, then you're just you're enlisted, right? Or you're already technically enlisted. You're just waiting to be.
School after you graduate.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting deal. But I'm getting really
We'll sign you up at 17. Get the fuck out of here.
But then you can go over at 17, go get fucking shot up in a war, go partially blown up in a war, but you can't come home afterwards and have a beer yet. You got to wait your time. You got to wait till you're 21 to do that.
Or hopefully you get flown to another country, and then you can drink when you're there, but not when you come home.
Yep. Yeah.
And even if you go to a weird state, you can't buy cigarettes.
Yeah, man.
Well, now nobody.
Nobody.
You can sign up and be enlisted for 3 years and still not be able to buy a fucking cigarette unless you go to another country.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, there's been a lot of talk about raising these age limits now arbitrarily, and I don't understand what the point is. You're just assuming that after another 3 years, you're not going to be as stupid, or maybe you're not as attached to. I don't know. There's no rationale to me, and I don't understand why we're doing this. And I just see this continual creep where you're, like I said, death and taxes is about the only thing you could do until you reach, at the rate we're going, you could be 25. And it's when I was growing up, the only thing that you got when you were 25 was you can go fully rent a car without any kind of extra liability payments. Some places wouldn't even let you rent a car unless you were 25. Right. And that was the big deal. But now it's if we're talking about this, why, if we're going to change all of these ages up to 21 at the bare minimum, right? At the lowest age everybody's talking about, minus voting, of course, because they want to get the young folks. But then I don't see how you can legally call somebody adult anymore until 21. You don't need to pay taxes anymore. No, if you go get a job and you go work, then you're not 18. Why? Or if you're not 21, you're not technically adult. Why should you have to pay taxes? Why should you have to be involved in all this shit? You should be treated as a minor, because legally and everything else, we don't trust you enough to call you an American adult that has the freedom and autonomy that liberty provides in this country. It doesn't make any sense to me, and I'm so tired of hearing all these arbitrary, let's raise the age limit to buy an AR-15 because then the 18-year-old won't go shoot up a school. No, but the 21-year-old can.
Right.
What are you talking about? What is this? This doesn't make any fucking sense to me at all.
And it doesn't fight at the core of the issue that they're referencing, that we're seeing all this violence and this aggression in all these young males. So that doesn't solve this issue.
No.
It creates another avenue for them to go. Like we talked about, a fucking Hunting 22 with a big old drum magazine. Not even a drum, it's just I guess that's still what you call it, but it's like a cylindrical magazine that you can fit in your pocket and walk into whatever other building that we haven't hardened yet, because that's what we're gonna just do, know, if we harden schools at all, right? And I'm not trying to start a whole thing or a proponent of that, but that's
I'm real mixed about that, right?
Yeah, I know. When we've talked about it before, I'm in favor of teachers who want to carry guns being able to carry guns. Mm-hmm. If you have a concealed pistol license and you want to carry a gun and no one's going to know about it, none of the students are going to know about it, then do it. Yeah. If someone finds out about it, we got a fucking issue.
I feel like that's your right as an American.
You got to be concealing that shit here, because that's the whole job. That's the whole idea, is no one knows. Anyone could be carrying. You have to conceal that shit.
Yep.
So if someone sees it, then we have a problem. But if no one fucking knows, why does anyone give a fuck?
Yeah.
Pay for that person to get it if they want it. If they ask you, say, I would like to seek some training to be better at it, pay for that shit. I'll pay taxes for that. If you want to be a teacher, a good teacher who's not a weird ideological piece of shit, right?
Yeah.
And you
That's a
wanna
whole
take care
other
of
one.
kids, it's a larger discussion, but obviously.
Oh, Bilbo, I'm really glad we showed up in your feed too, buddy.
Goddamn, we're glad you're here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, man.
No, I completely agree. It's very arbitrary, and the only thing I'd have to think about it very, very hard. But the easiest thing and the quickest thing, it's about power. It's control.
Yeah.
It's all just about control. We're going to continue to push the limits farther and farther and farther until you have to be 25. Everybody has to be 25 to own it, you know. And now you have to be 25 to own any gun, you know. And now you have to be 30 to own any gun because, you know, that's when people start to have kids. That's when you're most likely to have kids, and that's when people really have something to protect or whatever, you know, whatever the point is going to be then. Well, that's when more people have a house, so that's when you really have property that you need to protect, you know?
Yep.
You can hear it now. You
Oh,
can
yeah.
hear any type of random bullshit fucking justification that's when you really need it. Well, most people say that they need it for self-defense or home defense. This is when people first buy a home, is when they're about 29. So let's just set it at 29, you know? I can hear it now.
Yeah. I'm like, I could literally hear that coming out like Elizabeth Warren.
They're just waiting until this step has been taken, and they're going to wait some time. And they keep going. You know, there's arguments that Crystal is making, you know, about, we haven't seen meaningful gun legislation here in decades, so there's no way that we're going to see guns get banned. You know, there's no way that people are going to come to your house and get them. Oh, right, because it just happens like fucking that, right? I forgot that one day the Jews were happy, and I'm not even going to go down this road. I'm not going to go down anything. I'm not going to go down any of that shit. But everyone knows what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yep.
Anybody who's ever been disarmed. I forgot. One day they were perfectly happy and had all the rights in the world, and the next day they were hemmed up.
Australia.
I forgot. That's how it happened,
Yep.
right?
And it always happens like that.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. And even Sagar on that same episode, he said there's no denying that if we're talking about safe storage or even doing background checks for private transfers, you're talking about creating registry for all firearms in America, which was unquestionably the first step, or the step right before Australia banned all these guns.
Yep.
Right? There's no doubt that is the reality of the situation. She is not able to even see past the one step because it's crazy. That's impossible. It could never happen here.
Could never happen. And then she makes you feel like an idiot if you are trying to take the other point. She's like, are you serious? My favorite line from that episode when they were going back and forth was like, so you're just like a full-on libertarian now. And he's like, I mean, maybe a little bit. For fuck's sakes, that's not what we're talking about, man. Just because I believe that our rights should be protected and not infringed upon, now you're going to call me a libertarian.
Because I lived in Washington, D.C. and watched armed soldiers walk around the Capitol for months at a time for literally no fucking reason at all.
Oh, yeah. That's
guy doesn't have any reason to question authority at all, right?
Not even a little bit.
It's ridiculous. She lives and she works in the same area. Like maybe you live in a rural place. He lives there. He's telling you that.
Yep.
It doesn't matter. You're crazy. You're libertarian now.
You're libertarian now.
ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's power.
Yeah,
It's
I think
all
I told
power.
you this on Friday, but I don't see that relationship working out long term. Ever since she got involved with Kyle Kalinske, things have kind of just nosedived, and he just hasn't stood up for himself.
Yeah.
You know, it bothers me. But I will say, after that episode, I had a little bit more respect for him because he didn't acquiesce right away, and that's good.
Yeah.
And it's important to do that, man. If you have friends that are lefties or they're counter to your worldview, you can't shut down conversation. You can't allow them to shut down conversation. You have to find a meaningful way to have a conversation with them and remain cordial, get your points across, listen to what they have to say, don't attack them, whatever it is, and go back and forth, have the battleground of ideas, if you will, over a period of time, and you both will probably be better off in the back end. If there is one thing I would love to do, it's give my very, very liberal friends I want them to take a second thought before they jump to conclusions because they have an emotional response about something. When something tragic happens and all of a sudden they jump to a conclusion, they say you should do this, we should do that, I just don't understand, blah, blah. Pick your poison as far as the topic goes. It could be damn near anything. But to give your friends the benefit of the doubt, even if they don't agree with you, and after a while it gets really hard when it's only coming from one side. I'll say that much. But
yes,
if that's all if I could get one thing done, it would be to have a lefty second guess their initial gut reaction on something and try to think in a more principled fashion.
Yeah.
You know, if there's one thing I'm probably the number one thing I'm probably most thankful about after starting this show is I've learned to, I don't want to say think about ideas and topics and things without having to like put all my chips on it and that's where I'm at. Remember we used to do the Hill to Die On back in the days?
Yeah.
Like I am so glad that just by the nature of having our conversations and having conversations with our guests, my ability to put myself in somebody else's moccasins, as Dan Carlin would say, and try to think a little bit about where they're coming from, and then be able to come back to a principled position that I know I hold,
Yes.
and then factor that into it. And
Yes.
it may not change my point of view, and it might change my point of view.
Right.
And that's probably the thing I'm most thankful about this show is like it's taught me how to fucking think.
And I think that that's you're setting me up. I know you are setting me up perfect. So we referenced earlier, right? Bilbo Swaggins. This was before you got here, but this episode was billed initially as the Women and Children's Show.
Indeed.
Right? And it still was. We talked a lot about women and children on this show, so we'll still call it that. We'd initially intended to have two guests on here, right? One of them friends of both of ours, and one of them a person that I know like from school. And I'm not talking about any of these people personally. I want if either of you are listening, I'm not taking. I don't want you to take it personally. It's not. These are larger points at this point, right? That so we've had many people we've tried to get on the show, and we've heard many different reasons as to why they would not come on.
Yeah.
Some better than others, but it is what it is. It's not just these two people. It's many
Lots of people.
right? And the thing that's started to bother both of us, right? I don't want to speak for you, but I will a little bit. You said the inability to have a discussion, right? To have an open discussion, and that's why we put together the document that we start sending guests and stuff like that to lay out very clearly, like we don't want you to debate with us. We're not asking you here for a debate. We're not asking you here for an argument. We're asking you here to have an open discussion, you know? And
I find debates to be rather fruitless at the end of the day. It becomes like a pointless battle.
And especially now when I'm starting to find, especially with people from the left, you know, you start to hear a lot of shit, lived experience and fucking these type of things that to me, as I take a step back, seem like qualifiers for a conversation. They're qualifiers and they're intentionally exclusionary to particular topics, right? We refuse, everyone on this show refuses to live in a world in which you're prohibited from speaking about something that you've never personally experienced.
That's insane.
A ridiculous world to live in,
Yeah.
right? I'm not going to be told, nor accept from anybody from a logical standpoint, that we can't talk about something that we have never been involved in,
Yeah.
right? We've talked about abortion today. Neither of us can have an abortion. I can get someone pregnant. I can never have an abortion, right? Men can't have abortions. I'll say that on this show.
Amen.
Maybe we'll get banned for that. Men can't have abortions,
What
right?
is a
Men
woman?
cannot get pregnant, right? So we can't have that discussion. We don't have the lived experience,
Yeah.
right? We've talked about when we talked about the don't say gay bill, right?
Yeah.
The parental rights and education bill.
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't like to call it the don't say gay bill, but I couldn't. Goddamn corporate media. I couldn't remember what it was called. So we talked about the parental rights and education bill, right? And we heard a lot of the same thing about that, of lived experience. You know, we're not trans, we aren't gay, we don't know about these things. My response to that is I have two children that I could very well send to public school. I feel that I have every right in the world to discuss what they could potentially learn in their curriculum, particularly that I have more of a stake than someone who will never have a child.
That's
Right?
That's fair.
I refuse to be told by somebody who could potentially never have a child that I don't have a say in something because I don't have the lived experience to discuss it. That's ridiculous. Right?
Well, how about this aspect too? The common term these days is stakeholder involvement, right? If you can have opinions if you're a stakeholder in something, right?
Oh.
Well, congratulations. If you pay taxes, you are a stakeholder in the school system because a portion of your money goes to how your school is run.
Even if you don't have kids, if you own
Amen.
property.
Yes, if you own property. Or if you pay rent someplace, that property owner is paying into the system as well. So no matter which way you slice it, you are a stakeholder in the public education system. You therefore have in your world where lived experience and is a requirement, and you have to be a stakeholder in things to have say in things, and even if you're a stakeholder and you don't have a say in something that's wrong in their point of view, generally in their ideological framework, everybody is, because we all pay taxes. So in that particular case, you don't have to have kids to have a say in what goes on in the public education system, because you live in the community, you deal with the people that go to public school, you'll deal with the teachers that go there, the administration. If you want to have kids, you want to know that the school system that you're putting money in is doing that your voice is heard when it comes to how you feel the education system should be run.
Right.
Because just because you don't have kids doesn't mean you don't get a say in that, man. You put into the system, you have a say. I think that's just I wanted to bring up that, because that's another point. That's another point that they always use, is that stakeholder capitalism for one. And it's in their language. That's how you do that.
Yeah.
But,
so I think the conclusion that part of the conclusion that I've arrived at with this difficulty of finding people to come on and have these discussions with us, people that come from an opposite mindset, right? To come on and have these discussions with us from a very open perspective, so that we can identify what are the pros and cons, what points stand up. I think that a lot of these points from people that we're asking to come on from the left, right, don't stand up to scrutiny. Yeah. And I think a lot of people know that. And when they're put in a position in which their ideas are going to be openly scrutinized, and not only in a closed discussion, but in an open discussion on the internet where potentially people are going to watch, right? And they're going to be able to make comments about what this person is saying. I think that a lot of those people realize their arguments come from emotional places and not from logical places, and so they won't stand up to scrutiny, and not a debate, not an argument, not a dissection of your whole life, but just a discussion about that standpoint, that viewpoint. I think they know deep down that they don't stand up to scrutiny.
Like, they can't defend the positions that they would like to defend, because
it's because they're based in emotion and not logic.
Yeah, they're. Would it be too much to say that it comes from an unprincipled standpoint?
No, because
that wouldn't be too far.
Because, again, to use guns as an example, right? We talked about the last time that I was here, when we talked about the parent of the child who was killed in a school shooting that spoke at the White House, right? I can only hope that if my child was taken from me in any type of accident like that I would be able to see through the emotion to what I believe to be the morally superior position, and that's not like I'm better than anybody, but the higher moral position of people's need to be able to defend themselves, right? Yeah. And I don't question anybody whose emotion takes that over, especially if you lost a child to gun violence. I don't question that.
Nope.
That's, like I said, I can only hope that I would be able to see through that to what I believe to be the morally superior position of people having the ability to defend themselves the way they see fit. I don't know for sure, but if you're basing your argument in solely emotion, it's not based in morals. It's not based in any type of legitimate argument. Sometimes that's understandable. Sometimes it's okay. Most of the time it's not.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate, because you could take a principled position. I don't know what it would be or what it would look like, because I don't obviously have that. Not a part of that ideology. But I mean, if there are principled positions to be taken, like, you should take them and you should stand by them. And if you think it's right, then you should stand up for that. Because if you're not standing up for what you actually think is right, and not just saying, it's in the internet age, right? The anonymity of the ease of anonymity. Even if you have your name and picture thrown up next to your fucking thing, like on your Twitter or whatever social media it is, if you leave a comment somewhere, something like that, it's so much easier to just write something out third party and just walk away, because there's no real consequences there. You don't have to interact with the other person on the other end of that. I mean, we see that carried on throughout social media, obviously, just on the internet in general. And if you can't,
I'll represent my position, but I won't defend it.
Yeah, you go. Yeah, I will represent my position in a third-party, hands-off way, and then I'm not going to defend that for whatever reason. I'm not comfortable with that.
Nor will I put myself in a position where I might have to.
Yeah, and that I don't understand that. I can understand the fear of consequences if heard, But I also think you should be better than that. If you believe in it, you should talk about it.
Those are your principles.
If
you really believe in it,
if that's what you believe in, and that's what if you want to take a principled stance, then let's do it, man. And it's particularly as it relates to this show, our show.
Yeah.
We are never going to have somebody on here where we're not going to come at you with a gotcha moment, nothing like that. No. We don't debate. We don't debate here. Like I just said a little while ago, I'm not a fan of debate. I think it's kind of like
we share sources. We send articles to the people who are going to be on. They know what we're going to talk about when they come on here,
and we'll tell them like which avenues we're looking at talking about too.
I mean, guest leaders show the topics and even the subtopics underneath them.
Exactly,
it shows everything.
And it just does bother me that a lot of people are willing to just throw some shit out there and then walk away, and screw the consequences to that. And it is, I don't want to say it's morally wrong, but it's useless. It's hot air. It's empty. You should be able to sit down and have an argument, or not an argument, but a discussion with somebody that you disagree with. And, particularly here on this show, there's not going to be any hard feelings, period. No, we're interested in people's takes, and we're interested in finding out why people think the way they think. And then we like to have a little back and forth, an open conversation, an open dialogue, no judgment, just talking about stuff and trying to understand other people's point of view. And if you're not doing that, you're doing it wrong. If you're only operating from a place where I can't be challenged on my ideas in any fashion whatsoever, you don't actually have any ideas.
Right.
If you're not willing to do, and I understand not wanting to have a discussion, but then why are you having a discussion on the internet? And that veil of anonymity that the internet offers, I think is, God, we've talked about it 1,000 times before. It's incredibly harmful to our society.
Yeah.
And I think you can see it in every day, and it's a big disappointment. But also, I mean, we watch a lot of Timcasts, obviously. They invite tons of lefties on, and they will tacitly be like, oh, yeah, I'll come on, and then they never do. Mind you, I think that would be a much more, like a more grilling show to be on because they're really going to push you on your ideas. Mm-hmm. We would do that obviously a little bit here, but I don't think we go that hard. Because we're interested in just having conversations,
and we don't want to make anyone uncomfortable.
No, no, God, no.
That's it happens. It says in the doc, it happens in the course of regular conversation, exploratory conversation.
Yeah.
But it's never, like I said, we're not trying to gotcha anybody. We don't do any of that shit, and neither does Timcast. But
no,
but yeah,
no. There's nobody trying to get gotcha moments, and it's just sad because it is so widespread these days. I want to say, just kind of thinking out loud here, obviously, but I want to say the internet obviously is part of the culprit, but it allowed a lot of people to pretend like they wanted to have conversations.
Yes.
When in real life, if the internet didn't exist, odds are they're not having those conversations with anybody in person.
Right.
But
the deep political ones.
Yeah, the deep political ones. And nothing drives me more crazy than somebody says, I don't like to talk about politics. That just means that you don't like to talk about how society is shaped and how you like to live your life. That's what that means.
Right.
And because politics has a dirty word, because we'll put it this way, there is Washington politics, right? There is governmental level, horse trading and elections and representatives. That's not really, that's government.
Right.
I don't like to talk about government either, because government is shit, and I think it's an absolute fallacy that it's a requirement in this state. I think we've talked about anarchy before, but I don't believe that anybody has a legitimate authority over me unless I give them that authority.
Right.
But to not be able to have any basis of a regular conversation about how you think life should be lived, I think is a tragedy. I think it is an absolute tragedy and a disservice to yourself.
Yes.
Much less society at large. Even if I don't agree with some of your points, you might have some spice in the sauce there that I want to add to my chili.
In pursuit of making the best society that we can live in,
Yeah. Yeah. I made some elk chili earlier this week. It was really good.
Yes.
I don't know. I had chili on mine, but yeah, no, that's
shut up.
That was my thing. That was my piece. I wanted to speak about that
No, I
because
like it.
it drives me nuts.
No, I like it.
I just wish if you want to have a conversation, have a fucking conversation.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all we want.
And especially, you said with us, it doesn't matter for us where we have the conversation. It doesn't matter if you talk to us here or if you talk to us in your dining room. The conversation is going to be the exact same.
Yeah.
The difference is not with us. It is with anybody who comes here or maybe this environment. It's no different. You know? My take will not be any different. The way that I approach you will not be any different. The way that I receive you will not be any different.
No.
It's all going to be the exact same.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of why we're the country that we are. Exactly.
Amen.
Long-form conversation is the best way to get it was actually happening. And that is why we do this show the way that we do. So, and we do this show, Bilbo, since you're new, we do it every other week. And we have obviously other content that comes out in between. And then over the next 2 weeks, the different parts will get released. They'll get broken up and released.
Yeah. And actually, we haven't really,
Clips and stuff like that.
for all the new folks, just the way it generally works. Mondays and Wednesdays, you get a full part of the show dropped
Part
on
1, Part
YouTube.
2, Part 3, Part 4, yep.
And it goes through for a 2-week cycle. We're here in studio every 2 weeks. Monday through Friday, there is daily content dropped on the YouTube. You get, we cut these episodes into shorts. We call them salty shorts. They come out every day, Monday through Thursday. Friday's the beer show. Thursday is the Instagram live stream for the book club. And what else do we do? I don't know. And at end of every month, we have our newsletter, which we've talked about a few times today.
Sunday's family day, so it's always quiet.
That's right. Sunday is
Sunday's always
family
quiet
day.
on social media and stuff.
Yeah, it's family and mental health day.
Yeah.
if you want to call it that.
The preview for the book club comes out on the first day of the month, which is obviously the review of the previous month's book and the preview for the following month's book. So, yeah, lots of content, lots of stuff.
Lots of stuff.
Beautiful.
It's good
So,
stuff.
We will continue with the grab bag. We're talking about Justice Kavanaugh, right?
Yes.
Earlier this week, I believe Thursday, maybe,
Thursday.
we got news that there was a man arrested around near the house of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh,
Yep.
who this is the story so far, right? A young man, I'm not going to say his name, but a young man who I think he was like 25, so he's super young.
He's a young guy from California.
From California, went to Maryland, where Brett Kavanaugh lives, and decided that he was going to shoot Brett Kavanaugh, Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh, because he was afraid of, he's 26, because he was afraid of what he was going to do with the Roe hearing, or with the Roe decision, and with firearms. So he flew to Maryland, and we're not sure yet how he got the gun or anything, if he flew with it or if he bought it. He had to fly with it. You can't get it there like that same day. So he had to fly with it.
That is a really long road trip.
Wouldn't be a surprise because motherfuckers be flying with guns all the time, right? We talked Madison Cawthorn last time before he got caught twice with a gun in his bags flying. He got caught twice. He's definitely doing it every time he flies. He just only got caught twice.
Yeah.
That's just how that works because the ATF...
The
fucking
TSA.
TSA. Fuck the ATF too.
Yeah.
The TSA. the TSA sucks dick at their job. So,
Oh my god! And it's not a joke when they say they failed like 90% of their their security inspections or whatever.
that's
No,
real.
no, that's just a part of control.
yeah. 85?
Oh,
Nice.
hot dog! Good for them, showing some gains.
On Wednesday morning, this guy was carrying a suitcase and a backpack filled with a tactical knife, a Glock 17, 2 magazines, ammunition, pepper spray, zip ties, and what they also called burglary tools.
Yeah,
Burglary.
and I've been very
equipment.
unspecific
Yes.
about that. What that
So
means?
the story apparently, right, is that he flies from California to Maryland. He takes a taxi to Brett Kavanaugh's house. Because of all of the protests recently, there are U.S. Marshals stationed outside the home of all the Supreme Court justices. And so he shows up, gets out of the cab with his items. He's dressed in black. I heard a chest rig at first. Now I don't know, but in black clothing. And he sees U.S. Marshals outside of Brett Kavanaugh's house and decides to walk away. Doesn't feel like he can accomplish the job that he set there for and walks away. He then calls 911 and tells them the 911 call has been released now. I've not listened to the audio, but the 911 call has been released. I've not listened to it. Tells them that he's mentally ill, that he came there.
The TSA
and-
training course is 2 weeks.
Oh, God.
That's right.
Oh, God.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's fine. So he calls 911 and he tells them, I'm mentally ill. I came here and I was going to kill Brett Kavanaugh, and now I was going to kill myself, and now I don't think I can do it.
Yeah.
And then he gets hemmed up. So
political assassination of a Supreme Court judge was attempted. That's where we're at these days. And how did he get the address to Brett Kavanaugh's house? Because the activist group...
I think you can just Google it, yeah.
Yeah, you can Google it now because the activist group that organized the protests, the federally illegal protests outside of the Supreme Court judge's house is...
They doxed a Supreme Court justice?
They doxed at least one that we know of, Supreme Court justice, but I've heard that they've also tried to protest outside Gorsuch's house and Amy Coney Barrett and stuff like that. And which already is illegal.
Right.
And because you're interfering with justice at that point. I don't know if it's an obstruction of justice charge or what the charge is, but
how is it not?
If you are protesting
Obstruction
outside
of Supreme Justice.
Yes. The Supreme
Justice. It's a little more authoritarian than I want it to be, but
so obviously the temperature is very high right now, to the point where there's a legit assassination attempts being plotted and attempted to be carried out. And that is not, there is no Supreme Court decision that I can imagine in the world that would allow that to be morally okay. I don't know. That's not how anything works.
we'd have to have like I don't know. They would have to decide it was okay to kill babies, like actual real babies, like a 9-month-old baby.
Yeah.
And they would have to be like, it's okay now.
Yeah, now it's okay.
Yeah, there would have to be some real raw shit. I think Bilbo Baggins has a pretty decent point. The Cold War started, or the Civil War started, because of the way federal law was being unjustified to the other side, along with a few other key points also. And that's like a point that I think Tim Pool was driving. I was watching the episode this morning, right? He's saying that we are in a civil war. It's happening right now. I think there's a very solid argument to say that we're in the very least like a soft civil war, because no one's dying yet, because
some people are.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We had the Trump supporter that was shot like 2020. So I guess that's not true.
I mean, how many people died during the Great Summer of Love?
Right.
A lot. I mean we're talking 2 digits, but still. That's way more than that should be allowed.
I would have to think really hard about the way to qualify that, right? Because there aren't 2 organized armed forces that are fighting each other, right? There are definitely armed factions. There are many armed factions that are getting after each other for many different reasons. So I would say there's a very good argument for us being in a soft civil war right now, right? And we've talked about the civil divorce a few times.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And Jordan's asked me about that a few times, just in the last few weeks. So I said that to her.
Divorce.
Yeah, Trenton too. I've been talking to him about that. He wasn't sure what I was talking about. Trenton's eyes are opening up to a lot of stuff, so he's been asking about a lot of things. And then I told him, I said, I think that we might be at a good time now to amicably try and decide that we should be maybe 3 or 4 different places before it starts to get really bad, and it's decided by warfare. I think that now would be a better time to decide that than to just let it progress until we have Americans killing Americans again in really rapid numbers, to choose where those lines are.
Yeah. No, that's
And it's scary, and people don't like to think that way, and that's okay. But if things are going to continue down this same type of divisive, chaotic route, people will die in mass numbers, for whether it's done by the government or it is just open violence that's happening because of politics and disagreements. It's not good either way.
Yeah. And it's also important to remember that everybody's kind of colloquial understanding of what a civil war looks like is not the typical civil war. Our American Civil War was very atypical when it comes to the grand spectrum of what civil wars generally are. And it's usually, I mean, you look at civil wars that break out in like African nations, very common in a couple places. When you look at, say, like Mogadishu, that whole involvement that we had there, these are armed militant groups fighting against the government in those places. There's all sorts
Syria, Rwanda. There's no shortage of African countries in which there have been
exactly. For some reason, I got Black Hawk Down. That's good.
We're in part 4.
Great movie.
It's been a few weeks. You're right. I got you. I got you.
Don't worry, we're back in Somalia again.
Yeah,
we are back in Somalia again. Yeah, actually, Biden just sent more troops there.
So we had the troops killed in Somalia during Trump.
Yep.
And that was where all the regular of us were like, I'm sorry, we're in fucking Somalia. I'm like, what the fuck is that about?
Amen.
And they're like, oh, no, it's just a couple guys. Don't worry about it.
It's just a couple
We're
guys.
not really there. We're just
Yeah.
hanging out.
Just like we're not in Ukraine, right?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you try to convince me otherwise. But yeah, I think people's conception of what a civil war is, I think is skewed, because I think a civil war is by nature handled on a societal level. It's not necessarily governmental level. When it becomes the standard civil war is when there are two governments or two governing bodies that wage war against each other in some formal fashion. But realistically, that's not how most civil wars work. It's armed militant groups attacking other armed militant groups, and it is strife within the society. It is a civil war, and it may not be open warfare at this point, but I cannot, when one group of people, one ideological, driven by ideology, one group of people are forcefully, through governmental means and through law enforcement means, removing and restricting the rights of another group of citizens that are not them.
Right.
That is civil
on a partisan
war.
basis.
100%. If you're not part of our club and you don't believe exactly the way we do, we're going to come down on you. We're going to throw you in jail. We're going to try to make it illegal for you to do all the things that you want to do, that you normally can do. And this thing that we have called the Constitution, that we don't care about that anymore. We don't think the democracy has spoken and said it's not for us anymore.
You can't even sue if a federal agent infringes on you.
Yeah.
Not unless we say so.
Amen. And if that's not civil war, I don't know what is.
No, and I think that's a really good point, because at the same time, I'm not going to qualify it, but at the same time that this is happening, right? Mm-hmm. That what I think you could really argue is a legitimate beginning of a civil war while this is happening. The left, the dominant in power Democrats, are arguing that the real civil war they defeated on January 6th. Right?
Yeah.
That was the real attempt at civil war, was when there was an organized attempt to overthrow democracy. That was an attempt at civil war. That was it, right? Even though we have the FBI ruled, and I have documents here, I have the report and everything. The FBI, when they did their investigation, they said 95% of it was unorganized.
Yeah.
There's 5% maybe between the Proud Boys and the Oath Seekers that was organized, but even then, they didn't have a plan for what they were going to do when they got inside. No. They just had a plan to get inside. Yeah. But now we're having public hearings, right? They're totally underway. We had the first day on Thursday, another day on Monday, and then 4 days of private hearings in which we're going to lay out how horrific the organized plot was to try and overthrow our democracy. They've said that. They already said that, right? That's their intent. It's...
Maybe I do have my notes.
Oh.
Maybe.
Oh.
Oh, nope. Here, I'm going to do this so I can see.
There you go.
Rifle around my bag.
Yeah. No, and it's gaslighting, right? To tell you that this civil war isn't happening because the other one they already got rid of. 529. That's right. I think that's a great. May 29th. I think that's a great point that was hearing yesterday on Timcast. Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. You do have them.
We got some paper notes, everybody.
Paper notes from work.
We're legit. Liz Cheney.
Yes.
Because she's the ranking Republican on the committee. I think we'll just kind of shift into Jan 6 talk. I think that kind of naturally works its way in there. But Liz Cheney is kind of she's the leading Republican, one of, I believe two on the committee. And
yes, on the committee.
They said they will, and take this with a grain of salt, because they said the same shit during the impeachment trials, that they were going to lay out how this happened, and here's a bullet point plan of this is why we should impeach, blah blah blah. So they're going to lay out a 7-point plan to overturn. Well, they're going to show that there was a 7-point plan to overturn the election, and that Trump oversaw and coordinated. That's what they're going to attempt to prove during these hearings.
Even though the FBI has already proven or already said through their investigation that both of those things are false.
Yes. Yeah, and that's why I say take it with a grain of salt, because they said the same thing. Fucking, what's his name? Adam Schiff said the same thing during the last impeachment trial, and then they had nothing. So I don't trust that they actually have the goods here. They're just going to try to prove it through narrative. But from what I gathered through the first
Right
hearing.
after the primaries, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Imagine that.
I didn't say
Yeah,
that.
the timing is way too convenient
Yeah.
to take with any
Just
seriousness.
like all these arrests that just happened, right? Who was the GOP candidate for governor in Michigan was arrested
Yes.
Thursday morning
Okay.
on misdemeanor charges.
Again, to talk about Civil War, 4 misdemeanor charges, somebody that is running for office, a GOP front runner, so a front running candidate of the opposite party, has been arrested for his connection to January 6th, supposedly. Now, they may attempt to prove his
sentence
guilt
is
or something like
45
that.
days. The average sentence for people being arrested for January 6th is 45 days.
Yes. I don't.
What the fuck are we talking about?
Yeah, we're talking about some fucking bullshit.
They tried to overthrow the government. We got to give them 45 days.
Except
Yes.
for the people that are locked up in solitary.
Am I to understand that the most armed subset of the most armed populace in the world tried to overthrow government without any arms?
Yes.
0 guns.
0 guns were used.
The only person who died, shot by the Secret Service.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird? Isn't that fucking weird?
The only person that died via violence was a protester or
100,000
rioter. If you want to get
Right.
really legit, like, I will say that this was a riot. This was 100% a riot, and I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I watched the whole thing go down. If that's not a fucking riot,
I was literally at home watching it. I went home for lunch, and Jordan had an appointment or something, and so I happened to be at home.
Man.
I turned off Dax's movie. I turned on the news because I got some type of notification on my phone. Started watching, and I was like, "What the fuck is happening here?" So I stayed at home for over an hour just watching TV because I couldn't fucking believe what I was watching.
yeah, it was a wild deal, man, and obviously not a good look for America. It was a bad
Yes.
deal. I think we can all say that, like, you shouldn't be going up there and that
Of
was
course
bad.
not. Of
that
course
was
not.
bad, and I hate that.
Of course, we don't support. If you're not going to do it, I don't support it.
Exactly.
If you're not going to do it, I don't support it. If you're going to pussyfoot about it, then fuck you. I don't support what you did. All you did was cause a bunch of fucking problems, got yourself hemmed up, you're fucking costing me tax money. I don't give a shit about that.
Yep.
If you're going to do it, then do it. And I said that same day. If you're going to get the fuck after it because you think it's the right thing to do, I'm down. If you're just here to fuck around, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out then. If you're not here, if you're here to pussyfoot, then get the fuck out. I'm not going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to overthrow it, then overthrow it. Let's reset the bitch. But if you're not going to do it, then get the fuck out. Why are you even here?
Yeah.
Because you want to yell? Because you want to punch some motherfuckers in the face? Get the fuck out of here. You want to steal a podium? Get out of here. Get out of here, bro.
Still the best picture ever taken in
Yeah,
Jan
I don't,
6.
I
That
don't
motherfucker.
care. I'm not doing it's ridiculous. If
And
you
it
want
was.
to do it, then do it. I stand up for the message of what they did. You know what I'm saying? I'm here for it.
And that's actually
Fuck this bullshit. You guys fucked around. I don't care about that.
yeah. There was a bunch of dumbass bullshit that
You're
happened.
pussies. That's pussy.
But the excuses we hear about anybody that was at the rally or even around the Capitol that got let in by the police and all this stuff, none of those people, like these grannies that are getting hemmed up and like thrown in jail and some shit for just walking in the door as somebody, that
There was a
that,
cop from here. We've had cops from Washington State get arrested
yeah.
and brought to the Capitol.
Remember that gal up in Alaska? They broke in the door, they arrested her and found out it was the wrong person.
Yes.
Like, this stuff has gotten that right there. If that's not Civil War, I don't know what is, man.
The guy from Michigan, they raided his house.
Yes, they
That
raided
GOP
his house
they
for
raided his
4
house.
misdemeanor charges, none of which include actual violence. I think there was like attempted, I can't remember the charges
Like
at this
attempted
point,
assault on like a peace officer or something.
Yeah.
Like maybe because he was in it.
because he was near.
Excuse me. Get the fuck
Or
out
he
of here.
like one of the guys was like climbing up a piece of architectural, as they call it, an architectural feature, and he held on to the back of him so that he didn't fall or whatever. And so they're hemming him up. This dude is the front runner for the GOP in Michigan. You tell me that's not a political arrest. You convince me that it's not. For what? For a riot that got out of hand, or by definition, a riot is out of hand. But you had a massive riot, and everybody got pulled out.
They let it get out of hand.
They asked for it, man. There was,
They chose to not reinforce.
I forget who asked for more security, and they were denied.
It was the mayor. There was the Secret Service or the Capitol Police asked for additional resources, and then eventually the mayor of DC also asked for them, and then said, "No, we don't need it," or was offered it and said, "No, we don't need it." That's what it was. She was offered additional security, and she said no, and the Capitol Police asked for it, and they were denied it.
Yeah, you tell me they weren't asking for that, because it would have been a great piece of political fodder to use, and boy, howdy, did they get what they asked for.
Because they know Donald Trump is going to say some stupid shit.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, when does he not? That's the whole
So
thing
they just
about
know he's going
T-Dog.
to say some stupid shit. He just says stupid shit.
Yeah, he says stupid shit, and they know they can get him on it because he says something stupid, and they're like, okay, well, that obviously caused it.
Chop this shit up, and we're going to fucking release it. Send it, boys. Send it. It's chopped up. Send it. We cut the second half off of his statement. Send it. We're ready to go.
Constantly.
Fantastic people on both sides. Send it.
Send it.
Send it. Clip is done. Send it. We're done here. There's nothing else. Nothing else that's relevant. Send it.
Send it.
Yeah.
So I'm not on, like, even the commentary boys, man, have been hard on for the Jan 6 committee because they're like, they want the truth. They want to know what happened. And there's this time period where apparently nobody really knew where Trump was or what he was doing. Anything. There's like a few hours there where everybody wants answers. I mean,
I'm getting high for the first time ever. Like, this shit is crazy.
Exactly.
It's like, I did not know it was going to be like this, but this is crazy.
What the shit?
Where's the presidential weed garden? This is insane, he says.
Bro, if I was president, that rose garden would be replaced.
Yeah.
With
There's
something
at least
a little
couple
bit more
plants just chilling on the inside.
Yeah, more friendly to capitalism.
So anyway, my biggest concern, right, I think speaks to Bilbo Swaggins' point, is my biggest concern is that if we are in this civil war, and I told you this as soon as I saw the GOP guy from Michigan get him, right, that this is really starting to make me very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
That it's starting to seem like they're just widening the net, right? And my concern is that they're going to keep arresting everybody who's involved with January 6th in really any capacity. And then they're going to kind of redefine and expand what involvement means.
Yeah.
And that's going to just kind of grow and grow and grow. And it will turn from January 6th to involved in the attempt to overthrow the democracy, and then involved in the domestic terrorism that took place on January 6th. And then we all know that that definition of domestic terrorism is real muddy right now.
Real
right?
loose.
We've talked about the people they're considering domestic violent extremists, you know, the parents that are protesting about the books that are being put in their children's libraries, the parents that are protesting, their daughters being raped or sexually assaulted in schools. Those are the people that are currently defined as domestic violent extremists.
Yep.
So
that's what worries me the most.
Very concerned about this, the way that this is turning out. And on this show, we don't like to be super conspiratorial. That's how the third R word took power.
I don't understand what that means. Oh, word, yeah.
So it's very concerning to me. Yes, sir.
Loud and proud.
Honest question.
Yes.
I remember shortly after January 6th, they were talking about spreading the jurisdiction of the Capitol Police.
Yes.
Wide. Whatever happened with that?
I'm fairly sure they did it. I'm fairly sure. I believe now there are offices in multiple cities throughout the nation now.
Good to know.
Yeah.
So we would have to fact check that for sure.
100%.
Yeah, I would not be surprised. So and like I said, we don't like to be too conspiratorial on the show. We'll obviously toy with it, but even being hesitant of that, right? That's how this shit happens.
Yeah.
That's how things like this happen that Bilbo Swaggins is talking about, that we've expanded what the definition of these things. Anybody who's a domestic violent extremist, we're just hemming them up now. It's not worth it. We don't want to take the risk. There are too many children being shot, all these assault rifles flown around. You know, we can't get legislation done to ban them, so we just can't have people like this running around.
Yeah, why would you have an AR-15 unless you're a domestic terrorist?
The only thing to do with it is kill people.
That's
so why
right.
else would you have it unless you want to kill people?
That's right. So we better take you out of society because you are a terrorist in the making. Don't even begin to look at the leftist terrorists that are legitimately firebombing birthing clinics and the entirety where they burn down an entire fucking city.
Like Deborah said, 529 trying to burn down the church.
Yep.
Right? They're literally trying to get into the White House on May 29th, 2021. No, don't worry about that.
Yeah, nope.
Don't worry about that.
Don't say that.
No.
Don't worry that they lit it on fucking fire.
Shush.
Yeah. That's
Shush.
and like I said, that's what really makes me uneasy about this stuff now is all it's going to take is one Supreme Court decision or two in the wrong direction, and things will go sideways. And let me add this, because we didn't talk about this yet, but there is also apparently a kind of a very solid Second Amendment case running through the Supreme Court right now, particularly. I'm not that familiar with it. I've heard Tim Cass talk about it a little bit and a couple other shows, but it involves New York's essentially lack of ability to conceal carry, right? And how do you think a Supreme Court judge is going to vote on that issue if he just there was an attempted assassination on him and possibly his family?
Right.
The zip ties and duct tape doesn't say that he just was going in there to off one person.
If someone was prepared to break into his house and murder him and his family.
Yeah. And the massive protests outside of his house. How do you think he's going to rule on that thing now if his decision is going to be swayed some way? It's not going to go in your direction because you people are trying to kill him.
Literally.
How do you think he's going to fucking react? And that's, hey man, I hate to say it, but I mean, I'd be down for a nationwide, a Supreme Court ruling that says, hey, nationwide, you have the right to conceal carry, period. Constitutional carry. It's right there in the document. It's pretty short. It's an easy read. If that's what you want, that's a surefire way to get it. Terrify a fucking judge.
Yeah.
That'll do it. And there's all sorts of other judges that are getting murdered these days too, like small time. Yeah.
Yep.
It's like small time. It's not good, man. This is the shit that makes me uneasy because there's only one direction this thing goes, man. I don't know how you turn it down.
No, 100%.
Whew. Now, I was going to talk a little bit about Elon and Twitter, but I feel like I want to save that for another day. It's kind of a big deal. It is an interesting thing. It's very interesting. At the end of every show, we used to do kind of a goofy line from a show where you guess the line and you might get a free T-shirt, but we've shifted now to a more powerful line being dropped at the end, and this is how we do it. Is the deal still going? I don't think we really doing that anymore.
I am not sure.
I feel like you kind of set the rules on that one though. I'm not about to overrule you.
I don't care if someone can. No, not yet. I would have to think of a new way to go about it because at this point I'm just telling people where they come from. So, it used to be from a particular show, and it was like if you could guess where the show comes from, then we'll send you a free T-shirt. I'll send you this. Anybody who watched this show today, right? Anybody new who watched this show today, if you find me on Instagram, shouldn't be hard to do. If you go to our website, if you go to our own social media, all that stuff, if you find me on Instagram, you follow me on Instagram, I will send you a free T-shirt.
That's where you can do it right here.
I'll send you a free T-shirt. No cost, no nothing. I'll ship it to you myself from my own work. Where Colin and I work together.
Whoop, whoop.
I'll send you a free T-shirt, 100%. No questions asked. So you find me on Instagram, you hit me with the follow, you hit me up in the DMs. I will send you a free T-shirt.
Yeah.
No question. So, is there anything else that you want to add to this episode? This has been a fucking great episode.
It has been. No, I'm good with this one.
So before we close, I want to last comment. Bilbo Swaggins, look at the Reichstag fire. Oh, we are well acquainted.
Oh yeah,
we are well acquainted. So I want to thank everybody who watched this today. This has been a fantastic episode.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Thank
everybody
you guys.
who followed. Make sure. Excuse me. Sorry. You tell everybody about it. Like, comment. Everyone has been doing that. Subscribe. Share this. Tell everyone about it. There will be lots more content over the next few weeks. You can find all of our stuff. Obviously, we're at Instagram, Facebook, Patreon, all these things at Salt of the Streets. We have saltofthestreets.com for all the information, including our personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. That's all you need. Find me. Follow me. Hit me with the DMs. It's all yours. Colin is a Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Make sure that you go to the Patreon. You become a patron. Help us make more, better content just like this. Get the newsletters, all those things. It's fantastic. Swell Blended for these haircuts. Location Skate Shop for a skateboard. Lexi Kyle on Twitch for some video games.
She'll be streaming later tonight.
That's right. Of course, leggings and aprons on Instagram. So, this is from... Oh, Jesus Christ. This is not the right thing. you have to vamp for a minute. That's so funny.
I will just say on a personal note, thank you guys for hanging out. It's been amazing to have everybody active in the chat. Bilbo Swaggins, Deborah. I mean, of course, the returning William fucking Wallace. Freedom extraordinaire right there. Everybody, thank you. Zeke, Zeke, my main man right there. Great show today, guys. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. Can I ask Donovan, what book are you looking at anyways?
This book that I'm looking at currently, this is The Coddling of the American Mind.
Oh,
and I'm
perfect.
looking for...
By Jonathan Haidt.
Yes.
And another guy that I don't quite remember off the top of my head. It's a great book, though. I got that shit on Audible.
Greg Lukianoff.
Lukianoff, that's
Yes.
right.
So I'm looking for... There's a quote here that is actually from Chief Justice John Roberts from a speech that he gave. It was a commencement speech. And so I'm looking for this because it was so perfect. And I thought that I had it marked off.
Fucking
in
books,
here.
man. They're
And-
big. And they're hard to... It's hard to find, like, key features in books to be able to come back to.
Yeah.
Sticky notes are a
So
wonder.
that's my fault. I'm really sorry that.
That's all right. And I'm going to go ahead and just tell you how much I've enjoyed going back to work with you this week. It's been fantastic. First full week. We're back together. The team's together. First time, actually, we've worked together when we actually did the show. It's been an interesting thing.
Yeah.
For those of you who are new here, a little bit of background on Donovan and I. We used to work together back at the same spot we work now. I left for about 5 years and just recently came back. But funny enough, we never really had these types of conversations too deeply when we were there. We got into a few little things, but we found, we work right across tables. We're like, I don't know, 12 feet apart. Those are long-ass tables. But, we work real close to each other. And so we found out, we were listening to some of the same podcasts and some of the normal, what we call daily shows. The NPR podcast, Start Here, like all these various different things. Then we discussed some of the things that were happening, and it wasn't until after I left that we were like texting back and forth, and we're like, man, we should just just grab a microphone and then just record these conversations, and then boom. How many years we've been doing this
We're
now?
4.
4 years now.
4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready. Thank God.
do it.
You're great. Okay, so in June 2017, John Roberts, the Chief Justice of the United States, was invited to be the commencement speaker at his son's graduation from middle school. Like Van Jones, who was quoted earlier in the book, Roberts understands anti-fragility. He wishes for his son's classmates to have the sorts of painful experiences that will make them better people and better citizens. Here is an excerpt from his speech. From time to time in the years to come, I hope you will be treated unfairly, so that you will come to know the value of justice. I hope that you will suffer betrayal because that will teach you the importance of loyalty. Sorry to say, but I hope you will be lonely from time to time so that you don't take friends for granted. I wish you had bad luck again from time to time so that you will be conscious of the role of chance in life and understand that your success is not completely deserved and that the failure of others is not completely deserved either. When you lose, as you will from time to time, I hope every now and then your opponent will gloat over your failure. It is a way for you to understand the importance of sportsmanship. I hope you will be ignored so you know the importance of listening to others, and I hope you will have just enough pain to learn compassion. Whether I wish these things or not, they're going to happen, and whether you benefit from them or not will depend upon your ability to see the message in your misfortunes.
Powerful words from Chief Justice John Roberts.